Hello everyone, welcome back to the OS World Cup 2022. We've got yet another match in a round of 32 stage here. We're about to see Hong Kong versus Denmark. Actually, I think it's the first time these teams are playing against each other. It's pretty interesting. So yeah, anyway, this is Azer. We've had a little bit of an unfortunate turn of events with our casters today. A lot of them got sick, so we're bringing in the emergency, our local catch caster, Quinton. First time casting the Standard World Cup, I guess. How are you?
Azer, thank you. Honestly, going to be honest, I'm a little nervous, but I think I'll definitely manage with someone that experienced as you by my side. So really happy to be on the biggest desk of them all, right? So, and also really looking forward to this one.
Yeah, it's always fun to do these mode crossovers. We've had to use the standard casters and in the other modes as well. I think Chilier Pair did his share of effort in the Catch World Cup as well. But yeah, so we've got the Hong Kong and Denmark match here as well. I mean, both teams that have changed a lot recently, which is, I think both kind of an upward trajectory. Hong Kong, surprisingly, I think, despite losing a bunch of their players, still managed to show up, had a pretty good showing in qualifiers. And I think Denmark, also notably the first time qualifying, I think, since 2019, I believe.
Yeah, 2019, definitely. Yeah, Denmark definitely coming back strong. After a hiatus of 2 years, not qualifying in 2021 and 2020, and then Hong Kong having their best finish ever last year, and definitely want to match that this year again. So both these teams definitely in the rising as of late.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a lot of new names to look out for on both sides here. I think most notably just looking at I Am a Lover and Poi on the side of Denmark, who have definitely been the top performers in their qualifier runs.
Yeah, definitely. I Am a Lover, especially outstanding performance coming from them, definitely helping Denmark getting into that 24th seed, which is already quite a high seed coming back from a non-qualification position last year. And we see Nomad 2 getting banned by Hong Kong, that is, I believe. So Azer map once again taken away from the table here.
It's standard by now. I think it's been banned or not played in every single match. Which is pretty funny.
We haven't seen it indeed. So people not liking our Nomad 2 map this year. And now we're waiting for Denmark's ban. They're going to go for Hidden 2. So I believe that's a low AR Hidden taken away by Denmark. Not surprising, given how Hong Kong had a beautiful showing on the Hidden in the qualifiers in Denmark. Fully struggled in that mob brackets just a little bit.
Yeah, this makes a lot of sense for Denmark. I think, unfortunately, they don't really have like a 4-man roster on that type of map. You have some people that are able to play it just fine, like I Am a Lover and I'm Vil are able to play it, but I mean, we had some like B ranks in their qualifiers on Hidden 2, so that's just not going to compare to Hong Kong, where they have many players that are really comfortable in that, and honestly, they're kind of known to be a pretty strong Hidden 2 roster, so smart ban from Denmark. Have to see what the first pick for Hong Kong is. Honestly, there's a lot of things that they could go for. If you're just comparing scores and qualifiers, I think Hong Kong have the upper edge. But there's nothing really that's, other than Hidden 2, which again was just banned out, there's nothing that's like super outstanding, as heavily favored for Hong Kong. Maybe some of the DTs would play in their favor, so I'm expecting them to pick a lot of that. But beyond that, not too sure.
Yeah, same here, honestly. And they are taking their time. Definitely discussing it. They're going to go for Hidden 1, which is, I guess, a reasonable pick given how there was quite a difference in the qualifier scores for both these teams in the Hidden bracket. Hong Kong definitely taking the upper hand in that sense. So the last Hidden pick that is available is going to be taken away immediately by Hong Kong for their very first pick of this year's OWC, actually.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking for Denmark's roster here, most notably, because same thing as Hidden 2, you're going to have I Am a Lover and I Am Vil that are able to play this just fine, but who else are they playing? In qualifiers, their other two players kind of struggled on it. Since this round has a pretty significant downgrade in difficulty, and this pick is also significantly more straightforward than the Hidden one that was in qualifiers, which had a lot of like Axel, D-Cell streams and stuff like that. This one is much more approachable. And they do kind of swap their players around a little bit. We're going to see Toilet Player and Tuagi is on the wrong team. Probably Mahisuru, maybe Poi will be playing. We'll have to find out what they pick on the Denmark side.
Yeah, Tuagi had a really decent show in the qualifiers as well. I saw MCY coming from Hong Kong, definitely Shirai Yuki, and we're waiting for that fourth player. We see Toilet Player coming in as a fourth player for Denmark. I believe that is replacing Marco from the qualifiers. So there's a small change for the Hidden One roster for Denmark. And we see A21 obviously coming from Hong Kong as well, one of their strongest players.
Yeah, this looks like it's kind of the standard roster for Hidden on pretty much the rest of the tournament for Hong Kong. This is easily their best 4 players at any type of Hidden map, so it's pretty scary to go against. I mean, that's probably why they first picked it. Pretty tall order for Denmark to go against this, but yeah. Hong Kong, I think, on paper, looking pretty strong on their first pick.
Yeah, definitely. Also, Denmark banning Hidden 2 is also an indication of their weakness on the Hidden bracket, so I think Hong Kong, and both Hong Kong and Denmark expected this to probably go similarly as it is going right now. We're going already for this very first pick of this round of 32 match between seed number 9 Hong Kong and seed number 24 Denmark.
Yeah, this is probably the only Hidden map that you'll see a significant advantage, I think, for Hong Kong, because it's not like Denmark has no players that are able to play it. So even if you're playing in free mods and stuff like that, most of the free mods tend to favor Hard Rock anyways, so they only really need 1 or 2 players to run the Hidden, so they're fine for those. So I think in theory, Hong Kong should like landslide win this pick, but it might just be the only one where that's the case. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, we see a small accuracy lead in the beginning of this pick. MCY and Hong Kong somewhat struggling, but we see 94 IMville and 97 I Am the Lover as well. So that's going to give Hong Kong like a 10,000 point buffer in the beginning section of this map. And IMville is actually going to be finding the first miss of this match, and that's going to further increase that gap for Hong Kong. But it's an early break. This map is 3 minutes and 20 in length in total, so plenty of time still. So why are you going to be trading that actually? And that's going to decrease that advantage. But Paul is well going to keep missing, so that's 3 misses already. 5 full combos still left on the board. 3 on the Hong Kong side is going to keep extending that lead for them.
Oh.
8-1 actually, yeah, as you said, also fighting a miss, so that's 2 misses each. MCY, Shiraka, and then Ayame Lover and Toilet Player, all 4 of them still holding on to an FC. Accuracy advantage is slightly in favor of Hong Kong, I do believe, given IMville's 95, but A21 finding another break. Doing a 60,000 point buffer, but Ayame Lover.
Oh, that's big. Yeah, Ayame Lover definitely breaking at the wrong time there. It's going to be... I mean, it was kind of looking promising. Oh, Shida Harayuki actually matching that. So hold on, it's actually not quite over yet. The lead is actually slightly in Denmark's favor as well, with A21 finding another miss. Hold on.
Yeah, and Toilet Player and MCY, the only ones holding onto the full combo. MCY is actually slightly bigger, and IMville Acri as well in the 95 section, so that's hurting Denmark's score just a little bit, but I think that lead is definitely decreasing actually. Combo advantages for Denmark, and MCY misses for Hong Kong, so no full combos left for Hong Kong, and Denmark is in the lead for his first pick. Only a quarter left of the map, and Toilet Player is just running away with it right now.
This is really cool to see. The Toilet Player and Poe just honestly weren't there in qualifiers for this pick, and now suddenly they are, and they're kind of top performing for their team when this team was supposed to. I mean, if you just look at score comparisons, definitely Hong Kong favored, but Denmark is showing up to play right now.
That's definitely one more missing on Kong. Look at that scoreboard. That's 200,000 points in difference already, all in the back of Toilet Player, but the other 3 players also holding two really nice supporting combos. 821 finding another break. Shirai also earlier on, and Denmark is just running away with this poly trading, but as long as Toilet Player is holding on to this full combo, I think this one is in the bag for Denmark.
There's basically nothing left at this point. They could all break, they would still win. It's just Tsuaki with any sort of combo, and I don't think it would even be enough to bring it back. There's only one section at the end here, so I mean, really putting in the work for Denmark here.
I am going to find a miss poly as well. I'm in Lover. No combos left in the lobby except for Toilet Player and Suwagi, but Toilet Player just did so much damage to this Hong Kong team, and beautiful performance coming from them. Finding the FC as well, actually. Only FC in the lobby. Suwagi, wow. I believe, only with a 1 miss, but alright, Denmark is coming coming in really, really strong, actually. Suwagi actually only with a slider break, sadly, but Toilet Player, beautiful performance. That's a 250,000 point difference in Denmark, 1-0 up and breaking Hong Kong immediately.
Yeah, this score by Toilet Player, very, very, very important. I mean, first pick of the match, right? There's always some nerves that can catch some people. Hong Kong maybe catching a couple misses here and there, and yeah, I mean Denmark was there to capitalize on that. And now it's their pick, so we'll have to see what they choose to go for. I think this is a team that would want to play more mechanics-oriented picks. So you're probably looking at something like Hidden 1 or Hard Rock 1. I don't think they want to touch DTs. Maybe DT1. But yeah, I mean, they basically have the entire pool to choose from, right? So we only played one map, so let's see what they want to start off with.
It's crucial Denmark to confirm this breakpoint, right? If you win your own pick now, you're in a 2-0 lead, and that just... You always have that buffer, right? And that's beautiful. If you just keep on winning your own picks now, you never have to even play the tiebreaker, and you just cruising to the finish line, right? Going a little further in the timeline. So this pick is really important, actually, from Denmark. Also, this is only a best-of-9 scenario, so...
Ooh.
And the breakpoint is beautiful. And we see Fremont 2 actually getting picked by Denmark.
Okay, so we're seeing speed map coming from them. As a reminder, again, this map is essentially what used to be known as Nomod 5. It's got some mods on it now, and the map style changed a little bit to have more aim. I mean, this isn't really a thing that's present in qualifiers, so it's kind of interesting to see how this is going to go. There's not really a precedent, but I would assume the toilet player is going to play Hard Rock on this and probably do very well. Probably going to see Vil maybe with the hidden on this on the side of Denmark, and maybe on the side of Hong Kong. Honestly, they're so well-rounded, it's kind of hard to determine who's going to be playing what mods on what, but this is a map where we are able to see a lot of Hard Rock over mods. The base stats on this map with hidden or no mod are quite low. It's very dense at CS3 and Era 9.1, so a lot of players will tend to prefer just taking the Hard Rock. The map is a lot harder, but at least it's a lot more comfortable for them, so might be seeing some overmodding here.
Yeah, definitely. Phil had I believe, the lowest performance on Denmark with the hidden pick that we just had, so we might not see him on the hidden. I'm not entirely sure. We see Toyplay actually getting subbed out for... Okay, never mind. So Marco and Toyplay are also both coming in, I think. And then I Am a Lover is actually getting subbed out. Yeah, there we go. All right. On the Hong Kong side, we see F2X making his first appearance, RLSC as well, and then Shira and Suwagi staying in. So A21 and MCY, so I think that the two powerhouses from Hong Kong both stepping down for this one. So interesting lineup for Hong Kong somewhat.
Yeah, I think they're kind of both of their speedier players. RLSC most notably just performed outstandingly on all the speed picks, which isn't really that surprising.
This one is also 3 minutes and 10 in length, so similar length as the previous one. All of these players are somewhat accustomed to this map length, you could say. We're getting the MP Star command started, so second pick of this match, Denmark's pick. We see an overmod coming from Poly with the hidden Hard Rock, and then RLSCX also with the RLSC with the Hard Rock, and F2X with the hidden Hard Rock as well. So the mods are equal, I do believe. Suwagi and Ironville both on the no mod.
Yeah, and on this map, most notably, you're watching the hidden players. It's by far the hardest thing to play in this map, so they're kind of playing a key part in how their team goes. I think similarly to how we talked about Denmark seems to kind of... Ooh, that's a lot of breaks. Denmark seem to kind of be missing a full roster of hidden players. I think you can almost make that same argument for Hong Kong here with two of their players in their speed picks and qualifiers kind of much lower accuracy than the other two, so wondering if they're going to be able to keep up with this for now. Looks like they're fine though.
Yeah, Marco is definitely struggling. 92 accuracy, also already founding 2 breaks, and that's going to give Hong Kong quite a advantage right now. Also, only 1 full combo left on Poly, whilst there's 3 on the Hong Kong side. Marco finding another break, definitely struggling in the beginning section of this map. Also, on the counterpart, Shiraya, only with a slight miss right in the beginning, but definitely recovering quite nicely. 98 accuracy as well, firing the combo and counting.
Yeah, we're about to wrap up the first of the trickier aim sections, so for a while now it's a lot more just about bursts and a lot of speed. And Vil actually catching a miss, so that's... And Pola actually did as well earlier, so not much of You know, there's not a lot of combos on the side of Denmark right now. Hong Kong is just going to be flying away with still with 3 FCs, right? So
yeah, those 3 FCs are doing beautiful work, and Denmark needs misses from all 3 FCs pretty much right now because they're running away with it. Marco finding going to drop Toil as well. Gerard's raiding once, but it's 3 misses once again on Denmark. Only Paule right now. He's facing 3 people with a full combo, whilst he's already missed once as well. So Hong Kong 700,000 points in advantage in the lost third of this map. So that is a beautiful performance coming from them right now.
thanks, team. Yeah, the hiddens on this are pretty rough. It's almost the lowest scores on both sides here. I mean, Hong Kong, their Hard Rock players on this, so honestly, just doing really well. This is a lot of aim. With Hard Rock, I think this is the highest starting map in the whole pool, so...
Yeah, F2X's score right now is beautiful, actually. Already over 700,000 points right now. We see more misses coming from Denmark, and this one is definitely sealed, and Hong Kong going to be breaking back immediately, so... Denmark not able to confirm that breakpoint, and we're going to look at a 1-1 scoreline, but there's still 2 full combos, actually. RLSC missed right in the beginning, I do believe. Thrilling 10 combo behind his teammates. F2X, beautiful performance coming from them.
Yeah, this is this is quite one-sided here for Hong Kong. What a beautiful performance. Kind of backfiring a little bit for Denmark here. This pick did not really work out, but it's going to be a double break point, so back to 1-1. And I mean, look at those scores from Tsuwagi and F2X. And you're right, it looks like RLSC did miss at the very, very beginning. It's a bit unfortunate.
Team score was over doubles Denmark's team score, so there was literally nothing they could have done there, I do believe. This pick either completely misreading Hong Kong's performance on it or just completely choking it after that first point, but definitely not the pick they would have wanted, I do believe. So 1-1 scoreline, Hong Kong to draw one out next. Hidden already exhausted, so we're gonna have to see a different mod coming from them. I do believe we're probably gonna go for the double time, right? Denmark probably on the back foot on that mod as well, so perhaps a double time 2, a double time 3.
Yeah, I think I'm looking at the DT pool as well for Hong Kong here.
Denmark slightly... Yeah, the beginning section of that map didn't look that beautiful, and Hong Kong just ran away with it. Beautiful team performance, I believe. 3.4 million, which is incredibly high to practically 3 FCs, right, with that one miss in the very early stages. Nomad 4 actually going to be picked by Hong Kong. So that's the tech map getting picked. So no double time just yet. We are going to go for some Nomad, actually. So after banning Nomad 2, going to go for Nomad 4. Completely different maps, obviously.
Yeah, this one is another pick I think they're rightly looking at. They definitely have a really, really strong roster for this type of map, and there's a very convincing score difference in qualifiers on the Nomad 4 for this team. So you're going to see Shirahara, Yuki, A21, MCY, and Tsuwagi on this most likely. And it's pretty hard to answer that, I think, on the side of Denmark. Although this map is quite different from the previous one we've seen in qualifiers. This just has a lot of slider streams, a lot of snappy aim, some pretty hard like pattern transitions to hit, so you can kind of find misses like everywhere. Somehow I think this is also a very, very popular pick. I think this has 100% presence, so 100% picked or banned in all matches, if I'm correct. Or close to that.
You are. At least very close, definitely. If we saw it earlier today as well, not entirely sure about it. Either way, as you said, Hong Kong definitely the heavy favorites for this one, especially with that qualifier score difference. I believe Hong Kong's score was close to 700,000 points more than Denmark's score, so that's definitely quite a difference.
I said that about the first pick, and that went a completely different way, though, so what's up this again?
That is definitely true as well. And Toil player, once again, back in the lobby, so we might see some Clutch FC coming from them. See MCY making his reappearance. I am a lover as well. The rest of the rosters remain relatively unchanged, which is somewhat to be expected, I do believe.
Honestly, looking at this map, it's definitely the type of map that can swing either way. The core gameplay of this map is something that both teams, all 8 players, are going to be able to play. But yeah, those transitions can just catch anyone. So I mean, it's not too unlikely to have like a 99% with a break or two on this. So definitely have to be super consistent at some very specific parts of this map.
We see RLC and Poly find the first breaks for either team. Actually, Poly, that was not a break, my apologies. But RLC does have the defining breaks, so slight advantage for Denmark, but 2 players from Denmark immediately trading that back. That's gonna switch things over to Hong Kong once again.
Yeah, we get into the first tricky snap section here. Usually find a lot of breaks on this section.
You see 3 breaks coming in from Denmark. Actually, only Ayame Lover holding on. And RLC is the only one break from Hong Kong, but he didn't even have an SC to begin with anyway. So 3 FCs against 1 right now. Tsuwagi gonna find a break, so it's 2 FCs versus 1. But Ayame Lover needs his teammates to build some combo, support him as much as they
Poly
can.
was lag again. He's still FCing. I think it's 2 FCs to 2 right now.
Ooh, actually, definitely with that score, that might be the case indeed. And actually, that is indeed the case.
Yeah, so they're about dead even right now. Just around 130k lead to Hong Kong to play with and stuff like that, but completely even.
Yeah, I am Vill's 92% accuracy is definitely bringing a score quite a bit, I do believe.
Yeah, but even then, like IMA with the 99 on this, just looking really. I think at the break he actually had 99.8, which is I think a single 100 at that point.
It's ridiculous.
Which is
indeed.
pretty crazy. But we're getting into another quite difficult part here, and with the score, how things are right now, any single break on anyone is going to be super impactful.
The low score of this map, 150,000 points to play with right now. 2 FCs versus 2.
Ooh.
Royal player gonna be finding a miss, but that's not a full combo down, so still 2 full combos versus 2, but they need one of the full combos from Kong to drop.
It's time for some really long sliders. See if everybody does these correctly. Oh, that's a lot of misses already. It's not on the players that you would want. I mean, RLSC and Tsuwagi still holding on, but Poly actually has the biggest combo in the game right now. It might actually be enough to bring it back. I don't think so. Might be a little too late.
Yeah, Poly is still holding on to the FC. The only FC in the lobby, but Kong has quite a bit from Poly. Frankie as well. Relatively close point, 220,000 points in difference. Poly, the near FC, highest score in the lobby by about 100,000 points, but his teammates just struggling a little bit too much in middle sections, costing Denmark this breakpoint. But once again, this was really, really close, actually. Way closer than the qualifier Nomad 4 difference. So beautiful performance coming from either team. That's a 2-1 scoreline for Hong Kong. Denmark to pick next. Curious to see where they want to take this.
Yeah, that was kind of explosive at the end. So much stuff happened. Yeah, it's just one of those maps where, you know, you think you're doing well, and then suddenly you just miss a single object. So it's just one of those. But
yeah, those long sliders catching quite a lot of people off guard, surprisingly so, in my opinion. I think 4 people missing, of which 3 were FCs or something, so that was a really tricky section there. With Hong Kong supporting combos, we're just holding on just a little bit longer for them, and that's giving them a second final point, right? Losing your first 2 picks would be quite a blow to the morale, I do believe so. 2-1.
There it is. I was going to say Denmark should be looking at the Hard Rock pool, and they do. So Hard Rock 1 coming up. Very similar type of map to what we just played, actually. This is essentially just a tech map with Hard Rock slapped on it, so a bit less slider aim than that one we just played, which is what everybody was struggling on. This one is more, I guess, like stream centered, so I think this is a really good pick for Denmark, actually.
Yeah, the closest pick will be we're seeing currently right now to only 2 minutes, so this is costs you obviously a little bit more. But first harder pick coming out from Team Denmark. It's a quite a lot of hard pick as well in the free mod, and that was somewhat, how would you say it, heavily favored to Hong Kong. So, but I still think this is quite a decent pick coming in from Team Denmark. We see no change in their roster actually. Poly, IMVille, Toil Player, and IAM Lover staying in. But actually, the same goes for Hong Kong, so there are going to be no roster swaps in comparison to that Nomad 4, which would be interesting, to say the least.
Yeah, I think you're probably looking at Toilet Player for this one. Really, really strong performance. Maybe Pole as well. I think we'll carry the accuracy on this one. On the side of... on the side of Hong Kong, it's kind of hard to tell if there's one person that really stands out. Maybe MCY4, which is playing right now.
Yeah, FTWX also at the FC with the Hidden Hopka and the free mod, so wise choice to put him in as well, I do believe. And there he goes. That's the only substitution actually. FTWX coming in. Denmark just feeling the exact same roster for this Hardrock 1 pick, 2 minutes and 8 seconds in length. 4th pick of the match.
And this map starts right away. See if anybody trips up at the very beginning.
Probably going to be finding the first miss on the Team Denmark side. The second miss coming from IamVille as well. FTWX trading, so quite a lot of misses in this first Bursty section. I am a lover. Only 1 full combo left on Total Player versus 3 on Hong Kong side. And that's huge for Hong Kong once again. As you said, Total Player definitely to look out for, and the only one standing for Team Denmark right now.
And now that we've kind of stabilized a little bit, we're into the more standard part of the map. I mean, you start to see a little bit of act differences, I think, on both teams. IamVille kind of struggling a little bit, about 4 or 5% lower than everyone else. Pretty important lead for Hong Kong here. We're about at the halfway point, and we're after these 1/3. If everybody hits them, going into probably the easiest part of the map, so they get to really drive this combo advantage home.
Oh! Total Player flying 4th and final miss on the Denmark team, where there's no full combos left from their side, and 3 full combos still left on the Hong Kong side. And the combo for FTWX also approaching 500, so matching Ayame and IamVille there, and that scoreboard for Hong Kong just growing immensely. Poly finding another break, but 3 misses on Team Hong Kong side. Actually, that might open the door for Team Denmark if they can hold on to their combos. They have 2 combos of 700. MCY, the only full combo left. The score difference is decreasing, but it's already 400,000 points, so...
Actually, I'm not sure if there's actually enough time with no more further misses. Toilet Player... Oh, MCY is down! Okay.
IamVille and IamLover all pressure on their shoulders, but is there enough time for them to claw this lead back? This is decreasing rapidly, actually.
They got around like 5 seconds. Come on.
Oh my goodness. That is actually insane. That is absolutely insane. Beautiful performance coming from IamLover and IamVille, and taking this one right at the end. That is... Wow, 2 slider breaks as well on Team Hong Kong side. Same for IamLover and IamVille, so... 4 S ranks, and that is Team Denmark taking this point.
IamVille with some insane combo gaming.
Is beautiful, but 2-2 scoreline once again. We have a match in our hands, Caesar, and what a oh my goodness, what a beautiful performance coming from both teams actually. But
yeah, Denmark's kind of scary at like random times. I feel like it's just I don't know. Like you said at the very beginning, I think this is seed number 24. You wouldn't really expect Denmark to just be able to pull out these crazy scores, but they do, and so 2-2 here, and I mean, even then, it's like I don't think Denmark has very clear-cut strengths. You know, there isn't really like these maps where you can say, oh yeah, they're winning that one, they're losing that one. So it's pretty scary, I think, for Hong Kong to be in this situation where they may be looking at an upset here, and Denmark still has all these maps that they're potentially really good on, and there's a bunch of maps in this pool too that there's like no precedent on as well. Like Hardrock 2 has not been played. Maybe in theory favors Denmark. Probably nobody knows how any of these teams plays on an old map like DT2 as well. So I don't know. It's getting pretty exciting here.
The thing is as well, on those picks that Denmark won, Hong Kong was in the lead, right? They had all the control on their side, and they just let it slip, and they opened the door wide open, right? A triple miss on that one section where they're leading by over 400,000 points is just... Those things should not happen, and I'm not sure if that's pressure or just or something, but they're just opening the door for Denmark right now, and they're definitely capitalizing those mistakes. And we see Nomad 3 actually to switch things. We see Nomad 3 getting picked by Team Hong Kong.
All right, so
Yeah.
for Hong Kong here, they've got to get multiple players doing this really well, because I Am a Lover just chews this type of map up like it's nothing. One of the highest scores of all qualifiers actually on this map for I Am a Lover, so it's pretty scary to go against that. They definitely have the players to fight against that, but I mean this map is so long. Really need to have that consistency game, and we kind of just mentioned Hong Kong is kind of finding these random misses here and there. Playing a long pick like this is a little bit scary to look out with all these all these pretty random misses that have been happening. Right, we saw the triple miss on nothing last map, so I don't know. Even though this is Hong Kong's pick, I'm not too sure who it really favors.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm also somewhat scared. I would say scared is probably not the right word, but this is a risky pick coming out from Hong Kong, I do believe. I think the double time pool, they've just kept that wide open for, I think, no apparent reason, but I think the Hong Kong qualifiers scores in double time were definitely beating Denmark, so on paper they should be able to beat Denmark on the double time pool, right? So let's get going for Nomad 3 after losing Nomad 4, right? It's a different type of map, but still the same mob bracket, so Hong Kong playing with fire just a little bit, but A21 coming back in. It's huge though for them. We haven't seen them since that first pick, and they are on paper one of the strongest Hong Kong players, right? So A21 making his reappearance is somewhat more assuring.
I think Zizus as well, coming in to play their first map, probably their first map in all of OWC. I don't recall ever seeing them before, or at least in the bracket stage.
That could definitely be the case. And that very first map is really memorable, but also really stressful. So
yeah, this is probably not the type of map you want to play your first map on. It's like, it's 4 minutes, it's really straightforward, so it's really just your nerves, you know?
Definitely, but watch them come in and just FC it and leave, never talk again. That would also be...
That would be amazing. Let's see it.
Still holding on to the full combo. We see once again a slight accuracy advantage for Team Hong Kong, which has been the case in all of the previous picks as well, I do believe. So the accuracy department is definitely Hong Kong's side, somewhat. Especially I Am Villa struggling on the accuracy once again, only 92%. Trailing behind everyone else in the lobby by quite a lot most of the times. I'm probably going to be finding the first miss for Team Denmark. The triple miss coming from Team Denmark once again. The early advantage for Hong Kong is insane. They're trailing 3 FCs
It's
down.
so early though. I don't think it's super impactful. There's a lot of other opportunities to break on this, so
Definitely.
especially some of these more aim control sections here during the KIs. I can definitely see a couple misses on that. We do see Vil get caught again.
Yeah, Denmark can watch out that Hong Kong just doesn't run away with it like they did with Fremont 2, right? Where they also had a couple of misses in the beginning and then they were just long gone. I Am a Lover doing everything they can to match those fruitful combos still from Team Hong Kong. 1/4 of the map down. Plenty of time, plenty of room to find misses, but they're just not finding them. Team Hong Kong in this somewhat slower section. Beautiful team performance coming out from Team Hong Kong, approaching the halfway mark already. First miss coming from Chira, actually. So that's 3 full combos versus 1. I Am a Lover with a 99.5, actually. Highest accuracy in the lobby. Beautiful performance coming from them.
Now this might end up being a prime example of how important where you miss is as well. Looks like it's not really going to be though, because the Denmark players that have already missed at the very beginning are still finding a lot more. But I mean, a miss right in the middle for Shida Yuki is pretty rough. I mean, it's gonna cap their score pretty low. But it doesn't look like Denmark really has like an answer to it. It's just I Am a Lover really able to hold a consistent score on this, and Pole and Ziz is just finding constant misses. So I mean, maybe this is actually a pretty good pick for Hong Kong. Still 3 full combos strong, so
Yeah, Paulie definitely and I am a lover in Suwagi actually trading this, but that's the last full combo down from Team Denmark. A21 and MCY, those two power outs from Team Hong Kong, still with the full combo. And I was going to comment on the fact that Paulie is just really strong in this middle section. And Phil with the highest combo on the Denmark side, but his accuracy is below 94, so that's also not that great for them. And that score is already 700,000 points and only a quarter left, and MCY and A21 seem really consistent. A21 with a 99.1 actually. And a combo of 1,400 and counting, right? So still going strong. This pick is backfiring for Team Hong Kong at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of sealed right now. There's only a quarter of the map left, and there's no combo at all to be seen on Denmark. And A21, MCUI4 still at it. No signs of discomfort on this map or anything. And I mean, maybe this is in fact actually a very good pick for Hong Kong. Already a million points ahead. MCY4 finds a random miss after the break, but yeah, there's this. Actually, both of them do find misses, so there's gonna be no FCs on this, but there's just no combo whatsoever to speak of on the side of Denmark. So
yeah, we see misses all over the board, and Hong Kong just ran away with it in the beginning sections. Denmark, this is actually a way better pick than we first anticipated, I do believe. Denmark just getting somewhat, I wouldn't say outscaled, but perhaps beaten on the consistency department in this one. And Hong Kong just having two of those players keeping their combos for so long. It's just,
I still think my assessment of Hong Kong before that pick was pretty correct. Again, just like kind of random misses that have been found. Like Shirahara Yuki was kind of just found one or two misses down the middle and then did everything else. A21 MCR4 just random misses as well. It's just that Denmark just couldn't really capitalize on it. They never really got a chance to build a combo on anyone other than Ayame Lover. So I guess it's still a good pick for Hong Kong, but yeah, I mean, it's kind of scary picking a consistency map in that situation. But yeah, they're still able to capitalize on it. And now pick order will go back to Denmark. And I think I'm excitedly looking at Hard Rock 2. Please, someone pick Hard Rock 2. No one's played it yet. It's like the only
map.
That was definitely
a fair assessment from you, indeed. Once again, no full combo. I think it has been actually the Fremont 2 map. We saw two full combos and one near full combo, but aside from that, I don't think we've seen any full combos from Team Hong Kong. But do correct me if I'm wrong. But we'll see if we see that Hard Rock 2 pick. Somewhat waiting for it. We haven't seen double time, and I don't think actually. Never mind, Denmark is going to go for double time 3. In fact, so somewhat of a risky pick as well coming from Team Denmark. But then again, if they keep on winning their own picks at this point, we are going to go to that tiebreak situation, right? Hong Kong is not leading by any breakpoints currently, so 3-2 scoreline. But we are getting in the stage of the match where the counter picks are probably getting exhausted quite soon by now. And that's why we'll be seeing some new territories with this first double time pick of this match.
I think this is pretty scary. I would have said this is a good Hong Kong pick, so not sure what to think of Denmark playing it. It's not like they can't play it or anything, but I would just kind of give the advantage to Hong Kong for this one. Although I don't think you're going to see any of their typical strongest players. I think A21 and MCR4 are probably stepping out for this one. You're going to see RLSC and Ready come in for their first map as well. Suwagi also probably leaving for this one. So I don't know, maybe the change of players can give a different result here. I mean, they're not going to have their two best performers on this, but I mean, RLSC on DT maps is kind of just insane to watch.
Definitely looking forward to that one. We see F2X also coming back. On the Denmark side, we see Ayame Lover stepping out, Phil stepping out, we see Marco Pollo and Toro Player coming back in. Some heavy changes on both rosters, actually. A lot of players getting subbed out and subbed in. Obviously, the Nomad 3D double time 3 completely different skill set, so someone expects to see Suwagi actually coming in for Shira. Well, actually, Shira just getting replaced with Suwagi just coming back in because they did play that previous pick.
It's an important pick for Denmark here because if they lose that, they're staring at match point. There's a tiebreaker that would have to be played if they manage to catch up with points. Pretty important pick here.
Definitely. Alright, and there we go. F2X already RLSC Tsuwagi versus Toyo players Jesus, Pole, and Marco on this double time 3 pick. 6th pick of the match, 3rd pick by Denmark. See an early break, I do believe, from RLCS. Once again, same as that Freema 2 where they missed in like the first 5 notes or something, so interesting to see.
It's a tactical miss.
Yeah, definitely. Did work out last time, so it might work out this time as well.
I think this is actually the first time we're really seeing an accuracy lead in the favor of Denmark this match, so not going to matter too much with Marco finding... somehow they still are holding out to... Yeah, I guess the accuracy lead was that significant, but now we're seeing a couple more breaks. Leads slightly shifting over towards Hong Kong, just having more combo.
3 full combos or 3 near full combos versus 2 right now. It's Wi-Fi and Miss Toy player as well, so I think that's 2 versus 2, right? Caesars and Pole versus... Actually, Caesars ended up finding it brought as well, so 1 versus 2, RLCS F2X versus Pole right now with the combo. Marco finding another break is going to favor Hong Kong into the halfway section of this map already. Only 2 minutes and 20 in length, so a shorter pick.
Whoa!
But we see everyone dropping with a full combo, Toy player as well, but that's still a slight combo advantage for Iredi Tsuwagi versus Steez right now, so Hong Kong still building more score right now. No full combos left in the entire lobby.
That was a crazy opportunity there, but I mean, Jesus breaking the combo as well there, so there's not much in favor of Denmark. Iredi and Tsuwagi have managed to recover as well. I'm not sure why everyone just missed on that linear pattern, but it's pretty devastating. Denmark not really able to capitalize on that with Hong Kong dropping their only 2 FCs on it, so still keeping this lead.
And the door was wide open once again, but right now Hong Kong is just doing everything to do to close it. And those combos from Iredi and Tsuwagi, but also the supporting combos from F2X and RLSC are just too huge. Paulie finding another miss, but that wouldn't have mattered, I do believe. Iredi with that, and Tsuwagi with those combos after that initial race, which is too much damage. Toilet Play finding more misses, and Denmark just somewhat collapsing the ending section of this map, but it was all done and dusted by then. So Hong Kong taking a very crucial breakpoint right here in the middle of this match and getting to match point, and they have their own pick and then a Denmark pick and a tiebreaker to close it out. So there's 3 opportunities for them. So definitely a very good position to be in.
Look at that score difference on all of the Hong Kong players. Basically, everyone got the exact same score. There's like a 30k difference from the lowest to the highest. It's pretty rare to see, actually. I got the synergy on
beautiful.
point.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say as well. Beautiful team performance. All of them already actually being the lowest on their side, even though they're speed players, you said. So, but then again, just a beautiful team performance on his overtime 3 pick, and once again, somewhat backfiring for Team Denmark side, sadly. And now Hong Kong have the opportunity to close it out. Where they're going to take this, they're going to go for double time again, or they're going to go for some Freema where they beat Denmark, or the long-awaited Hard to 2 map, which hasn't been played apparently. Outer Science, perhaps trying to jinx it just a little bit, but we'll see where they take it.
Yeah, this would be their last pick as well. Lots of decent options still on.
They're definitely taking their time. Referee reminding them to choose a map, and they're going to go for double time too, so they're going to stay in the double time brackets.
Alright, now that's pretty spicy. This really, really old map from like 2008 or something. It's not something that you commonly see. Honestly, not a lot of context to determine like who's even good on this. It's just not a type of map that you really see that often.
Yeah, both teams playing the dark for this one, I do believe. Same goes for us. But there's 2008 maps. Yeah, probably most of the time they favor the teams that have more experience, and I think that's definitely the Hong Kong team. So a wise pick coming from them. Also, they did beat Team Denmark on the double time 3 quite heavily. So again, we'll see. Actually, Mahiziru making his OWC debut as well in this one, so a new player coming from Team Denmark.
I think historically with Hong Kong's players, I'd probably give them an advantage on this, but that's only because I don't really know who on Denmark plays this kind of thing. It's so weird. It's a CS6 alt map with a lot of just type of patterning that you just don't see anymore. A lot of really difficult like snaps and angle changes. It looks really easy to play, but it's just there's so much random stuff in this map that can catch you.
Do you reckon there's some solo care potential on this one, like Toilet players?
I think so, but I don't know from who.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. But perhaps one's going to be Dave, one shining player, Toilet player, one's going to make his appearance, so if you can repeat that hidden one performance, then there's definitely opportunities for Team Denmark. Hong Kong being not as consistent this match as they would have liked, opening the door multiple times, so just need one of shiny performance coming from Team Denmark, one player stepping up his game the fullest. They can definitely.
I want to say RLSC is probably really good on this, but I don't know. It's so weird. We're gonna find out a lot of new things watching this.
Definitely looking forward to this one. 2 minutes 13 in length, so once again, relatively short one. CS6 double time. Seemed that Maizuru finding a first break. I think Toilet player as well found a break there. Definitely did now. Only at 70 accuracy, so definitely starting in the beginning sections. Both of them missing once again. RLSC, I think, missing the first 10 combo again for the third time in this match, which is
it has to
incredible.
be intentional.
It has to be at this point. Pauly finding a drop as well, so that's one full combo versus 3 right now. The other Denmark players or Danish players are just struggling just a little bit. Ayame Lover doing everything they can. Looking at a Hong Kong wall right now. Tory player below 80% accuracy, and that's definitely hurting Team Denmark's score.
Yeah, the accuracy. I mean, MCY4 apparently is who I wanted to talk about, getting 99 on this so far. Really, really comfortable.
And look at that score difference. 500,000, 600,000 points. Actually doubling Denmark's score, finding multiple misses once again. Tory player and Maizuru. Ayame Lover still on one to the FC, but there's 3 FCs on the other side, and RLCS actually with the practically near FC, right? So Suwagi finding the first miss on Team Hong Kong, but Team Denmark need a complete meltdown from Team Hong Kong at this point, I do believe.
It's looking like a 2v4 angle. This is a big lead.
It's definitely quite the performance actually coming from Team Hong Kong. Let's talk about that. It's 2 FCs, 1 near FC and 1 miss right now, and this CS6 AR8 double time pick, which beautiful performance actually coming from them. 2 drops once again from Team Denmark, 1 traded by RLCS. Third player, actually 1 more miss, so only MCY and Ayame Lover. But we're running out of time for Team Denmark, sadly.
Yeah, I think this is kind of one of those picks, I think similar to the way you would talk about like a low AR hidden pick or whatever, where it's just your team probably doesn't have 4 people that are comfortable in this kind of thing, but Hong Kong just disagrees, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, all of their players are above 700,000, by the way. Suwagi can get above, actually, never mind, I lied, 697k. But that is just beautiful team folks coming from Hong Kong, and MCY with a 1.40 million. Ayame Lover as well with the FC, so that's beautiful score. The Team Hong Kong's performance on this one is absolutely brutal, and that's gonna actually conclude this match. Hong Kong looking a bit shaky in the beginning, but definitely this last pick, just pure dominance for this one, and that's gonna be a 5-2 scoreline for them. We'll be continuing forward in the winners bracket. Denmark dropping down to the loser bracket. They're not eliminated just yet. They're still a loser bracket, and they are C24, so that means they do play C25. So on paper, they should have the advantage in the next matchup. Hong Kong, I believe, is going to be facing against seed 8, which should be France, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So that's definitely
Hong Kong, France next week.
Round of 16, Hong Kong, France is spicy. Beautiful match. But always looking forward to those ones where the seats are just practically next to each other or close to each other. But once again, your winners right now, Hong Kong taking it home 5-2 against Team Denmark. Team Denmark definitely had a valiant effort in this one, I do. I congratulate them as well, being quite a few seats down, managing to make it as close as they did. Beautiful performance coming from them.
And I think they'll go down to play against New Zealand in the lower bracket, which is also kind of a scary team. Zoomer and the boys showing up in OWC, I think, for the first time, where they're like actually pretty serious. So yeah, pretty spicy matchup in the lower bracket as well. Both of these, for different reasons, maybe, are going to be very entertaining next week. But we're not quite done yet. I believe in 10 minutes we've got another match for you in this block. We're about to see Philippines versus Taiwan, which is quite another spicy match. Again, a lot of story about these two teams that you could talk about. But for now, you're going to have to wait. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with this match. Don't go anywhere. Alright, welcome back. Hope you grabbed some water or something, a little snack. Our 10-minute break's over. We've got Philippines versus Taiwan now. Very, very excited for this matchup. I'm still Azer, and I'm still joined by Quinton. Hello.
Hey. Yeah, this one, Azer, on paper, one of the closer ones, right? Seed 14 versus seed 19. Philippines being seed 14, qualifying relatively high. Definitely, I believe, the highest in recent years. Taiwan, the other side, someone on the downwards trajectory, I would say, in the qualification positions. But once again, a team to not underestimate. So I do believe we have quite a match on our hands for this one.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines kind of just showing up out of nowhere this week. Not this week, this year. I mean, they haven't ever really had a strong performance in OWC, but now I think they're here to change that. Lots of their players really, really showing up recently. I mean, most notably Enri, who's been popping off a little bit everywhere. Just recently won Course Ace a couple months ago. Zone as well, been pretty good. And a couple of new faces that we might see, but I mean, mostly just looking at those two players, maybe Ramu as well, who's played several times already, but I mean, kind of also have been playing a lot better than before. So solid upwards trajectory for Philippines here. Then Taiwan, on the other hand, I mean, I want to say they're also kind of going on a downward trajectory, but I mean, they've lost a couple of their really key players. They still have the majority of the really important players, right? You're still looking at Flask and Riser and Shield and Dazzlewin and Zane. You know, those people are all still here. And I mean, Taiwan in early stages is always really, really scary.
Yeah, I told you a couple minutes ago, but Taiwan has never lost a round of 32 match, which is just a weird, a crazy statistic. And definitely, the thing is, this is, I believe, the first time they're the lower seed in the round of 32 matchup, right? So this might be first time where they lose one. The Philippines were able to beat them, obviously. But then again, this is not an easy match for Philippines, right? Taiwan is, well, they're just really, really strong, and they've never been kicked out of the winners bracket in this round. So not an easy task for either team at this stage. We see rolls coming in, and a roll 2 and a roll 6 coming out from both teams. So really, really small rolls, you could say. But we're waiting to see who gets picked first, who gets banned first. I do believe on paper, well, looking at the qualifier scores, Taiwan absolutely crushes Philippines in double time, and then Philippines beats them on every other map except for Nomad 1 from the qualifiers. So on paper, you would imagine Philippines bans something from the double time pool. I would say double time 2, given how that map looked real difficult from last match. And then from the Taiwanese side, I'm not entirely sure. There's quite a few options for them to ban, but obviously not double time because they're so heavily favored on that one, I would say.
Yeah, it's kind of tricky. I don't think you can really go off of the qualifiers statistics in terms of what they are going to ban. I mean, Taiwan is pretty well-rounded, I would say. I don't think they have any particular strengths or weaknesses. They have some players that are, most of their core players, I guess, which this year seems to be Dazzlewind and Shield. I would say their core previously was definitely Flask and Riser, but they've both kind of been stepping out for their other players. So if you're looking at Dazzlewind and Shield, which have played spectacularly in qualifiers, I think those would tend to prefer more mechanic-oriented picks, I would say. So I actually think this might be the only match where you'll see Nomad 2 played. Both teams, both teams on paper have the some of the best players at that map. Shield, how many maps last year that we should see Shield almost SS in Nomad 2? It was 4 or 5 of them or something. It was ridiculous performance from Shield specifically on that map. But I mean, on Philippines, they've had some of the highest Nomad 2 scores. You have Enri with 200s. You have K15 as well with 300s, and Zone Louise with 5. They are really, really comfortable at that. So this might be the only. I'm kind of hopeful. It's been banned almost every single match. So
there's a lot of hope right now, but I believe we'll see where they take their bans. Philippines going to be playing Hard Rock 2 actually, so Hard Rock 2 once again not going to be able to be seen as we didn't see it last match either. So Hard Rock 2 taken away by Team Philippines, and now Taiwan, right? I think if there's one map you definitely do not want to see getting banned.
Yeah, Hard Rock 2 also hasn't really been played, I think, in a single match either. And Nomad 3 will be the ban, so they're opting for more consistency alt map being banned. This kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think this is one of, I think, 2 matches that have Nomad 2 left open. So I think one of these 2 teams will be looking to pick that. Maybe they respect each other a lot on that pick, so I don't know. It's possible that it's just not played at all, but hopium.
Yeah, there is still a chance, right? It's left open, so we'll see where they take it. Philippines, I think, well, they're gonna look for anything that's not double time, I would say. It might just be that Nomad 2, right? They might just hop in that, given how their performance in the qualifiers was that incredible on it. Well, on its counterpart, right? But they do get it to pick first, but they are taking their time. Perhaps not expecting that Nomad 3, just trying to get everyone aligned. That first pick sometimes takes quite a while to get going. As soon as you're in that rhythm of in the match, then picking gets way easier, or at least in my personal experience. But we're gonna go for Fremont 2. So I believe Fremont 2 was the map where we saw quite a lot of hard rock overmods in the last match, and we are expecting those as well, I do believe. I think Spain, in particular, early this morning had like 6 mods on this one, so this one is definitely one of those really dense maps where hard rock overmodding is just helping you with reading, even though the map's a little bit harder, but when it's how it's round of 32, most of these players should still be comfortable with a round of 32 hard rock, right?
I think this is actually a pretty good pick for Philippines. I kind of like this. I don't think Taiwan has that very key hidden player on this map, because one person has to play it on hidden. You're probably looking at Flask for that, but this is also kind of a speedier map. So I'm not sure. They've got a limited selection of people here. I'm not too worried about anything else. They've got a lot of really solid Nomad and Hard Rock players. Likely to see some overmodding on this as well. We've been seeing that every single match. But yeah, that one hidden player, who is it?
Yeah, and a lot of pressure is on their shoulders as well, right? We've seen it in previous matches as well. The hidden player does make quite a difference, right? Especially given the density of this map, it's easy to lose quite a lot of accuracy or just find consistent misses, and it's gonna hurt your team score quite a lot. So definitely looking forward to that one. But I believe on the Taiwanese side, I think Shields can play hidden quite well, actually.
I don't think they're gonna put Shield on. They're gonna want to put Shield on something that he can really carry. So I think they're gonna play Shield on Hard Rock. Give him that extra score, because it's not going to be a problem at all for them. Who? I don't know. I'm pretty curious to see that maybe Dazzlewind will play hidden. But on the side of Philippines, it's probably Enri playing the hidden. It could also be Ramu. I don't know. Philippines has a lot more players that are comfortable with all the mod types on this, so I actually really like this as a first pick on paper. Let's see it. The suspense is killing me. Who's playing hidden?
Yeah. Everyone reading up, and there's a start command, so only 5 more seconds. We'll see. We see Enri, Zone Luis, Ramu, and Nathan Ram coming in for Team Philippines, and it's gonna be actually Ramu on the hidden, and then on the Taiwanese side, it's Dazzlewind on the hidden, Shield and Rise with the hard. So a slight overmod coming from Team Taiwan, but surprisingly so, there's only 5 mods on the board, right? Expected way more. I think Team Spain had more mods than both of these teams combined, so curious to see how that's going to go for either team, actually.
I mean, if you have players that are able to read how dense this is on Nomad, I think it really plays to your advantage. It just makes the map significantly easier if you don't struggle with the reading at all. This eliminates all of the aim factor essentially, because it's CS3, so yeah, I kind of like the decisions. We'll have to see how the modded players do. We've seen a lot of misses on all of them throughout most of the matches. Dazzlewind already kind of struggling on the hidden on this.
Yeah, Willie and Rise are also finding breaks, so 1FC versus 4. Ramu also finding a break. Nathan Ram still with the double S. Same with Shield, actually, on the bottom side. Dazzlewind once again missing, so both hidden players have missed already. But that's 3 full combos versus 1 right now. Dazzlewind slightly struggling, actually. Bottom scoring right now, so that's giving Team Philippines quite the advance in the first quarter of this map.
Yeah, we're in that part of the map that is mostly aim focused for now. There's not much speed or reading or anything going on. It's just On Hidden, it's so dense. We've already seen so much struggle on some of these patterns. Oh, Shield finding a pretty key miss right before some of the speedier parts of this map. No aim at all on this, just a lot of bursts.
Yeah, Shield finding a miss, and that's a loss of seed down for Team Taiwan. They have 2 high combos on Willy and Riser, but there's 3 full combos still on Team Philippines. The hidden player finds a miss on Ramu, but that should not make a difference given how his 3 teammates are still only on, and Dow's is going to trade that one. So Team Philippines definitely in the driver's seat, and Nathan ends up dropping the double S, but still not to the full combo, which is vital for Team Philippines right now.
Yeah, they're in a really comfortable spot now. I mean, Willy just collapses, actually breaks his FC right before the break at the end of the map. And Philippines still has all 3 of them, everyone except for Ramu, which is also holding pretty insane accuracy, by the way, even though despite the 2 misses that he got. I think that's literally only the 2 misses.
Actually, yeah, as you said, 99 points, close to 99.7 actually. Beautiful front screen from Ramu. Willy finding more misses. Tony Luis actually going to be finding a drop as well. 1 FC down, but there's still 2 FCs on Nathan and Henry, right? So both of those players still holding on to a beautiful full combo, and they're putting in so much score. Riser is trying to... a lot of miss actually all over the board, but once again, 1 FC on Riser, on Henry versus 1 high combo on Riser, but it should still favor Team Philippines.
Yeah, this is a really, really good first pick from them.
And Ram also with quite a high supporting combo. That's Team Philippines going to be taking the first point, and they're going to be taking their own point, their own pick rather, and going up 1-0 against Team Taiwan. Let's throw a little bit too much in the middle section, I do believe. Had some key misses right before the break section from Willy, for example. That hurt their team score quite a lot, but Henry with the only person above 1 million. Beautiful performance
That's
once again.
600 from Ramu, though. Those misses, man, that could have been a pretty crazy score. I mean, Hidden is like the tank mod on this. It's really, really uncomfortable. So definitely playing a key part in the score difference here. But yeah, I mean, Henry with a very, very solid score. There are no mods, though, as well. Just holding until the very end. Really, really good first pick for Philippines.
Ramu also outscoring Dazzlewin by close to or over 20,000 points. So definitely quite a difference in the hidden department as well. So Ramu, really nice score coming from them. And even bottom score on Team Philippines. So overall, Team Philippines just a little bit stronger on Fremont 2. It was their pick to begin with, so that's somewhat expected. And now Team Taiwan get to choose next. So Hidden left still open, Double Time still open completely, obviously. Nomad 2, gonna keep saying it until they pick it. Nomad 2 still left open.
I mean, you have to be looking at some of the DTs for Taiwan here. Like, some of the score... I mean, Taiwan doesn't win a lot of the head-to-head comparisons in score, but the ones that they do are all in DT, and they're all major skill differences in all the DT maps and qualifiers, so probably looking for them to hover towards those maps.
Yeah, indeed. So they have 3 maps there that do seem quite, or somewhat Taiwanese favorite, right? So it's 3 points, and then that 4th point they can probably get on the way to, right? So I mean, they're gonna go for the Double Time 2 pick, which is just completely understandable coming in from Team Taiwan. A really strong Double Time country. The Team
I like this pick as well from Taiwan. They've got all these much older players that probably have way more experience on this type of map. We just talked about how weird and old this map is, right? They've got a lot of people that have been playing for a very, very long time. I don't think you can really say the same about Philippines. There's some people that have been around for a while, like Zone Luis has been playing for a couple of years now, but I mean, most of the other players are quite new. They probably don't have that much experience on a pick like this, so this is pretty interesting.
Yeah, definitely. The only thing I'm a little bit scared of or anxious about for Team Taiwan is the fact that this has some solo carry potential, as we saw in the last match, or at least something that's close to solo carry potential, and then one of the Philippines players can just shine. That makes this one a little bit risky, but overall, given the experience, given the qualifier scores, all of this points to Team Taiwan. But Henry, specifically being the star player for Team Philippines, I do expect quite a decent score coming from them as well on this one, so all to take for still. We see Spines Knight coming in for Team Taiwan, we see Kageno coming into Team Philippines, that is. Quite a lot of substitutions coming out overall. Still waiting for 2 more players for this. AR866 once again already highlighted, but CS6 double time, making it really awkward to play. Ramu actually gonna be staying in for this one on the Philippine side.
I think they probably bringing in Willie. Yeah, Willie's a good pick for Taiwan here. I'm probably looking at Shield for this map.
Yeah, this Taiwanese roster just in this lobby just screams experience. All of these players have been playing for quite a while, I do believe. Been in quite a few iterations of the Osu World Cup, rather. So definitely expecting quite a decent team score from them on this pick. There we go. So Enric, Kageno, Nathan Ram, and Ramu can be taking on Spineside, Dazzlewind, Shield, and Willie on this double time 2 pick.
It's time for some small circles.
Early accuracy advantage for Team Taiwan's. Shield still holding on to the double S actually in the early sections. Ramu finding him early break, but Shield actually going to be dropping. But Nathan trades it, so slight advantage for Team Taiwan in the beginning section of this double time 2 pick. Henry actually and Dazzlewind also holding on to the double S. Sorry to cut you off there. Kegano finding another miss for Team Philippines, so that's 1 full combo versus 3 right now.
Something else to talk about this map is the fact that it's really short, and because the mapping style is so old, like the combo in this, like the top combo is actually very low. I think an FC on this caps out at like 700 or 800 or something, so I think this ends up favoring accuracy a lot more than other maps would.
Yeah, and taking a look at the accuracy, there's 2 players on Team Philippines with 90 and 91, so accuracy is also in Team Taiwan's favor, and there's 1 more miss on Team Philippines, so there's 1 full combo versus 3 still, and the supporting combo for Shield pretty much matches supporting combo from Ramu, and that score bar is just increasing rapidly. And look at this Taiwanese team score right now, halfway into this map. Henry doing everything they can to get with Ramu, but there's just nothing you can do against 4 practically near full combos. Shield with the 1 miss. It's a 650,000 score difference already going into the last quarter of this map.
Yeah, Ramu gonna difference in how comfortable they look. I mean, just look at the accuracy differences. So many just much lower accuracies on like Nathan, Ramu, Kageno. Just major difference. Like, just ignore the combos for a second. Just how comfortable they look actually playing this.
Yeah,
basically just Henry.
Henry with the highest score in the lobby by quite a margin as well, 99.2 actually, still on to the FC. But the overall Taiwanese double time performance, they're breaking a 3.5 million barrier actually. Can they go over 4? No, that's too much. My apologies. But then again, beautiful team performance coming from Team Taiwan. Actually, they might.
Pretty close. Pretty close.
3.93 million. That's an incredible team score. Henry with a 99.3 accuracy FC, top scorer in the lobby, but 2 B ranks on Team Philippines is not going to help him in that sense. And Team Taiwan, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of teams that can break 3.9 million on this one, right, Azer? That's a beautiful team score.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the higher scores you're going to see on the weekend on this. That's pretty hard to beat. So, extremely good pick from Taiwan here. And I like that this is a very team-wide thing. You didn't really see any carries on this side of Taiwan. Everyone kind of just pulled their weight, you know? That's very nice to see. And I think that's pretty hard for Philippines to answer now. Considering, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty hard to pick against Taiwan. I think they're so well-rounded. You really have to like know your own team like super well.
Yeah, indeed, definitely. I think Philippines somewhat expected for this pick to not be in their favor, given the qualifiers differences. But wait, they're gonna go for double Taiwan actually. Okay, this is somewhat surprising in my opinion. And I'm not entirely sure if I agree with it, but we'll see how this one ends up going. This one is more traditional, right? So it should be. I think it's is it the hardest map in the map pool? Or at least it's higher to like.
Yeah, you would think, but people are so good at this skill set that it's really not. It's just probably the easiest one.
And again, it's still somewhat of a risky pick, definitely after getting pushed quite badly by Taiwan on that pre-double time pick, but let's see where they end up going. This one is air 10.3 after double times that rate, air 9 DT, and also I believe there's is this the map with 270 ppm bursts in them? I think it is, so that's
a
really
little
high
bit, yeah, at the end.
round of 32, so
You're probably looking at obviously Henry for the set of Philippines, but just for the other players, I think Kageno and Zailaos are kind of here for this kind of pick. So this is when they have to really deliver. The side of Taiwan, I mean, to be fair, Taiwan did really good on the DT1 qualifiers, but I don't really consider them to be crazy like the DT1 mechanics players. We'll see who they choose to bring in for this one. And Shirosara makes a lot of sense. He's kind of here for that. I don't think you're going to see Dazzlewind and Shield step out for like any of the maps. And actually, Dazzlewind does look like they're stepping out. They're going to bring Zane instead. Okay.
Zane and Rice coming in for Taiwan. The Philippine side, there's no change except for Xylos coming in for Ramu, I believe, on the Philippine side. So relatively similar roster. Actually, Zane might see Dazzlewind making his appearance once again.
I think they're both able to play this map just fine.
Yeah, probably. Especially after you said that this is probably the easiest one in the pool, given how this is the main skill set. Actually, really, we're going to be stepping in, so...
really? Okay. That's kind of surprising, but I can see that. I think it's pretty hard to find rosters for this kind of pick because it's the most common skill set. It's pretty hard to determine like who's most consistent, since like it's one of those things where you don't really have any like specialists for. You just have like a lot of people on your team that can play it, but no one like specifically is good at like DT aim like that. So
yeah, there's too much choice, which makes it difficult to choose. I get that definitely. Curious to see how this one's gonna go, especially because Taiwan is, in our opinion, the better double time team, but Philippines is picking double time against them, so that's definitely spicy. Early slip ups from either team. So multiple players going up to the double S, 5 double S actually on the board right now. This one is 2 minutes 24 in length, so also not that long.
it's dead even.
Only giving an inch. Still 5 double S on the board, 300 combo win. And all to come. Actually, Henry gonna be finding the first miss on the Philippines side, and that's their key player actually finding a miss. It's gonna give Taiwan a, but it's getting traded by Riser. That should favor Team Philippines, but Kageno dropping as well, so there's 2 FCs versus 3.
Okay. Yeah, Henry having the first miss there is just not an aim that you would expect at all. I think they're going to be able to recover, but yeah, that's pretty hard. I mean, that's a player that really wanted to do well on this. Taiwan will be slowly building up the lead until anything changes.
Yeah, the bottom side on Team Philippines holding on, but Kageno dropping their supporting combo. Going to further increase that lead. 3 FCs still. Double is still on Shirosora, halfway into this map. Titles as well, actually, on the Philippines side, but as soon as I say that, they have to drop. Actually, but Naden Ram going to drop for Team Philippines. That's 3rd FC down. Taiwan's just running away with it right now. 3 FCs versus 1 on Xylos.
No issues on any of the bursts, and I mean, that's basically the whole map at this point. There's very little left, and Taiwan looking really comfortable on that.
Okay. A double miss from Taiwan. Yeah, Shield actually.
There's no surely.
Surely not. Shirosora keeps holding on. There shouldn't be any time, I do believe, but I just Shield. Okay, no, there's definitely no more time now. Shirosora still wants to do double. Is actually on the Taiwanese side. That should be a perfect score coming from them.
That break is secretly the hardest part of the map. Everybody's missing after it, except for Shirosora with the SS.
1.2 million with the double time. Beautiful performance coming from them. But this one backfiring for Team Philippines. Only losing by 300,000 points. I mean, 3.28 million on double time 1 is not a bad team performance, but I think that in a round of 32 double time 1 scenario, you definitely want that score to be a little bit higher. I would say. So Taiwan breaking Team Philippines 2-1 for them. And it's them to pick next year's or with the double. It's also so beautiful to see it in Osustan, in my opinion. Saw a couple of them in qualifiers as well, if I'm not mistaken. So
Yeah, I mean, this is not a hard map to have timing on by any means, but I mean, it's still always impressive to see an SS.
Yeah.
I think this might not have been the best picks, I think, for the side of Philippines. I mean, just if you look at it statistically, it just doesn't really make a lot of sense. Kind of backfires on them, and now Taiwan kind of gets that point for free, and we'll see what they go with.
Yeah, I think that's the thing with best of 9 scenarios, right? Where if you mess up one pick, then it's quite a clear disadvantage, right? You've given Taiwan just not a free point, but somewhat of a free point. The good thing about it is that it's a double time map, where if Taiwan was the double time 1-trick team, hypothetically, there's only one more double time left for them to pick, and then after that, where do they go, right? But then again, this one is somewhat back for the Team Philippines. We'll see. It's still round of 32. There's no free points in theory, I think, between these two teams, but still somewhat a fortunate situation to be in. And the thing is as well, Taiwan, once again, I'm going to highlight that they've never lost a round of 32 match, and it doesn't seem like they're planning on doing that today.
Alright guys, who's picking Nomad 2? Someone's got to do it.
Fremont 3 coming out from Team Taiwan, actually. So Nomad and Hidden just being left open, actually. Both teams not hopping into that one just yet. Actually, Hardwick as well. Well, there's been bans in Nomad and Hardwick, but no picks just yet. Fremont 3 coming in. CS5, Air 8, so we're not going to be seeing quite a lot of overmods, I would say.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to see anything at all on the side of Taiwan. You're probably seeing Flask on the Hidden, I would say. Probably Flask, Hidden, and like Shield, Hard Rock, I would say. They have so many people that can play this Nomad very, very comfortably. Actually, maybe they play Willy Hard Rock? I think Willy Nomad on this is probably going to be a carry potential, so I kind of like Taiwan's odds on this map, but on the side of Philippines, I don't think they're going to struggle with any of the mods at all. And Ree would probably run the Hidden on this. I'm not quite sure, actually. They have so many options here. It really depends, like, from map to map. It's hard to say. They did play, I think Ramu played the Hidden on the other free mod map that they played, so.
He did, and we had a beautiful performance on the Hardwick on that one, so might just keep you on the Hardwick as well. Ramu did outperform the Daswin on that Hidden on the previous map, but obviously that's on Air 8 Hidden map, so it's completely different, so not that easy to guess. But we do have both rosters set up. I think both of these are just completely expected, really. Shield probably going to be taking the Hardwick, as you said.
Yeah, the side of Philippines, I actually don't really know. No flat. Okay, so maybe it is. Honestly, it could be a lot of people. I want to say Dazzlewin prefers playing Nomad over Hidden, but I think he might just have to be tanking it because I don't know how much Hidden Willy plays. We'll have to see. I don't know. There's a lot of options. This is the type of map that's kind of unconventional, even for this type of pick. I mean, it's really low BPM. It's basically just an alt map almost. So I think the rosters are going to be a little bit different. It's actually Spines Knight playing. Wait. Yeah, okay, it's Spines Knight playing Hidden against and an overmod on Dazzlewind. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, actually, yeah, there's the Hidden Hardwick on Dazzlewind. That's definitely interesting. Risky coming out from Taiwan, but it's their own pick, right? We see Zone Louise, Bernie PH gonna go with the Hard Rock, and then Shield as well matching them.
There is a place where time stands still.
And I can definitely see Dazzlewind being the type of player that does pretty good on HGHR on this.
We're going to be fighting first
working out.
Actually. So that's one of the Nomad players down for Team Philippines. Then Zone Louise and Dazzwin going to be trading misses. Dazzwin slightly swinging, I would say, and then really going to be fighting a lot of misses.
Oh my god.
It's only Henry. Henry and Rami right now. Henry is the only full combo left, a Hidden player for Team Philippines, and that switched immediately for Team Philippines, and then Scorebar is filling up Rami with a nice supporting combo, really finding another break. There's no combos on Team Taiwan, actually. Nathan gonna be trading that Zone Louise. Actually, they're opening the door slightly, but Henry right now is the Henry show for this one.
Yeah, Henry just played the hardest part of the map on Hidden without any problems. Really solid accuracy as well. Doesn't even step up on these streams there as well. Kind of looking really good for them, but I mean, Taiwan is slowly recovering, and the combo lead is like not that high, honestly. This is still really close. Ooh.
And Ramo and Enemy going to be dropped. There's no combos in Team Philippines, and that's Shield only trading, so that's going to switch back immediately right now. Henry finding a mid there is really unfortunate, still on a 99 accuracy run as well. Nathan going to be finding a drop Ramo as well. Dazzle went with a 400 combo right now in the Hidden Heart, is doing a lot of damage for Team Taiwan. Spine's going to be dropping on the Hidden. That's still 2 combos versus 1 on Zone Louise, so Team Taiwan definitely in the driver's seat for this one, but Dazzle ends up dropping. Really ends up dropping.
Okay, and there's a hard section at the end here, and it's just Zone Louise with the Hard Rock combo. Really small lead for Philippines. It's just this section. Do they hold?
Shield ends up dropping as well. There's no combos on Team Taiwan. Dazzle and Willie, that's going to be sealing the deal for Team Philippines, actually. This one, breakpoint immediately back 2-2 scoreline, but this one went...
That was very turbulent.
Yeah, definitely. Not good for the heart for this one, but beautiful performance coming from Henry, especially being the highest score in the lobby, close to 700,000 points. So, and 2-2 score on the Overmod did not work out for Team Taiwan, and that's the risk you take somewhat. But looking back on the match and remembering that Overmod, you might start doubting yourself. Should I have Overmod or not? But there's a question that for later, obviously. But Dazzle win 520,000 points, not a bad score, but
I don't think the Nomad players really did that good though. I think at that
not,
point, if you're gonna get a similar score on Nomad anyways, you might as well just pick the mods. I think it just didn't work. Henry, very importantly, held on with Hidden for a very, very long time through the hardest part with Hidden, right? So Henry's probably looking at this and being like, I missed, my bad. But the amount of time that he actually held was more than enough to make the difference for that pick. So really good on Philippines to take that breakpoint back after that DT1 that didn't really work out, and now it's their pick again, 2-2. What's
the thing is as well, made a valid point the fact that the Nomad players just did not outscore Dazzle, and so the Overmod especially did not ruin Taiwanese fans. So that's a misconception on my side. So, but then again, Henry shining on that one, the key player. And Nomad too is getting picked. There we go. I was gonna comment on it, so I was gonna kind of mention Nomad 2 once again, but we are gonna be seeing it. I think that's the first time, right? Azer, your map getting picked.
Yeah, the only time it was left open. I mean, we did talk. Both of these teams are really, really good Nomad 2 teams. Who was going to do it? Well, it turns out it's going to be Philippines. I mean, Philippines, their accuracies on the qualifier Nomad 2 is probably among the best of all teams. They have 3 players over 99.7, which is really, really insane on a crazy stamina map like that qualifier Nomad 2 was. This one's going to be a little bit different. It's got a little bit more jank. It's got some unconventional patterns on this. The ending also gets pretty hard, I would say. Maybe a little bit too hard for round of 32. I think in hindsight, I wouldn't have said this before, but based on the fact that everybody's been banning this, I don't think many teams are confident at this map at all. Probably because it's, I think, the hardest map in the pool. So we'll have to see. I mean, on the side of Philippines, you're definitely looking at Zone Louise, Henry, and oh, I guess they're not. Are they not playing K15? Okay. Maybe not. I mean, they have a lot of other people that can play this. Kagano also played pretty well. I mean, on the side of Taiwan, obviously, you're looking at Shield. I don't think I need to sell you on how much Shield carries on these Nomad 2s. You can look at any of Taiwan's matches in the last 2 years. And that's basically the story of Taiwan on Nomad 2s. It's Shield and the boys. It looks like they are going to swap in K15 at the end as well. So, I mean, good roster for the side of Philippines. I'm really excited to see who wins this. I have no idea.
Yeah, I'm really excited as well. As you said, there's so much potential on both of these teams, and I think all eyes probably on Henry and Shield for the most part for this one. But finally, we get to see the Nomad 2, right? Always fun to see those maps that haven't been picked yet. And then Hard Rock 2, let's hope that it gets picked later on today as well. Still plenty of matches to come, so perhaps. Nonetheless, 3 minutes and 13 in length. by Azer, Undead Corporation, Evil But Innocent, Nomad 2. I think Evil But Innocent is just a perfect summary of this map just in general, or like, beautiful. It all makes sense now. And we're gonna be the first one to drop actually on Team Philippines, which is completely unexpected. Dazzleman gonna be trading that one, but the actually slightly in favor of Team Philippines with the 2 double hits, actually Shield and Riser Kick. Genego also finding an early break, so 2 full combos versus 3 right now.
I think that's pretty close to the type of miss that you're going to find on this. A lot of the stream shapes and angles are a little bit unconventional. I don't think maybe some of them don't really go the way that you want them to go, so it's easy to catch and lock.
Zain gonna be dropping as well there at the time when he side is gonna tie things up, I think, slightly in favor of Philippines with supporting combos and Henry and Kageno right now. There we go, already back in favor. But K15 gonna be dropping, so switch that back. There's only 3 full combos left, and we're only like the first quarter of this map, so actually 2 full combos left rather. Excilos and Shield, my apologies. Ryza ended up dropping the early run as well, so 1v1 right now.
Really close though. I mean, it's about dead even on score. Looking at Shield accuracy on this though, just
and both teams having also a really high supporting combo. The supporting combos also match pretty evenly as well, so this is actually dead even. Any miss or any accuracy drop can, or huge accuracy drop can just switch things over.
and we're getting into this part of the map that's probably the most like comfortable. I think you're the least likely to see some misses on this part, so all these combos are gonna build up, and anytime you're gonna lose any of them, it's gonna be pretty devastating. So we'll see.
Yeah, Team Philippines slightly in front, but once again, as you said, Shield went to look out for. Silos also matching that one. Henry and Dazzleman also above 1k, and then Zain's the first drop on Team Taiwan, but that was the lowest combo on Team Taiwan, so that shouldn't matter. Ultimately, if one person is going to be dropping, then it should have been Zain, so that's not too bad still for Team Taiwan, but they need to see Team Philippines finding this. But the ending part is a little bit harder to set, I do believe so. But Shield gonna be dropping huge for Team Taiwan. There's a lost combo down on Team Taiwan, and Team Philippines has 2 combos that are beating Dazzleman's combo.
Hold on, probably the hardest pattern in the map right here. And everybody holds, okay.
They're gonna be dropping, but that's not a combo you need to break, right? Silos, Henry, and K15 are all above 1,000 combo right now, and Silos only to the FC. He ends up dropping though, I ended up jinking, and my apologies there, but Henry and K15 still have...
Oh, it's going back.
As well.
It's going back, and now we're about to see a huge diff spike. Riser actually breaks the massive supporting combo, so Philippines got that comfy lead, but can they hit the ending?
They do have a buffer about 200,000 points. Silos could be finding another break, but that doesn't matter all too much. Henry still with a 1,800 combo. The ending section right now. Is there enough Team Taiwan? I don't think there is. K15 ends up dropping, but that's when it's trading it immediately. That's going to be Team Philippines taking home Nomad 2, but this was only close to 200,000 difference in points, so it's just all in the back of Henry. Shield sadly with a slider break as well.
One shield break, I think, unfortunately just made all of that difference. I mean, Zain also actually only has 1 miss. I missed that as well. Only 1 miss on Zain. And shield. That's unfortunate for Taiwan, but that map delivered. That was very entertaining. Henry as well kind of recovered almost with the full combo, just had that early miss in the very beginning.
I mean, that slider break from Shield is just 250,000 points, or even more than 250,000 points are just gone immediately, sadly for Team Taiwan. And that's the difference maker there. But Henry, beautiful performance coming in, 99.2 with only with 2 misses, 17 100s. And Nomad 2 delivered, Acer. This was a beautiful point, and wow, okay. 3-2 score for Team Philippines, but Taiwan to pick next. Double time 3 still left open. This one, once again, we're in that stage where one team has 3 points and the other team is to pick, just like last match. And this one's important. Taiwan lose it, and you're looking at 3 match points, win it, and we're all to play for once again.
I think it's pretty obvious Taiwan is going to want to play DT3. It's just, when do they do that? They have 2 picks technically, but if they lose 2 more maps, they don't get their last pick. So I think they kind of have to pick. If they were saving it for a good moment, I think this is a good moment.
Yeah, fully agree. I think everything screams double time 3 right now, unless there's just something that doesn't suit them or for some reason. I'm not sure. At this stage, I think Double Time 3 is just the only pick, or the best pick. And there we go. Okay, thank goodness. Taiwan gonna go for Double Time 3. Dazzlewind putting it in the chat. Double Time Tool exhausted. And then, yeah, after this map, nonetheless, whoever wins it, then Taiwan still has one more pick left. But then they have to look for another mod, and it's going to be a tricky pick as well. But let's focus Double Time 3 first. This one, 3 minutes 30 in length before Double Time, so that translates to like 220, I guess, something like 220. So relatively shorty. Well, I would say average pick in length.
Yeah, I want to say this probably is a major upset if Philippines are able to take this pick. Taiwan's roster is just so much more comfortable on maps like this. Not to say that Philippines doesn't have players that can match them, but in round of 32, it's not really about who can carry. It's just how many people are able to play the maps, right? Like, they're significantly easier. You can't really have one-man carries for the most part, right? So I think if you're looking at Taiwan, probably a lot more comfortable on picks like that. And this seems like this is also a little bit of a not too unconventional list, but this is a little bit of like a merge between all of the speedier DT skill sets that you usually see. So this requires you to be a little bit well-rounded, even as a speed player. I think this is going to favor Taiwan.
Yeah, on paper it definitely should, but they're in a position where they're trailing behind a point. They know that if they lose this one, it's 4-2 for Philippines. There's some external pressure, but I do think the experience of the Taiwanese roster, they should be able to handle that. Team Philippines is going to be drafting Enrey, Zone Luis, K15, and Nathan. I think that's also a very reasonable roster coming in from them. We don't see Ramu for this Double Time pick, which we did see for the other two, I believe. But, well, Team Philippines did not end up winning either of those, so I think it changed for the better in that sense. Dazzlewind, Riser, and Shield and Willie going to be stepping in for Taiwan. I think that's the same Double Time roster as Double Time 1?
No, they didn't play Shirosara. Yeah, I think that's because Shirosara is probably more aim focused, and I mean they did SS DT1, which is surprising that they're not playing this. But again, I think it's a very similar type of map where you probably have more than 4 people able to play this, so most of the time it just comes down to whoever's feeling the best on the spot. Maybe for the case of Taiwan, that happens to be Riser and I mean, I guess Dazzlewind. I don't think Dazzlewind played DT1. I think that was the change.
Yeah, I think
regardless,
so as well.
I think they're still going to be able to play this just fine.
I completely forgot about the double S in Double Time 1, which is unbelievable. But then again, as you said, there's just too many choices to pick from at this point. It's just a round of 32 curse, especially for top tier teams or teams that are close to being the very best, such as Team Philippines. I would consider Team Taiwan definitely to be one of those teams as well. No slip-ups in the early sections of this Double Time 3 pick, but still a slight accuracy advantage for Team Taiwan. On the back of those 2 or 1 double S. Actually, no more double S's. My apologies, but still. Once again, we see Enrey finding the first miss, similar to that Double Time 1, I do believe, or was it a different pick? Nonetheless, that's once again the key player from Team Philippines dropping. Also quite the accuracy drop, I do believe. So that's a huge advantage for Team Taiwan right now.
Yeah, I think this is the type of map where you're likely to see 7 FCs on this, so having that one miss might be super impactful. I mean, it's already just creating such a big lead for Taiwan. But, I mean, any single miss on either team is going to change that at this point. I've seen this section here catch a lot of people, but no one messing on the linear aim. Okay, they're all paying attention. For some reason, that spot, I don't know why, that spot just has gotten so many misses every time this is played.
Now, all 7 plays so long to the UFC right now. Enrey, I mean, only trailing by 300 combo, but that's just being a huge difference maker right now. Approaching the last quarter, and at this point, I think Taiwan needs to miss twice because of Enrey's miss being relatively close to the middle, or like at least past the first quarter. So things not looking too bright for Team Philippines, and still just a 4 FC on Team Taiwan. Beautiful kill coming in from them.
This is really going to be a 7-way?
well might be a 7-way. And the thing is as well, if the 8th player is Henry to miss, that's just even more crazy in my opinion. Zombie is going to be finding another mid as well for Team Philippines. That's going to be sealing the deal, I do believe. Really going to be trading it actually.
Aww. Almost a 4-way.
There goes the 4-way. Riser ends up dropping as well, but there's just not enough time for Team Philippines.
4.5 million. You get 4.2 million points on this and you still lose. How crazy is that?
That is insane. That is absolutely insane. We've seen, actually, Nathan also found a miss right at the ending there. So only 1 FC on Team Philippines, and then that's 2 FCs on Team Taiwan. But, I mean, the 1 miss from Riser's higher score than Dazzle wins FC because of the accuracy. So, I mean, Team Taiwan, 4.54 million. That is a beautiful team score. And they are one of the best double time teams in the tournament, at least in the early rounds, right? They might get outscaled going into like a finals or a grand finals double time pool, but at this point they're just so incredibly good at the double time as well. That double time 2 score, that double time 1 assist, right? So 3-3 scoreline, best of 3 to determine who's going to be advancing in the winner bracket.
I hate to say it. I think that 1 Henry miss was just the only difference there. I think that's so unlucky. Dropped the score by around 300k was around the difference. I think Philippines could have won very, very slightly so. Really, really unlucky. But I guess CT is always a pick like that. So yeah, Hidden 2.
They are going to go for the Loyar Hidden pick actually. So that's just complete opposite right now, right? Coming from a speedy double time pick going into a Air 8 Hidden. And there we see Flask actually, so Flask is going to be stepping in for Taiwan. I think that's more than expected, but the Philippines just want to, I wouldn't say risk it, but just want to secure themselves a tiebreaker point on the Loyar Hidden. It's a last pick as well of this match. Either way, yeah, for Philippines, Taiwan either way gets 1 more pick. But then the thing is, there's no double time, right? We're getting into that territory where Taiwan has to figure out something different that works for them.
They've kind of exhausted most of their pick. I mean, they can chance them on 1, I guess, but I don't know. I really like this pick from the Philippines. When you look at a lot of the players on the Taiwan team, a lot of them are not super proficient at Hidden. Like, they're able to play it, but a slot like this kind of just requires a lot of players that are specifically good at it, and a lot of their players kind of aren't. You know? Like, Shield doesn't play Hidden. Zane doesn't play a lot of Hidden. Ryza doesn't really play a lot of Hidden, right? Like, who's playing Hidden here? You got Dazzlewind probably coming in the lobby. Flask and Willie are able to play this map just no problem. It looks like the last, I guess Spine's Knight will be able to play this. They're able to play Hidden pretty well, but I don't know, like I'm just comparing the rosters of like the people that can play this on Taiwan compared to most of the Philippines players, and it's just a different ballpark entirely when you're comparing this to Henry and Ramu. Even Nathan, I think, did really well in Hidden 2 qualifiers, so yeah.
I think this is a very reasonable pick coming from Team Philippines. And we're going to be stepping in the 4th slot. As you said, most likely Dazzleman. We've seen him play quite a lot of it in this match. And yeah, there we go. So I think there's just no surprises in these rosters. But the thing is as well, this is just a completely different map from everything we've seen already. So I'm curious to see how this one's going to go. There's no precedent in this match. But as you said, the qualifier scores were in favor of Team Philippines. By quite a lot as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Dude, I love this match. They're picking all the all the weird maps that no one else is playing. It's only that Hard Rock 2, but if they didn't ban out that Hard Rock 2, I think it would have been played. But I mean, got some very entertaining picks from both of these teams, very non-standard.
Definitely. Looking at the qualifier performance on Team Philippines, Nathan was definitely the star player with a 885k score. And then on Team Taiwan, we have Willie, Spines Knight, Flask, and Dazzlewind, but all of them around 500k, except for Willie somewhat struggling on the qualifiers Hidden 2. But the thing is as well, this one is round of 32, should be a little bit easier on paper. Team Philippines definitely beat Team Taiwan on the qualifier, so that's probably why this is a reasonable pick, I would say.
Okay, looks like some PC issues. Immediately aborting that, so we'll see if we can get that sorted out. I mean, more suspense, definitely what we need.
Might be. We might see Zone Louise actually coming in for Gegeno then, if that's the case. But Zone Louise did end up playing the qualifier Hidden 2, so it might be the first slot. Yeah, and there we go. So there's only going to be for a 4th player for Team Philippines, and that's somewhat of a, how would you say, somewhat of a blow to their I wouldn't say to their chance, because Sonovis probably can play this as well, but just you have this initial plan, and due to some external factors, it just cannot work out, and you have to swap things out right at the end. That's not a situation that most people like. So that's gonna.
Sonovis can definitely still play this just fine. Not too worried. Plus, I think I'm kind of under the impression that Kageno was kind of their fill player for this. I don't think you're looking at them being a key player for this kind of pick, so I don't think they're affected too much.
Yeah, the 3 others are definitely the star players for Loyar Hidden, Ramu, Nathan, and Henry. The fact that, well, I mean, they probably did have an initial plan of having Kageno for some reason, but I think, as you said, if one player had to drop out, Kageno is definitely the best on paper. So nothing lost just yet, but we're gonna get started this Hidden 2. We're not getting bored in this one, and that's 3 minutes and 20 in length, AR8, which is definitely the key part of this map.
Yeah, and this map for the first majority of the map, it's just going to be your typical low AR aim. It's quite standard, but eventually later on at the end of the map, a lot of people are struggling on some of the streamier patterns in this. Definitely changes like the type of aim that you need to use on this map, so test a lot of different things. Early on though, small lead for Philippines as Willie finds the first miss.
So Ramu's gonna find one as well, and that's should switch things over. We see Henry and Flask still holding on to the double S as well, actually. So the two, I would say, key plays in this lore are Hidden pick, both of them shining right now. Flask coming for his first map of the match and just ends up dropping as well, though. I did Kirsten dating him there, so Willie as well.
The same note on both of them.
Dazzlement as well. That's 3 combos down. Only Spinestein versus Zone Louise, Nate, and Henry. Ramu gonna... Okay, double is coming from Team Philippines, but still 2 full combos versus 1 there. Nathan being the key player in the qualifiers, and Henry's still holding on to the double S right now. And Spinestein ends up dropping, so no full combos
that's big.
by 1. That is absolutely huge.
They're gonna run away with that, and those streams with the stack at the very beginning, gotta be really patient.
And we ends up dropping a little bit of accuracy, so no double S's in this one, but still quite a advantage to Team Philippines, both combo wise and I think accuracy wise. Actually, never mind, Zonovi's accuracy is quite low, and Nathan's dropping in the full combo though.
He missed on nothing. What, Nathan?
But I think Emery's full combo is still big enough for Team Philippines if all of them hold on, but Ramu ends up dropping. Flask and Zone, Louisa and Willie as well, so that's 2 versus 2, but Emery's combo is just way too huge. Impressive one was in the lobby, so still Philippines favored, but
we'll get into some of the more streamy parts of this. Dude, Flask's score, by the way, is so unlucky. I think he is holding on to an SS with 2 misses on jumps. Would definitely be a very different map you're looking at if Flask didn't have both of those. But I mean, we're getting into the ending of this. Henry, though, it's all on him.
Yeah, Henry show right now. There's a lot of pressure on Henry. 2 misses coming out. A lot of misses, actually. Only Flask versus Ramu and Henry, but... Oh, Henry, this is absolutely insane right now. Absolutely destroying this lobby with a beautiful score. 99.5 accuracy. We see a lot of misses on all players, really. No combos on Team Taiwan, and Team Philippines just running away with Ramu as well with a nice supporting combo, but especially Henry. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I guess they just needed that one player to make that difference, and Henry just really coming in on this one, whereas everybody's catching random misses here and there, he does not. And with really solid accuracies, well, only 500s. Yeah, look at that Flask score. That's so tragic. That's 100 with 3 combo breaks.
Yeah, the thing
is, I wonder if that would have changed much, though. I think like most of the Philippines players definitely played the map a little bit better. It's got some higher scores on there, so probably would not have changed the outcome.
Would have been way closer, but I didn't think it would have changed it indeed. Things as well, Taiwan was able to keep it quite close until the ending section there. Those streams really caught off a lot of people off guard. And Henry just once again, beautiful performance. And this is vital because we've gotten to the point where what's Taiwan going to pick? We've highlighted a couple of times, or at least I did. Now there's not a lot of maps
4 maps left. And it's the last pick of the match for Taiwan here. You've got to go for I don't even know, man. What are they even? You can go for no mod 1, play the consistency game, but I mean, not sure. That's always just a coin flip in round of 32. It's always a hard decision to make, like as a captain or whatever. It's just like everybody's gonna be able to play that map. You know, it's very, very hard to tell if you actually have an advantage on it or not. It's probably the easiest map in the pool as well. So I've got no mod 4 with the slider streams. Just been catching a lot of people with the snappy aim. Probably the most popular map in the pool. Don't think they're picking hidden. Don't see that one happening. Hard Rock 1 is potentially okay.
Teamwork 1 is as well open still, but not sure where they want to take this. I think Nomad 1 is just like a coin toss. They're going to go for Hard Rock 1 alright, and so they're going to be seeing the other Hard Rock map. I mean, Team Philippines ended up banning one of the Hard Rock maps, so somewhat of an indication, but a lot of pressure on Team Taiwan for this one. Winning their own pick and they secure the tiebreaker. Losing their own pick and Philippines just goes into the winners bracket even further. So curious to see what players are Taiwan gonna draft, right? Flask is apparently staying in, but I don't think that's gonna be the case. I do imagine Shield's gonna be coming in for Hardrock. Then the other players, I'm not entirely sure where Taiwan wants to take this. Obviously, Henry gonna be most likely playing for Team Philippines. Ethan, Ramu, and Zone also staying in. This map being 2 minutes and 10 in length, but if I'm not mistaken, the beginning section is really rough. Quite a few people get caught off guard there. This is the map. Isn't easy, but it gets a little bit easier than the beginning section there. Beginning might be quite hard as well, actually. Still only one player from Team Taiwan in the lobby right now, so last looking at 4 Filipinian players. I think perhaps all Taiwanese players just quickly practicing the map just a little bit to get the feeling going. We also have to keep in mind Taiwan has never lost a round of 32 match rather, so Team Philippines is getting quite close to do the thing that no one has ever been able to do before. I think Team Taiwan, the closest everyone ever came was a 5-3 a couple of years ago. There was a 5-2 against Team Netherlands as well, I do believe. No one has ever been able to get 4 points against Team Taiwan in round of 32, so Philippines is on new grounds. They definitely want to break Team Taiwan on Hardrock 1 to secure a victory in the round of 32.
It's pretty hard to determine who's going to do good on this, though. This could really go either way. I don't really know. I wouldn't really give the advantage on this pick to anyone in particular. Both teams just have so many players that can like potentially pop off on this.
I see Rise of Shield, Dazzlin, and Zane coming in from Team Taiwan. All of them joining together. I think they were definitely practicing the map, which is a good thing. Curious to see who's going to be breaking in the beginning section.
Alright, it's do or die for Taiwan here. They gotta win this to take it to tiebreaker, or else they're going to losers for the first time ever.
I'm at the edge of my seat currently. And we're gonna be the first one to break native as well, so that's Domus coming from Team Philippines actually in the beginning section. And I believe that all of the maps where Henry missed his first, Team Taiwan won, actually. I think that is definitely some statistics say going to be trading one of those misses, but still 3 full combos versus 2. Ramu and Zone, but Ramu's accuracy is really, really low. Same goes for Dazzlin on the other hand, so still a slight advantage for Team Taiwan in combo, and I think slight advantage in accuracy as well. Actually, but Zone Louise 97.5 might actually probably tied, but the combo game right now.
Anything happening on this 1/3 section? Oh, Shield! Oh, that's a lot of misses actually. Okay.
But Ram ends up trading there, so it's still
that changes.
Well, Rise ends up dropping one of the. Also Rise ends up dropping, so that's 1 full combo versus 1. There's 2 supporting combos on Team Philippines actually, but Ram ended up raping one more time. This one's gonna get really close actually.
Definitely a little bit of a combo advantage for Philippines. They just need some time to build it up here.
We have time, still 1/4 left of this match.
Oh, that's bad. There's no combo remaining. It's just shield at 300, and still basically an FC on 3 of them almost. Just massive combo advantage for Philippines. They do not want that tiebreaker, man.
The 2 misses on Team Philippines, but is there enough time for Team Taiwan? They have no combo actually to get this back. Every still highest combo in the lobby. Shield's doing everything they can, but it's a 350,000 score buffer, and we're getting right to the end. And it ends up dropping though. It's a drop from Ramu.
Wait. Surely there's no time.
Zane ends up dropping there, and score bar is decreasing, and this map just does not seem to end.
There's no time. Philippines take it. 5-3. No tiebreaker today. And Taiwan going to lose their first ever round of 32 match. That was crazy. That was crazy.
It was only 70,000 points, Cesar. I mean, if this map was 15 seconds longer or something, I think would have switched. But oh my goodness, Philippines barely winning that last point, but do end up going further into the winning brackets. Team Taiwan ends up dropping down to loser bracket, but they definitely did show up today. And especially in the double time bracket, they're a force to be reckoned with.
Henry is really scary, man. It's kind of good. Zone Luis as well, I think, had a really good game so far.
Yeah. The thing is as well, it's only round of 32, right? Like, Henry's potential goes way further than that. So the Philippines definitely looking really good this year as well. But they do end up playing the third seed, I do believe, next week, and that is I think Germany, right?
Yes.
So
a little bit of hard. They still have a decent chance at it. I mean, it's round of 16 is not too difficult to the point where Germany's like impossible to beat. They're definitely not favored, that's for sure. But I mean, it's definitely possible still. I mean, Germany also has to even get there. Who knows? They could lose to the Czech Republic. Actually, they are playing later today as well. So.
Definitely, but once again, huge congratulations to Team Philippines for taking that one, and what an incredibly close match. Definitely did not disappoint. Team Taiwan, dropping down to the loser bracket, but all to fight for. And they also get they play against the loser of Germany versus Czech Republic, right? So they still have to look out for that one as well. But I think we have a slight break coming up now, Acer. Don't think there's a match at 2 UTC, which is right now then. If I'm not
I believe there's actually a short break here for around 30 minutes or so. We're trying to get you guys a match of China versus Ukraine in about 30 minutes. That's also going to be pretty interesting. Both of those teams have rosters that are on an insanely upward trajectory compared to the last couple of years. So that one should be really interesting.
There's still plenty of matches to come today as well. Some really bangers also. I think still 7 matches left, so plenty to look out for. Grab yourself some snacks, dinner, lunch, wherever you're living right now, and definitely do come back in half an hour for Ukraine against China. Acer, it's been a pleasure casting this one with you. Really had a blast here on the stage, and I'd like to thank you for that as well, and everyone for viewing as well, obviously.
Yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around 30 minutes. In the meantime, you can always look at some. You can always look at some banners. That's still a thing. That will always be a thing. You can always buy these profile banners to support the countries that you are interested in supporting. Most notably, though, also this year, as a new addition, you can also just donate directly to the pool. It's the first time we're trying that. It just adds to the prize pool. Nothing beyond that. That's all it does. So if you're looking to support OWC and the prize pool for the winning teams, then you can look in chat right now in order to do that. But for now, we're going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2022 OS World Cup Round of 32. I'm Dolan, and I'll be joined by Doomsday for this next match. It's China against Ukraine. Dooms, how are you?
Hey, what's up, Dolan? I'm feeling good, It's great to be on OWC again this year. Still plenty more great games coming up, and these two teams, they've really been on the up the last few years. They've been quietly building a roster, especially on the side of Ukraine. They've been building a strong roster over the last couple of years. Had some really special moments, especially against South Korea like a year or two back. An incredible round of 32 match there. So yeah, two teams on the up, you think. Tough test for either of them.
Mm-hmm. Two teams on the up, as you said, and really looking to prove something here. But they collide with each other for our viewing pleasure this morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever it may be for you. The rolls are in, and it looks like it has gone the way of Ukraine.
You're going to be kicking us off then. There's been a lot of hype around the China team this year. Some of these players have been tearing up some of the community tournaments, especially some of the rank restricted World Cups, the 4-digit World Cup and the 3-digit World Cup. They had some super strong teams, and a lot of the players from those campaigns are returning again, namely of which the three Lolols, which will quickly fill you in because we'll probably be mixing up the names a little bit. Lolol 235, 234 and 233. 235 is Genshin Phobia, David Q2. 234 is I'm a Burger Fox. And 233 is Milk Tea. They're very known players under their old names. Just let you know real quick, because we're probably going to be swapping and swapping between those names during this cast.
And we are just going to be addressing them by the numbers.
Yeah.
For the sake of our sanity.
Mm-hmm.
Ukraine are going to ban Nomad 3 here. It's been a popular ban this weekend, and China going for another popular ban. It's Nomad 2 for Azer. But hey, at least it got picked in the last match. So, you got to see it once, a popular ban there. So the mods are going to be wide open here, Doomsday.
Yeah, lots of those mod picks open. A lot of choice for these two to go into. I mean, seeing Ukraine ban the No Mod 3 is interesting. They actually had a pretty good score on it in the qualifiers, I believe, but China have some really mean control players. I don't blame them for that one.
Here's quite an interesting first pick coming out of China here. It's going to be Fremont 3 into the unknown.
Right into some of the gimmicks then, Dolan.
Yeah, you see, they're getting straight down to business. This is a pick that says, how warmed up are you really, though?
Of terrifying danger.
Yeah, no kickoff on, say, some of the speed to get your fingers moving, some of the aim to get your aim hand going. Nope, straight into the weirdness. CS5 AR8, low BPM, linear aim cut streams at 148 BPM. Yeah, it's a spooky one to start it off. We've seen it quite a lot, though. We've seen this one quite a lot so far. Seen some good scores on it, but we've seen some players really struggle. Especially on the accuracy due to the style of it and that low BPM. It's easy to overmash when you're playing low approach rate on these sorts of maps.
Imagine a place where everything is different.
So the rosters coming in from both sides right now. Ukraine, we'll go with Criterion, Net Why Not, Rap, GPO, DJ Vac. And China awaiting a fourth, but we have 235, Crystal, and Maki in the lobby at the moment.
Getting Crystal back in for Team China is seismic. They didn't have him last year. He had a decent run, but you know, Crystal is just such a key component of this Chinese team, and combined with all the other players that have been building up their strengths this year. With China, they are so strong on pretty much anything in the early game. Such a scary round of 32, round of 16 quarterfinals team with that sort of lineup, Dolan.
Oh yeah, and Crystal, a very versatile player and well-versed in rhythm games. Fun fact, Crystal has represented China in 3 out of the 4 modes for the World Cup rosters. The only mode Crystal has not played, I believe, is Mania.
That's the next step. Connect 4. God, he's
But
such
here-
a legend.
Back here on his bread and butter. And here we go, China, Ukraine, underway in the round of 32 as we will get them all 8 synced up here at the start.
History has not yet begun.
We are going to see a slight overmod on Ukraine,
Wonder, but also of terrifying
and China will not overmod.
place is here. And the
Yeah, going with the hidden hard rock might be a comfort choice. You know, rather read that AR10 on the hidden.
Absolutely, yeah, but also will provide the score benefit as well, even if it is just for reading's sake. Crystal is going to be the first miss here, though. So Ukraine in the lead. Criterion trades. That's a hard rock down for China and a hidden down for Ukraine. So Ukraine will retain about 50k advantage here.
Imagine a place where everything is different. Where everyone you know is
Yeah, sitting on one of the FCs with hidden is a scary prospect. And there we go as one of the cut streams.
Right at that halfway mark, too. That is not where you want to break, but again, those streams with hidden right at the dip spike. Catch via out. And Crystal is also going to be finding another drop, so only 235 and Maki standing for China, and Ukraine now checking out here on this free mod pick from China. Net Why Not is going to find a miss. Criterion as well.
Wow,
Again.
this is an amazing start from Ukraine, actually, on a breakpoint as well. Looking
Yeah,
really strong on those 2 FCs.
Oh, wait a minute. Make that one. Yeah, it's only the hidden hard rock now for Ukraine. Raf G Pio. And China's going to start pulling it back now as they have 235 and Maki with some pretty good combos here.
They're winding
But is
him
it-
in here.
Right at the end, it's going to get close to him.
Really close.
A miss from Net Why Not is not enough in Ukraine. Take the break point.
Just about. Oh my god, Raf GPO. Stand up, man. What an FC. What a start here for Ukraine, and that hidden hard rock was so critical.
I mean, a single miss from Raf GPO, and that point goes to China. That's just how that one goes. Absolutely clutch. Ukraine 1-0 break point. They have the pick.
And the hidden Hard Rock as well, looking like such a big brain play. The Hard Rock wouldn't have been enough. They would have lost if it wasn't for that hidden. My gosh. And yeah, what do they go with now? That's the perfect start here for Ukraine. China dropping their first pick, man. With all their momentum they've been taking throughout the year. The first stumbling block for them. Early
There is a
days,
place
though.
Where time stands still.
But now the biggest, most important task here for Ukraine is to capitalize off of this break point. They need to cash in on their own pick right now to convert that 2-0 lead.
Of terrifying danger. The place is here.
Map
I'm thinking
The adventure begins.
those Hard Rock picks might be tempting. I mean, the FC, of course, that tells you that as well. But they did really well on the Hard Rock picks in qualifiers too. I don't know if we've seen Hard Rock 2 yet out of Silence. Has that been played yet?
I don't believe so, no.
Maybe. That's like the more aim-intensive one. Small circle size, aim-intensive precision pick. But most people have been going for the other Hard Rock, Dissolve, more so.
It's going to be DT1 actually here from Ukraine. Fly away.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice as well. It's another one of their really strong picks. They did really well again on this one last week in the qualifiers. So sticking to some of their strengths here for sure, which is really what you need. Getting on that aim, the AR 10.3 speedy aim pick. It's fast though for the aim intensive
Oh, boy.
DT, 270 BPM. That's quick.
Crystal plus Lolo.
The four.
You can
The
just give the
powerful.
point to China right now. I'm just kidding, of course, but we're going to be referring to them by the numbers here, folks. Again, who was 233?
233 is Milk Tea.
Milk Tea. And then 234,
234 is I'm a Burger Fox.
and that would mean 235 is Genshin, right?
That's the one.
There we go. There we go. 'Cause
It's okay.
that's all you're going to get.
Now you know.
Don't
It's
say
what
we
you need to
didn't
know.
help
They're
you.
very good tournament players, all of them.
And Ukraine building their roster. It's going to be one max, Raf GPO, Net Why Not, and they're still waiting on the fourth.
My guess would be Dent should be coming in for this. One of their key players when it comes to mechanics. There he is.
And right you are.
Honestly been one of their mainstays for quite a few years now, Dench. A lot of these Ukrainian players have returned year on year. It's a roster that stays fairly, consistent. Especially this year, but Dench has been one of their longest serving players to this point.
Yeah, and it's definitely been one of those rosters that has been slowly improving over the years, making strides.
Yeah, it probably helps that they play together a lot. So they have that synergy. Constantly
Yeah,
teaming up a lot. They know their strengths, weaknesses, so they can work around it really well.
Yeah, you both make the same mistakes and you go through the same triumphs and you grow as a team together. That definitely helps solidify your team as a unit here. Here we go, round number 2. Ukraine's pick. They lead it 1-0.
Put their strength on some of the mechanically intensive maps. It's a very comfy sort of flow DT pick, but it is quite fast for a DT1. So there is a bit of speed requirement here, maybe more so than you'd expect for this particular map, right? Bit of speed and aim.
Already approaching the end of the first quarter of the map. No misses to report. It's just a slight accuracy advantage for China at the moment. Oh, 235 going down. Traded by 1 max. So things are going to be very close here. Net Why Not is also going to drop. Advantage China. That is 3 FCs to 2.
Everyone's accuracy is looking really rock solid. Slightly more on the side of China, but everyone looking pretty comfy. Just watching for those miss aims, really.
halfway mark. These are going to be the most devastating misses if they come out now for the FCs. There are 5 of them. Keep your eyes on them.
So much combo on the field. There is some speed sections coming up very soon.
Crystal traded by Dench. So now it's 2 FCs to 1. Oh, now it's 1 FC to 1. 1 Max also going down one of the lower combos. 2-3-5 and 2-3-4. It's still a 1v1. Rap GPO once again standing tall for Ukraine. Going up against 2-3-3. That is Milk Tea. And 2-3-3 goes down. Rap GPO has time and combo and a quarter of the map left.
Oh, there's the break. They see it. 2
They see
combos
it.
on Ukraine here.
It's coming back. It's all on Rap GPO. And miss comes out from 1 Max. That is not the player China needed to miss. And it's going to be 2-0 Ukraine, Doomsday.
It is, I think. Yeah, that's all but sealed, surely. And once again, it's Rap GPO with another massive carry performance. Can he finish this off, though?
And he does. And he does. FC S rank. 98.26 accuracy. 1.1 million points. 2-0 Ukraine.
Oh, bonus points for Why Not there with the classic reverse choke. Look at the accuracy on so many of these players. Pretty much everyone other than the FC actually had really good ac. But hey, Raf GPO didn't miss, so that was the difference. Why Not though with a really nice combo itself. And Dench, nice recovery there.
So, Doomsday, with this scoreline in mind, I'd like to turn to the Twitch chat predictions here. We've got 2.5 million channel points riding on China, making up 86% of the vote. 14% of the channel points on Ukraine. That is nearly 400k. Yeah. 86% of you. Not looking so good right now, huh?
Yeah, I think there's a few people in chat sweating at the moment.
Raf G may have maybe swaying some channel points here. But that being said, it is just 2-0. Obviously, China are still not out of this match.
Yeah, still early days. It's the next pick, though. They went really quick into another free mod pick. So they are sticking to their guns there. A very different sort of map. You know, this is a speedy pick, another speedy pick. More about stamina, break call, bursts, big CS. It's basically the no mod speed map you'd usually see, but now it's in free mod, meaning players have to put mods on it now, so it's a bit trickier to just randomly pick. We did see that a lot in previous years where people would go for the no mod speed pick and it'd basically just be, you know, a comfy map, but this, not so much anymore. So here comes some speed then.
Couple of substitutions coming in on the side of China, checking in Fia once again, and Joseph Joestar coming in for their first map of the match. They're joined by 2-3-3 and 2-3-4 respectively.
One of the new players, I believe, Joseph Joestar, coming into this. One of the newer players for the Chinese roster. He's been making a name for himself on tournaments. It might just be his first OWC. We'll see how he does here in his first map. I don't think he played too much in the qualifiers as well, so bought in for very specific things.
Definitely the stage has been set for a hero on the Chinese side to come out. They need one. They're down 2-0 here. And we're also going to be seeing some substitutions on the side of Ukraine. Checking in for their first map of the match, it's Gus Nicky. And we're going to get underway here with these 8 players. And look at these mods coming out. My goodness, no mods. We've got 3 Hard Rocks on China, 1 hidden. And we've got 2 Hard Rocks, 1 hidden, and 1 hidden Hard Rock for Ukraine. I mean, Raf G, the hidden Hard Rock, would you expect anything less, Dooms, at this point?
Hey, if it ain't broke, Dolan. If it's not
Don't fix it.
Oh man, so many Hard Rocks. I imagine it's the circle size. We have seen a few overmods because of the big circle size. So the Hard Rock doesn't actually make that too much spookier. But those hiddens, the AR's quite low. Oh, so many breaks though early on, especially on Ukraine side here.
Oh yeah, but there's some coming out from the Chinese side, so 234 and Joseph Joestar finding misses alongside Gus, Nikki, and Net Why Not. It's going to slightly favor Ukraine. And again, something tells me that Raf G is going to be a player to watch. Already going up against 233 once again. He is there with a supporting combo, just a very early miss. Or is that an FC, actually? That is an FC.
Yeah, it's 2 FCs to 1, I think.
Yep. So China are pulling it slowly.
A fairly lengthy map, this. It's very consistent in terms of its difficulty, so it doesn't really change too much. Possible the players could start to lose a bit of steam because of the stamina aspect of this as we go on, so you got to watch for that. But the accuracy is looking far better on... Oh no, not really, actually. About the same on both sides, actually.
And a drop coming from Net Why Not, and now Raf GPO, that is massive for Ukraine. One of them is traded by 233, that's still going to favor China, and Ukraine are going to need to see some misses here. They're in trouble. It's Fia and Joseph Joestar for China alongside 234. Gus Nikki going down. Raf G now struggling, and now China at the break, they see the difference.
They're in a really good spot now. The pot straight after the break, it's pretty tricky. You got to make sure you don't choke right here. Let's see.
And the Chinese players are not caught out by the break. Joseph Joestar does go down, but again, there's just so much advantage and not enough time. Ukraine are going to need so much more than that, Dooms.
Yeah, trying to have so much insurance here. It's just Dench, really, on Ukraine. The consistency winning out here for China on this one. Seems like everyone had a decent time with the Ak. Raf GPO finding some struggles there. But yeah, China with a bit more on this one. And, well, they really needed it, didn't they? They needed this one badly.
Yeah, they could not afford to go down 3-0. They will pull one back and cut the lead in half. It is 2-1. Ukraine.
Really nice score on Hidden from Fear, though. That's not an easy mod on this. It's so dense. So that's a really good score from Fear.
982k. That is nothing to scoff at. That's very impressive.
A few 1 misses dotted around. 2 1 misses on the LOL tag team. 233 and 234. And Dench as well. So many good accuracies around here. So good speed teams. They're on the ball. Good speed teams here on both sides.
Well, all right. Ball's back in Ukraine's court now. Their pick.
Yeah, still in a great spot, all things considered. Going into some of the mechanics last time, they could continue to go into that. I still think Hard Rock is a good choice. Still think that's a good choice, although the last map did let some of the Chinese players warm up on that AR-10. The big circle size makes it feel quite a bit different to what you'd find in the Hard Rock pool. I'm sure they have a game plan. Keep the momentum up, which they do still have. Dropping this though, and it's all gone.
Yeah, and I don't think they're going to go into Hidden here after the performance Fia just put up.
No, I'm not sure that'd be too wise, really. They're both really quite control-based, and both of them are quite low AR, but they are going into it! Ooh,
Never mind. Okay. Never mind.
Okay, then. Well,
did they hear me talking? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did they take offense?
They're listening in. It's like, what are you saying? What are you saying, dude?
This guy thinks we can't do Hidden. Criterion, pick Hidden too.
Well, I mean,
guy up.
Well, to be fair, they did do really well on it in the qualifiers. Actually, they did beat China's qualifier score on the low AR Hidden. I just thought in this matchup, maybe, going for some of those higher ARs and maybe the Hard Rocks would be a good choice for the players they have. But on paper, this should be pretty damn good as well. So just a different tactic, but still makes plenty of sense.
And again, this isn't like the free mod with Hidden. This is low AR Hidden. This is Hidden too. This is the low AR reading pick. And, that still means Fia will probably do well in this, but it's a whole different skill set than the previous map.
Completely. The BPM's so much slower. This one's more about linear aim on that low AR. To be fair, the reading aspect of this isn't too tricky. There are a few overlaps, and there are some streams that have sudden spacing changes that can catch you out. But it is mostly about aiming the slow approach rate and aiming these streams. So that sort of aspect, I think it plays into China's players quite a bit. The last, I believe the qualifiers Hidden 2 was quite a bit different. It was, had quite a lot of variable streams and such. This one has quite a bit more raw aim.
And also, we see some subs coming in, checking in for their first map of the match. It's My Angel Anzu for China. We've seen a fair amount of subs here, Doomsday. A lot of different players coming in and getting involved in this matchup, and we're only in round 4. That's very good to see.
Yeah, making full use of the rosters. You'll love to see it. I feel like both these teams are teams that are really built around the versatility of everyone they have, rather than relying on, a particular core and bringing in like the odd player here and there. So yeah, making full use of the rosters here, especially because we've seen so many kinds of maps already in this match.
Yeah, definitely 2 complete teams in their own right. Here we go. It's going to be Hidden 2 from Ukraine, their second pick in this 4th round.
Eye of Aeon. Consistent, this. Although that said, the ending is quite tricky. We'll see how it stands when we get there, but that ending could really make or break this one.
And another skill set that is often tested on maps like these on the low AR reading is the mental. How well can you recover from a miss like this? You have to be very patient because you want to immediately rebuild your combo and help your team, but you can only do so as fast as the map will allow you to. Dench is caught out there. A big act drop also from Raf G, but he holds the combo. The miss is traded by 234 from China.
Two of those FCs, one on each side with quite low accuracy. We'll see how they hold as the map goes on. Some combo gaming happening here on some of those big combos.
And no surprise, Fia putting up a clinic. Miss coming out from Anzu. That's going to help Ukraine out here, and they're going to now get a little bit of insurance, but it's traded by Criterion. And 234 once again.
It's getting a bit dicey. Dench recovering nicely. He's the difference right now. Scores flipping over. The ending becoming much more of a big deal in this one, I think. It comes out of nowhere as well.
Now you see how big a good recovery is. How big of an impact Dench is making. A miss comes out from 235, and Ukraine now really going to open up a score gap into the final third of this map.
And Fear has to hold here for China. He's the last bastion. 2 FCs for Ukraine. Such a good spot here, but here comes those bursts at the end. And both those players have to hold. They're going up against a strong hidden player here in Fear.
Yeah, again, as you said, Fia can be a difference maker here. We saw Raf GPO do it earlier in this match. If the right breaks come out from Ukraine and Fia holds, we can see that score gap just instantly melt. But they're running out of time. 235 finding a miss. And Ukraine have all but sealed it here. They're going to retain their 2-point advantage. It's 3-1 Ukraine.
Just net why not breaking for Ukraine on that ending. All the other Ukrainian players holding, and they're going to bank that pretty comfortably. Going into a pick that China could be pretty decent at, and they come out on top. So inspired pick and great play. It's Raf GPO again.
And Fia coming in with brilliant scores. Fia the top scorer there, but overall a brilliant team performance from Ukraine. Raf GPO able to clutch it out there. Even though it was 94% AC, an FC is an FC.
It is, just don't miss. And he is playing that to perfection. Great match here from Raf GPO. And Fear really filling in on that hidden spot beautifully. Really making a name for himself here. Team's still behind though. Ukraine picking really well, you gotta say. Gotta hand it to them for these picks.
That was a break point. No, it wasn't. My bad. Again, we have the client messed up here.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, it is China's pick.
And they're going to be getting stuck into some more free mod, which, they have been. They've picked all 3 free mods. So, sticking to their guns, making it work. This one's more of the aim-heavy one in free mod. Awkward aim, anti-aim, weirdness. And you've got to put mods on it too.
I was going to say, I don't think we've seen Hard Rock 2 yet, have we? Yeah, okay. It's okay, we got it. We got it.
There we go.
We got it. Operator on point. We got it. We got it.
You're making it work here at the OGBC. But yeah,
it's round of 32. Bear with us. We're a little rusty.
Yeah, China sticking to their guns here. I mean, you got to respect it. Again, this one really has to work because if they drop this one, hand it over to Ukraine, there's a big upset on our hands. But China's still very much in this, going for this awkward aim. I do think it'll play into the hands of some of their mod players. Of course, we're going to see Fear back in. You got to keep him in the way he's playing.
Oh yeah, Fear on hidden right now is the most consistent thing China have had going for them in this matchup. So that is definitely going to happen. Raf GPO will probably come out with Hidden Hard Rock as we've seen on every free mod so far.
Surely it must be. So that'd be a Hard Rock. I imagine overmods on this might be not as common. So maybe just a hidden and then 2 no mods would be the play here.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see a lot of overmodding here from China because this, as you said, Dooms, you highlighted earlier, this is a must-win point right here for China. They can't lose this. They lose this, they go down 4-1, and Ukraine will have the pick. Oh, hype. We just got to see the day change in the chat there right before the start command. Pulled it away. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
We saw it, chat. Somebody clip that. Let's go.
Time zones, man. How do they work?
Listen, that's like as hype as watching the DVD thing bounce perfectly off the corner. That's what that was for me right there. Anyway, round 5.
There is some overmodding on the Chinese side. 2 Hard Rocks. That's interesting. Crystal's taking one of them. And 233 taking the other one.
So far, so good here off the start. We see the expected mods to come out. Oh, the no mod is going to miss here from China, 235. Traded by Net, why not? So both no mod players down. Ukraine does have 1 extra no mod player in Dench here. So the mod total comes out to 2 Hard Rock, 1 hidden for China, 2 hidden, 1 Hard Rock for Ukraine. That miss from Dench is going to start to affect the score gap here, Dooms.
Yeah, 3 FCs to 2 now in favour of China, and those mod plays worth even more overall. 2 Hard Rocks is quite a lot of score if they can hold the combo.
We now approach the halfway point here. Where misses are absolutely detrimental, and Ukraine finds 2 of them just before the halfway point. Raf GPO and Net, why not?
It's just Criterion on that hidden, the AR9 hidden. But China looking really good. Those Hard Rock plays are looking fantastic. Look at Crystal's accuracy right now.
3 FCs to 1. China pulling away. Crystal killing it right now. Still, that only really 235 has found about 2 misses. That's it. And still rocking amazing accuracy for a 2 miss.
Fear's streak is gone. He does drop his FC, but his teammates have got his back. They are still in such a good spot.
The damage has been done. It's over 500k in their favor. China have pretty much all but guaranteed this point. Is Crystal at 2-3-3 against Criterion in the FC department. All eyes on them.
Overmod. The Overmod's looking like a, almost like a preference mod, because these two FCs are rock solid. Absolutely no problems at all.
Two, 3-3 and Crystal are going to take this one all the way, as well as Criterion from Ukraine, if they can hold through the last sections. And they all do. That's 3 FCs.
And all the mods as well. Criterion with that hidden is a really impressive one on the AR9. Nice control there. But the 2 Hard Rock FCs there are just fantastic. Great statement point there to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, that was a must win. And that will definitely keep them in this matchup a little longer here and give them a chance. But now Ukraine. They have done well. I mean, they've been the underdogs this match and they've led it the whole way. But now comes the tricky task of finishing the match. Can you put them away?
They've gone for a mixture of picks so far. They've gone for a few different things. They went for the low AR hidden last time. I feel like the other hidden pick is a bit more of a scary prospect, but they could do it. Oh no, they are going to mix it up again.
Interesting. They're going to go right into Hard Rock after a double Hard Rock FC.
Yeah, China are well primed for that. I do still think Ukraine could do really well on these, because they've had some excellent Hard Rock plays, and getting Raf GPO back onto that Hard Rock could be really useful for them. You do have to question the timing a little bit. Maybe they had this planned beforehand and they just went with it, which fair enough. But China after that must be feeling pretty good about a Hard Rock 1 pick. So we'll see if they can keep that streak going after that excellent double FC.
Yeah, because 2-3-3 and Crystal got to be feeling absolutely fine with this decision right here. It's a very short Hard Rock map though, so any miss, any slight misaim, any mishap can be punished quite severely. China will go with the full Lol squad and Crystal.
Yeah, that is the squad for these. And I've seen Marky in for this one, who we did see in the qualifiers, and he's a pretty strong Hard Rock player, but this one being more of a sort of technical aim map, lots of kick sliders, buzz sliders, sort of tech patterns everywhere. It's a bit of a different style, although you can play it, like an aim map essentially. Although they do have some pretty weird control sections that you do have to be aware of. In the middle, there are some patterns where it's easy to just break, it's easy to choke on if you mash. So there is a bit of that to consider.
All right, the rosters look set. Ukraine are going to go with Raf GPO, Net Why Not, 1max, and Criterion. Not really any surprises there.
No, not really. I say interesting to see 1max in, but yeah, for the most part, it's pretty much what you'd expect. They're going with it. Dropping this will bring China right back into this. Well, at the moment, Ukraine still with that overall advantage.
Yep, they still have that break point they took off of China early in the match. China will need to get one back if they want to see at least a tiebreaker in this. An early miss from 1max is traded by 2-3-3, but Raf GPO and Criterion are also down, so it's only 1 FC to 3 out the gate.
Raf GPO's FC streak faltering a little bit here, but his team still should be in a good spot once this loads back in.
Yeah, once
it's so short.
Yeah, once it loads back in though, but the only advantage here for Ukraine is these misses have come out so early that if China finds some mishap here in the mid sections of the map and they recover their combos, they will have a chance to take this back. And the miss comes out from 234. So that's 2 FCs to 1. 233 is basically at a full combo. It was a very early miss. 1 max is... Uh-oh.
That's not a DC, is it? I guess we'll find out.
We'll
hold
find
tight for
out.
that.
This may be an abort here considering how early that was.
Right.
Again, that is up to the discretion of the referee. But they will continue playing as of now, and if we get an abort command, we'll know.
Really good scores coming out of it, though, until we get confirmation of that one. This middle section, you got to be careful about mashing this. It's overlapping little stacks if you fat finger them. I think Criterion found one there, and so did Crystal.
Yeah,
That
but we
said, though, it was so
still
early,
don't
though.
know if this is going to even be official.
Yeah, because that DC was so early on, and if it's really early, it's usually an abort. Still waiting a confirmation here. But if it's really early, that should be an abort and a restart.
Yeah, it seems they are reviewing the information right now to determine when it occurred. Because again, there are rules on whether or not the abort can happen. And I believe it's 30 seconds. If it happens after 30 seconds of the map, then there is no abort command.
Right.
But it looks like, yeah. It looks like it was indeed early enough.
Apparently he's having electrical issues, it seems. He seems to be back in, I think. Unless that's still the delayed disconnection from Bancho. It looks like, yeah, we are going to be restarting that. I guess there'll be a little bit of a gap here while they get this sorted.
Again, they had to review it because, you know, that DC, it happened so close to that time frame, right? And, you know, as officials, they got to go in and make sure they get the decision absolutely right, because you can't just end a map, you know, if it's after the allowed time frame. So that's why they allowed it to go on, and that's absolutely the correct decision, you know, because if you don't know whether or not it's going to stand, you absolutely allow the map to play out. You know it needs to be canceled. It is unfortunate, you know, if you happen to have the advantage, but those are the rules. And again, depending on how long it takes for them to get that player in, we may have to see, Ukraine may end up having to use their timeout here, Doomsday.
Yeah, they might have to. Or even get a replacement in if one max can't get on in time. Seems
Yeah,
to be trying
but-
to get on, but
But, you know, I mean, I feel like if you're Ukraine at this point, you absolutely have to burn that to try to get him in there if you need to burn the timeout.
they do have a couple players who could fill in for a Hard Rock pick, but I imagine they've planned this one out and they wouldn't want to have to swap someone in last minute who's not quite as prepared on this map. It's just unfortunate when this happens, though, because the players, of course, have to keep themselves warm, keep themselves ready to go. Any of them are staying in the lobby. So we're just waiting to see what Ukraine does here.
Yeah,
Looks like
so,
One Max is back.
yep, he's back in. And for clarification, the official ruling is 30 seconds or within the first quarter, 25% the first quarter of the map. And that's up to the referee's discretion, you know, when it happens.
Yeah, and that was definitely within the first
Yeah.
25.
And it was in the first 8.
Yeah, it really was.
I mean, when the major client lag happened, so at least from our perspective, but they have the IRCs and, you know, all the official data, and they made the right call.
Okay, One Max is back. Fingers crossed we don't have any more issues like that. Looks like everyone is ready to go, Dolan, to get this show on the road once more.
Yep, indeed. We'll hope there are no issues here.
And here we go. Some technical aim, bus sliders, some control weirdness. The middle part of this, again, it's tricky. Easy to get a silly break if you mash it. So the middle part going to be quite important for this one.
Yep, early break here from 1Max. But again, it's very early and very short, so early misses can be mitigated if you're able to recover, but Criterion's also going to find a miss here, so China will take an early lead here, 2 FCs to 4. One does go
Sliders
down.
there from Lolo. 2-3-5.
Yep, classic slider break there. So it's 3 FCs to 2. China still with the advantage. Still pulling the score. It's at about 80k now, nearly 100k. Quarter of the map is gone. So now we are definitely past that window. This one will stand no matter what happens. It's about 75k. Oh, double miss from Ukraine in the slow section. That may have done it right there. Honestly.
That hurts.
Unless we
Man.
see a meltdown from China.
Here we go, the section though, gotta be careful. Nothing yet though, everyone holding. A lot of these guys already played this once, so they know what to expect. And they have held through it, all of those combos have.
China's still on a 3-way and Ukraine's still on a 2-way, so both teams are fairly competent on this, but you just see the advantage of having more FCs. And 2-3-3 is going to find the second miss here for China. RapGPO is going to trade it, so there is no hope here for Ukraine at this point, sadly. Net1 also going down. It's all but a formality now, and China are going to tie this one up and get a break point of their own. 3-all.
Yeah, all but sealed. Such a good score as well. And yeah, massive break point. It's over 1 million score. The reverse choke from 235, 234 and Crystal just going off.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And you really got to give props to. You really got to give props to that Chinese roster. After an abort like that, to have to go through the whole mental kind of cycle of, oh man, we had a really good start, and then a DC happened late, and it took them a while to get through it. That can be mentally tolling on a team, that can frustrate you. So to come back with that dominance, absolutely great stuff. 3.5 million Dooms.
That's huge. That's such a good team score. And absolutely, you're right. The mental strength is really on point here for China, and now they're really back into this. Now they can start building up momentum for the first time, really, in this match. They can really start getting something going here. With no more 3 months left, though, Dolans. They're going to have to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, they are going to have to find something else here, aren't they? 2 double times open. Hard Rock 2, Hidden 1. Nomad 1 and Nomad 4. So that map pool's definitely starting to shrink down a little bit here.
It is. China, though, still have some strong picks in double time. I think in this matchup in particular, China's double time roster definitely have a leg up over Ukraine, and that's where they're going to go. DT2, the weird DT pick. This one doesn't really have an analog from the qualifiers. It's strange. We've seen it a few times already. Old, ancient double time map.
We saw Israel take this one off the US earlier as well in the weekend.
It is one of those picks though, where it's no matter how prepared you are, you don't put maps in tryout pools for this sort of map. CS6 double time.
Yeah, that's not in your typical DT pool, I gotta say. I'm not used to seeing that in double time either.
It's basically like a linear stream map of sorts. Lots of linear streams, lots of zigzagging streams, streams with sudden corners in them. So you have to have the control for that at 216 BPM, which isn't slow by any means, although it's not really a stamina map in any way. It's definitely leaning on the control side of things, no doubt, and that precision as well, which is a another wrench thrown into the works here. So it is kind of weird, and it can lend itself to some really back and forth matches. I'm not entirely sure how Ukraine will deal with something like this, really. I don't have a precedent to really think of with the players from Ukraine here. I guess some of the old map players.
Dooms, is it true that you have a score on this map from 13 years ago?
That might be true. Hang on, I can look this up real quick.
Nada brought that up in Twitch chat. That's quite an interesting stat.
Well, I don't think I've played this since then. Oh yeah, I have a score from September 2009, just to show my age there. This map is very, very old.
Yeah, just to show truly that nothing could have prepared these players for this. It's really from 09? That is ancient, man.
The Lolols and Crystal are back. The Power 4 for China.
Yep, it has been the roster that's worked for him. And Ukraine bringing Dench back in. And you can already tell right away that linear mapping style you were talking about, Dooms. And misses already coming out in plenty. 2 apiece. From 235, 233, Net Why Not, and Criterion.
Some accuracy troubles coming out from a few players here. Raf GPO holding combo, but 92%. Double miss from Ukraine. 2 FCs to 1 at the moment in favour of China.
China already doing some damage here, approaching the halfway mark. Miss from Net Why Not, really not going to help Ukraine here. They need some misses from China, and they need them pretty soon. It's already 400k score advantage now at this point for China. Oh, and down goes Raf GPO.
Like after the early shakes from China, all 4 of the players just looking rock solid. Accuracy is increasing as well. They got some good players for this really gimmicky sort of map.
And, you know, again, that's what they led off this match with, was the gimmick pick. It didn't go their way, but it obviously shows they're not afraid to pick it. And that is 3 combos over 700 now for China. They're going to take the first lead.
Nah, man. China's just too good at this sort of thing.
And that will be their first lead of the match, Doomsday. 4-3. Ukraine has a chance, though.
They do, but as this game's going on, China are looking stronger and stronger. That's the second score in a row where they've had over 3.5 million team score. China now really flexing why they are so feared here. Ukraine got to pick super carefully here because China are starting to look really scary now.
Mm-hmm. And they will have the last pick of this match. Ukraine, they led it the whole way up until this point.
They can definitely, keep that going because they've been so good and they've been ahead for so long. They are still very much in this. A map away from a tiebreaker, possibly.
And man, this map pool is so narrow because, what do you pick here? Nomad 1 consistency? That doesn't look good. Hidden, Fia has been rock solid this whole game for China. Hard Rock 2, nobody's been picking that. Literally nobody. It's just DT3 and Nomad 4, really, I feel like. And, China has just been super good in double time, so I feel like at this point it's kind of pick your poison between the nomads.
I do think so too. I think out of all these, maybe going for that Nomad 4 is the play. They have some good tech players, especially at this round.
Hidden
but they are
one.
gonna go for something else. Okay.
You know, I was about to say, of the 3 mods, Hidden would make the most sense for them to pick. The Hard Rock, just, you know, you can't take that gamble with how China's been playing and no one's played that map. Same case on DT, really. So they're going to take their chances on this one. And you can bet that Fia is coming back into the game for China.
They've been chomping at the bit to get back into this lobby now. It's a chance for, Fia to possibly seal the deal. Assuming, of course, they do get him back in here, which, well, surely, right?
Not sure.
Ukraine won the last Hidden, and they looked pretty good. And this one is still low approach rate, although not as low. It's still quite dense. It's lower than usual, but still, it's... I don't know, man.
I
This is a
mean,
spooky one.
I gotta say, I didn't really like their choices. You know, any map they pick is really not like... You can make a case for China on any map remaining here. But I think, I prefer them picking this over Nomad 1 because consistency has just been, in the second half of this match, all China. It's been all China. So I'm glad to see them shy away from Nomad 1. But I feel like it was either this or Nomad 4, really, whichever map they were the most confident on.
See if it works out for them here. See if it works out. If you're looking at the Hidden one from the qualifiers, the scores are very close. Very, very close indeed. So if you're looking at that, it could go either way.
So it'll just be one substitution for China. Lolo 2-3-3 subbing out. Fia subbing in. And it'll be Ref GPO, Criterion, Net Why Not, and Dench for Ukraine. Regardless of the outcome of this, Ukraine have played an absolutely great match.
They have. They've picked really well. They've looked really solid. Kept their cool in tricky situations.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta keep it going if you want to finish it off, though.
Just goes to show how important that first half of the match is for the underdogs in the round of 32. If you're able to put up a fight early on, you can maybe do something in the second half. Ukraine now have a shot to force tiebreaker, and the miss coming out from 2-3-5 will put Ukraine up at the start.
This is one of those maps that's very consistent in difficulty and style. So it's all about just keeping rock solid on the style the whole way. The ending does have some tricky parts, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same the whole way through.
Yeah, and I was about to say, despite Ukraine having the combo advantage, China was staying pretty close in terms of accuracy, but Dench is also going to find a miss, so 3 FCs to 3, combo advantage slightly in China's favor at the moment, as well as accuracy. Of course, now I say that the accuracy is... Oh, Fia gets caught on that slider break. Dench missed, but Dench had already gone down. It is 3 full combos to 2, but now Net Why Not goes down. Will trade.
Still so even. And with Lolo recovering, actually, no, it isn't. It isn't. It's really with China here.
Yeah. Oh, but Crystal going down. Now it's with Ukraine.
It really is now.
It's
Take
going to be
that one back.
Yeah, it'll be a slow pullback here because, again, 2-3-5 basically is at a near FC. But 2-3-4 going down. Ukraine will be pulling this one back. Criterion and Raf GPO. Crystal, again, with another miss. It's only 2-3-5 for China. And Ukraine at the halfway mark. Those misses were absolutely detrimental to China, Dunes.
Yeah, quite unfortunate, too. The accuracy is looking really good, but those miss-aims, that's how these maps tend to go. Ukraine combo gaming really well. Criterion, one of the key hidden players, is down. It's just, guess who? Raf GPO for Ukraine.
Yep, and at the break, they're going to see it. This is going to get close, and it's going to get really intense. It's a 100k advantage for Ukraine. Quarter of the map left. recovery of these Ukraine supporting combos is going to be absolutely vital in them holding this point, because China are recovering. The supporting combos are building from Fia, 234, and Crystal. It's going to be the only thing that can keep China at bay. The Ukrainian supporting combos in the last eighth of this map. It's still slowly going over to China. Are they going to be able to do enough? The accuracy is also going to come into play here, Doomsday.
Everything matters here now for both teams. Everything. Everyone hit that stream. No one chokes it.
And Ukraine are gonna hold on, maybe? Will they?
Yeah.
I don't want to do anything. It's gonna get very close. China trying to close this one out here. Ukraine will live to see tiebreaker.
Oh my god. When you see it.
30K. Look at that. 2.727 million. I'll go ahead and say it now.
Oh man. God, that was nail-biting stuff there for Ukraine. Everyone needed to hold, and they did. And that came out trumps for Ukraine. The momentum stunted, and here we go, Doland. It is tiebreaker time.
Oh man, I hope one of these two teams calls a timeout, because I need it.
Yeah, I think it's time to take a breath. This match has been just full throttle. It has been crazy. Ukraine looking so good early on. China keep themselves in it. For a moment, we thought they found their super strength and looked so good, but that last map, definitely some issues on the consistency. Some dodgy misses, and it's cost them here.
And once again, it was the hero, Raf GPO, for Ukraine, stepping up.
Yeah, we thought Raf GPO might have lost a bit of confidence. He found a few misses in the mid game after dominating the early matches, or the early maps, but found it when he needed it. They really needed it. But what happens now at the TB? How does this TB go in this matchup? It is a fairly standard sort of TB, it's got plenty of aim, it's got plenty of streams, in a fairly comfy flow style. So it's the sort of map that both these two teams should have players that are very, very familiar with this. Not too much weirdness here. Who do they go with? I think China exactly know, and I totally agree.
It's been the squad. Yeah, it's been the squad that has delivered Lol plus Crystal all game for China. Has been absolute money. But Ukraine will go with the roster that has brought them to the finish line here, led by their ace in the hole, Raf GPO. But all the Ukrainian players at some point in this match have stepped up and delivered on a key pick, be it Criterion or Dench or Netwine not here. There's been a complete team effort from both these teams.
Yeah, it is indeed. Dench, the mainstay. Raf GPO, Criterion, and Netwine not have all had massive scores in this game. But here's where it all matters. This is where it all comes down to. 5 minutes of 200 BPM aim and streams.
Our second tiebreaker of the weekend of the round of 32. China and Ukraine going the distance. And it's all on this map. 4 minutes and 53 seconds. AR 9.5, 200 BPM, 6.8 stars.
Streams have some pretty tricky variable spacing in parts of it where they stack for just a note. So you get a bit too excited, a bit too nervous, it's easy to mess those up. Streams like that.
Yep, and Dench is caught out. First miss of this tiebreaker. Slight advantage to China. Still not even a quarter of the way through though, so there'll be plenty of chances for Ukraine. Accuracy's looking good for the most part, aside from 235 and even Raf GPO. But But again, they are still holding the FCs. It is a combo game at this point. That's all that matters.
What about that consistency right now?
And again, it's only about a 60k deficit for Ukraine here. That's not the end of the world, third of the way through. But China will definitely take a 60k advantage. Again, it's going to come down right here to this second third of the map. Could be the most crucial portion. Will anyone get score capped at the halfway mark?
Oh, the double miss on the stream for China.
Oh, and that is absolutely detrimental here right before the halfway mark. And 2-3-5 as well. 3 of their players are going to get score capped here. And Ukraine, with 2 FCs and a half, with the recovery from Dench.
Oh my goodness, Dolan. Criterion's down, but still have GPO and net, why not?
There is nothing that China can do unless they get a meltdown. Net why not does miss. That helps. But now it's Rap GPO versus 2-3-3. But Dench is also there for Ukraine with a fantastic supporting combo, and that is what's doing the damage right now on the scoreline. It's still anyone's game here, Doomsday. It's now 50-60k Ukraine into the final third. So again, this game is not over. The miss from Net Why Not is going to keep China in it. But it is definitely advantage Ukraine. Oh, Dench! Traded by 2-3-4. That is going to favor China. Just a little bit.
Plenty of time too to wheel this in. They're still in a good spot here, China. But it's still so critical that everyone holds.
Yeah, it's a battle of supporting combos right now. A battle that China is just slightly winning at the moment by a few hundred combo advantage. So they are going to pull it back into this last quarter of the map. Dench and Rap GPO is down. This is a disaster for Ukraine. China 2-3-3 trades. The FCs are down. Crystal. It's all a Crystal versus Criterion. All 2-3-5. And Net Why Not. It is still advantage China by about a 200 combo advantage. Ukraine needs some misses. But this can be overturned. China have to hold to close this one out. It's all on this last section of the map. Accuracy is important. 2-3-5 misses. Here is a chance for Ukraine. Will they have enough time? They may need one more miss. They may need one more. But they're still slowly pulling it. 30,000 points and slowly shrinking. Is there enough time? China must hold.
They're not gaining enough. There goes Criterion. That's it.
Oh,
right?
that's it. That's surely it. Unless we see a meltdown at the end, and China are gonna close it out.
Oh my god.
40,000 points in tiebreaker. What a match from start to finish. It delivered in every possible way, but it's going to be China standing tall, getting the job done, and completing the comeback. 5-4.
Oh, China, man. Oh, they had to dig so deep for that. Once again, Team Ukraine delivering another classic in the round of 32. Once again, though, they fall just slightly short, but what a performance. What a game, Dolan. China move on.
By the skin of their teeth, Doomsday. Ukraine overperforming in every possible way. I mean, they led that match until the last 2 maps. I mean, they were in the lead the entire match until the last 2 maps.
Yeah, Ukraine had the number the entire time. China had to pull out some of their special moves. 3.5 million scores back to back. Insane team performances to get some momentum back.
Yeah, and they had to also overcome the DC as well.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, China really had to overcome a lot this match. Ukraine really applied as much pressure as China could possibly withstand. And most importantly for many people in the chat, their channel points remain intact.
Oh
That
man,
would
yeah,
have been a
chat
massive-
sweated. Oh.
That would have been a massive channel point upset. That would have been a 84%, 86% upset. But that is going to do it for now. We'll be coming at you in 20 minutes for Germany versus the Czech Republic. White Cat making his first appearance of the World Cup. A lot of people going to be hyping in the chat for that one. And also good to see the Czech Republic back, a smaller country that have been kind of really slowly building the past few years, Doomsday.
They have. Yeah, the Czech Republic team have definitely been going from strength to strength. It's one of the strongest rosters we've seen for them so far in OWC history, and I think that's going to be a really intriguing matchup with them when the two rosters collide. So, hey, in 20 minutes, we're going to see what happens, Bill.
We are indeed, but in 20 minutes we'll be back, so don't go anywhere. That's going to do it for us for now. China take the win in tiebreak, 5-4 over Ukraine. We'll be back.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the OS World Cup 2022, round of 32. The next match we have coming up is going to be a heavyweight matchup involving Germany and a resurgent, very strong Czech Republic here. I'm Doomsday, and joined with me today is the tournament extraordinaire, Dio. How you feeling about this one, man?
Feels good to be here. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about this matchup, especially for the Czech Republic. You mentioned they are resurgent. They have finally qualified in once again to the OS World Cup this year in 2022, and they have themselves a pretty solid roster, all things considered. But they are up against one of the tournament favorites in Germany. Make no mistake, this team for Germany is one of the strongest in the entire tournament, one of the few teams in recent years to be able to consistently challenge the United States in the grand finals twice in a row now. So this is, by and large, supposed to be a one-sided affair here in the round of 32. But the Czech Republic definitely have a few picks where they can take advantage of some relatively strong overall team scores. Looking particularly at some of those hard rock picks. They have a lot of very, very good hard rock players on the side of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, they do. They've got some great mechanical players. And they have an overall pretty good roster, some very strong players on their specific skill sets. When they're on the right maps, some of these individuals can really compete, even against some of the strongest players. The question is, how does this one work out in the 4v4 against a team like Germany, who we know are so well-rounded, they're going to be able to cover everything in this pool, no problems. Can the Czech Republic build a good roster to combat them on a round of 32 pool? That's really the big question. We're going to be answered here, I think.
For now, both teams choosing to either ban second or pick second, respectively, for Germany and the Czech Republic. Getting the first ban out, it is free mod 2 for the Czech Republic. I think that's a pretty good ban for them. Germany does have a very, very good speed roster. But you mentioned Doomsday. They have a lot of very mechanics-focused players for the Czech Republic. So what do you make of generally their overall pick strategy in this matchup? Because I think it's something to consider when you are that lower seed, trying to take a couple of points off of the top seed like Germany in this match.
Well, considering it's an earlier round, when it comes to the extreme mechanics maps of this pool, in other words, things like the No Mod 1, the Double Time 1, they're not too crazy, right? And the Czech Republic with their players should be able to build a roster, a strong 4 that should be maybe expecting 2 FCs, maybe even 3 FCs if everything comes together. From what we've seen so far, we haven't seen many maps, if any at all, with 3 or 4 FCs. That's enough to compete against some strong teams. So maps like that for the Czech Republic could be a good thing to go into versus Germany. Maybe more of the gimmick stuff might be trickier because Germany should be able to field a strong roster to possibly 2, 3, maybe even more FCs on the gimmick maps in round of 32, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I'm thinking.
I agree pretty heavily with the overall sentiments there. Germany definitely going to look to abuse some of the more gimmicky picks, but actually just going into speed right off the bat for Germany here, into the Double Time 3, Senya DT, kind of a classic sort of pick here in the Double Time pool for round of 32. And it's not exactly what we expect from Germany, but I think they are a very, very good overall team in terms of the speed roster. You look at their overall scores on speed from the qualifiers pool, and they're basically all above 3 million team score. So very, very strong overall team here. But, the Czech Republic does have the ability to compete on some of these picks. They had a relatively good team score on the Double Time 2, relatively fine score on the DT1 as well in qualifiers. So if we do see some inconsistency from this German roster early on, it wouldn't be the first time we've seen inconsistency from a top seed in this round of 32 here this year. Then there's definitely room for the Czech Republic to take a point off of Germany on maps like this.
Yeah, especially with it being in the first map, some players may need a moment to bed in, as we've seen. I think going straight into the speed pick, though, certainly looking at the qualifiers, it seems as though the Czech Republic do struggle to get a 4 together that find a lot of comfort. They had some lower accuracies in their qualifier scores, some good combos, but they are relying on a bit of a combo game, you'd think. Still early pools, though, of course, you know, the round of 32 is a little bit easier than qualifiers. So that might give them just a bit more comfort to maybe take this to Germany. But I think this is a good pick into the Czech Republic in this instance, really.
Yeah, by all measures, they should be able to win this. Okinamo, Neox, Forsen, and Rising are all very, very good speed players. Rising, of course, this time around, really filling the speed specialist role for Germany based on how they've played so far. And of course, Neox and Forsen generally also playing those speed maps for them. Okinamo has been here forever. You all know what Okinamo is good at. The speed player, the hidden player for Germany. A long-standing member of their roster, so no surprises to see him in on something like this.
Before for Czech Republic, there's a couple of names that didn't quite play these maps in the qualifiers, but a couple that did as well. Of course, seeing MNB in there, seeing Pogus CZ in there, and I imagine we'll be seeing a lot of Pogus CZ. No doubt their linchpin. How will they do on the 240 BPM stamina then, right off the bat? As far as comfort picks go, going for this sort of thing is a good way to bed in. It's more about the tapping, less about, some aim that can be an issue for the first map. But we'll see.
Again, this is definitely a very strong pick for Germany. This is their first pick, but also something that the Czech Republic, not necessarily a bad team at, just worse than Germany. There's a lot of teams that are just worse than Germany at particular things, right? So we'll see if they manage to prey on some inconsistencies from Germany. A little bit of inconsistency from both sides to start us out here. Slider break for Neox and a couple of misses from Orbi to start things out. Orbi actually not playing any of the DTs during qualifiers, so a little surprised to see Orbi and LeBron James and MNB, however, both finding misses there for the Czech Republic. Okinamo is going to trade, but it's only Pogus CZ and Neshpi up against both Rising and Forsen, the two speed specialists for Germany left up.
A couple of early chokes here from Germany, the first map, the typical first map, getting a few odd misses. Czech Republic could still prey on it, we're only halfway through. But you got Rising, who has always been rock solid. Especially, he's a consistent performer in every tournament he plays, really. And you'd think this is a good one to bed him in, even if he is a bit shaky. Showing it right now.
He's gonna need the hold, though. Pogus CZ still holding this FC for the Czech Republic. And Rising, the only one to match right now for Germany. Luckily for Germany, it seems the Czech Republic generally a little bit less consistent, a little bit shakier here early on as LeBron James and MNB find more and more misses in this double time 3 pick. Orbi, to his credit, doing a very good job of holding the combo afterwards, but can only match one of Okinamo and Neox. And that combo lead and score lead just keep going the way of Germany on this pick. And at this point, 400,000 score in the lead, just a sliver of map left. I think it's basically all wrapped up for Germany. A nice, solid first pick for them.
Yeah, picking well here. Certainly, not too much in it though, really. It was just the early misses, and then, Germany found a couple of dodgy ones, but more or less, Germany DT. This is how they do it. First point will go to Germany. Nice 3.5 million team score too. Ooh,
this is the kind of stuff This is the kind of stuff that you expect out of this roster. And as you were saying, Dooms, 6 100s on Rising. That's a score.
Got to shout out Orbi again. 98.6 is very nice as well. Very nice. The S rank from Pogus CZ. They're really going to need Pogus CZ, Neshpi, to do some business here. And so far, he's coming up with the goods. Now, you were talking about Hard Rock being a good choice for the Czech Republic. I totally agree. Hard Rock 1 sitting there looking pretty. No one likes Hard Rock 2. We haven't seen it yet at all. I'm not going to see it here. Could also dip into that free mod pool if they want to bring out some more of their Hard Rock players. Do you think they should go that way, or just some other ideas?
The Hard Rock 1 really does present a little bit of a challenge here for the Czech Republic because it is much less straightforward than you would typically expect. So this No Mod 1, I think does still work out pretty well for them. First and foremost, they're an aim mechanics team, right? You have very, very strong aim mechanics for this roster in general. So picking something like the Nomad one, especially round of 32, low seed versus top seed into Germany, where you can just hopefully prey on a random uncharacteristic miss from some of the members where you don't usually expect them to come out. I think it's a very good pick for Czech Republic. As for later on in this match, though, I do think we'll probably end up seeing a free mod at some point. I'm not sure whether they'll want to go with that free mod 1 or not. They could also end up going with that free mod 3. Given that it is, CS 6.5 after Hard Rock, I think it'd be an okay pick for them. They do have some Hard Rock mains on this roster as well.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. And I think this Snow Mod 1, absolute tune, by the way, some of that Katamari Damacy. I think this one's kind of more comfortable compared to maybe some of the No Mod ones we've seen in tournaments recently. It's higher BPM at 212 BPM. That's quite fast for a round of 32, lower star rating No Mod 1, meaning it's lower spacing, more about fast aim and fast jumps, which is usually more comfortable for many players. I certainly find that. Although it's got some tricky kick sliders as well and some funky patterns here and there. This one should be relatively comfortable, even more so than maybe some No Mod ones you'd see with lower BPM, wider spacing.
And it ends up being, I think, very easy to consistently combo something like this because of that. There are a couple of relatively awkward jumps in this map, but for the most part, like you said, very, very straightforward, very consistent in difficulty, and because of that higher BPM, much lower spacing than you would typically expect from a round of 32 No Mod 1, so you end up getting something that is relatively simple for a lot of players here, and hopefully that plays into the favor of the Czech Republic. This is their first pick. We're hoping to see them perform on it. Looks like an early slider break, actually, for... No, never mind. That was a Bancho slider break for Neox. Okay. No early slider breaks for anybody here at the start of the map. White Cat, Neox, Friller, and Shark in for this one for Germany to attempt the break point against Czech Republic. Pogo CZ, Mr. Nobody, LeBron James, and Nitrom in for the Czech Republic. No surprises on any of these members. This is, I believe, the same roster they ran with for No Mod 1 in qualifiers as well.
Not quite. They had Evident for that one, but yep, pretty much the same, just Nitrom swapped in. Sticking with the usual crew. There goes LeBron James. First break going to the Czech Republic here. Make that 2.
Definitely not the start you would want, but there's a lot of time left in this map. We're not even a quarter of the way through, and both of these players, PogoCZ and LeBron James, should be able to bring those combos back up to snuff soon enough. But for now, it is 4 full combos to 2 in the favor of Germany. Very low combo advantage, though. Only about a 400 combo lead for them. Make that a 600, 700 combo lead now as LeBron James finds another set of misses. And, if you're looking to try to upset that 3rd seed as seed number 29, you can't really find lots of these misses during a pick like No Mod 1, where, you're preying on a couple of misses during the middle of the map for the other team. So this makes the victory for the Czech Republic a lot more difficult. Hopefully they can hold on to some of these other big combos on their 2 FCs and on PogoCZ, but Germany just looking unshakable right now. The lowest accuracy on the team is 99.4, and they have 2 SSs almost halfway through the map right now.
You're just waiting for those just odd breaks, and seeing 2 from Germany at this point is looking unlikely, but it's No Mod 1, so it's always likely. But you feel like on this style of map, Germany would be even better than what they'd usually be. Czech Republic, though, there's 2 FCs looking really good as well. So it's just a case of seeing if someone has a moment.
Uh-oh.
Oh, well,
Neox
see what
maybe
happens
having
there.
a moment. Neox may be having a moment here. Hopefully we'll get that sorted out shortly.
Hopefully that's not a DC. We are past halfway. So the abort period is gone. So hopefully that is not a disconnect. We'll soon see. Because The 3FCs are still going there.
I mean,
So
with
you-
how this map is going so far, they might not even need him, to be honest. This is still 3 full combos for Germany. And unless Czech Republic can match the 3-way FC that's going on right now, they may not even need Neox to win this pick.
Well, if Mr. Nobody breaks, then that might be very, very likely. Still holding an SS. I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry, Krilla. He's a professional. He'll be fine.
There goes Nitrom and LeBron James for the side of the Czech Republic. Not the misses that Germany was hoping for, but more misses nonetheless for the Czechs. And Mr. Nobody and Pogosiz left basically alone against, once more, the 3-way full combo. Kriller finally dropping a 100. Another miss comes through for LeBron James, and yeah, this is looking very, very good for Germany overall. Even without Neox, you're still looking at 3 full combos to 1 right now, and only Pogosiz with supporting combo for Mr. Nobody right now.
No SS allowed. But it's still 3FCs. The Germany No Mod 1, man. Oh man, there goes Mr. Nobody. It really is all over. All she wrote on this No Mod 1. It is destruction. No Neox, no problem.
Oh my
is-
word.
This is quite insane, man. This is a round of 32. And there's still 3v4ing. Crazy stuff from Germany. Oh my gosh.
I feel like with some of the matches that we've had, I've come to expect, some wins and some points for the lower seeded teams now in this round of 32, because we've had so many crazy matchups, right, where the top seed underperforms a little bit and the bottom seed overperforms a bit, and then you get wacky matchups between these top seeds and bottom seeds. But this really is kind of what you should come to expect from a team like Germany, who is consistently at the top of their game year after year. 3-way full combo for Whitecat, Kriller, and Shark is more than enough to win against 4 members of the Czech Republic, Neox or not.
We were just talking about, No Mod 1. It'd be a good choice, even the skill gap a little bit between these two. Czech Republic with their great mechanics players. And then we just saw that deal.
Yeah, a little bit unlucky for the Czech Republic there. Although, you might not even want to chalk it up to luck, because Germany was number 1 on No Mod 1 during the qualifiers. So, picking No Mod 1 into the number 1 seeded team on No Mod 1 is sometimes ill-advised, but in round of 32, it's excusable, especially for a roster like the Czech Republic, where you kind of are looking for just, can we find a win on a mechanics pick somewhere against this team? It's always very hard to do that against the top seed.
I think they had to go for that at one point, really, because of the way this pool is. Hopefully they can pull themselves together, because that is a demoralizing way to drop a point, but it is still early days. Germany with the next pick now. And well, they're winning with the speed, the DT3, the sending map working out really well. They could also look at the other DT pick, possibly in Fly Away, which, even though it is the AR 10.3 aim, it does have a good speed element to it. 270 BPM, and it's got, quite a bit of burst presence. Or they could always mix it up. I feel like they have a few good choices. Oh, then
Ooh.
going to 3 mod 3.
Okay, that is a little bit interesting. Germany, I wouldn't have expected them to pick this 3 mod, given we were talking about this pick as a potential pick for the Czech Republic, but Germany is still a very, very good Hard Rock Precision team. They did ban out the Hard Rock 2, but on the Precision Hard Rock map in qualifiers, they had both the number 5 overall team score and the next best team score after that. They got 3.4, almost 3.5 million on Hard Rock 2, both times that they played it during qualifiers, which is some incredible consistency to have on a map that is known for being very difficult to consistently find high combos on. And to boot, they had relatively good scores on the Hidden 2 as well during qualifiers. So I don't think there's much of a reason for Germany to be afraid of this pick. I think the Czech Republic are okay with this pick themselves because they can, put some good hard rock players onto their hard rocks and hopefully tank the Hidden and Nomad well enough to eke out a break point. But Germany, very, very strong roster for a map like this.
Yeah, absolutely no problems really putting together a roster for it. Something interesting about the Czech Republic so far, I don't think we've seen Villas yet. That's a bit of a worry because he was one of their highest performing players. He was in on the Hard Rock 2, actually FC'd that Hard Rock 2 in qualifiers, meaning he'd be really useful to be taking a Hard Rock here, right? But is he around? Is he here? Because you'd think you'd really want him in.
Definitely would most of the time, yeah. But he may just not be around. I don't think we've seen him so far in this match either, so this is definitely a bit of a rough go for Czech Republic if they don't have Villas for this roster, as he was in on quite a few maps during the qualifiers. And he's one of their mechanics players as well. He is a Hard Rock DT main, so to not have one of those mechanics players here on maps that you potentially want to pick, who had, on those Hard Rock and DT maps that he played, a very, very high average score, 700k average score for Villas on those types of picks. Definitely not ideal. Apparently also having some trouble connecting Orbi to this match. Hopefully we'll get him in shortly for the Czech Republic. Orbi, I have to assume in to take the Hidden for the Czech Republic here, was their top Hidden score on the Hidden 2 during qualifiers, so one has to assume he's there to take the Hidden for them.
Yeah, it seems like he is their Hidden guy, the one to take the fall on that AR8. There's a few that could definitely fill in on the Hard Rock though. Again, looking at Neshpi, Poga CZ, although they could put him on the Nomad for the safety, I don't think AR8 safety would be his. I think he'd much prefer taking the AR10 precision, right? So I'd imagine, yeah, Orbi Hidden, Poga CZ on that Hard Rock, maybe some other overmodding as well, I think, on the side of Hard Rock for the Czechs. So they managed to get Orbi in, so hey, that's good. They really would need him here. He actually had a pretty nice AC run on that Hidden 2, which, did catch quite a few people out in terms of the AC, so pretty comfortable when it comes to that low approach rate reading.
That said, these types of maps, gimmicky free mod picks, especially early stages, really tend to favor the higher skill cap teams most of the time. When we see them in these early rounds, they tend to favor the team with the higher skill cap, the team who typically advances into later rounds. And it looks like we've got some troubles getting Nitrom into the lobby here, so we'll probably have an abort real quick and make sure that Nitrom does in fact join the rest of us for this free mod 3. But I think that's part of the reason why Germany picked this sort of map, because you do really want to take advantage of that high skill cap and pick really tricky things that some other teams just might not have a full roster for, regardless of the round that you're currently in.
Yeah, and they feel like this delay is only going to benefit Germany more, knowing that they are in a good spot. Czech Republic, maybe trying to scramble people together, can play on the mental a little bit. Just a little bit there. There's Nitrom back in. Nitrom's ready to get cranky. I love me some Cranky, and there's so many good songs you can use in multiple spots in Attorney Pool. So you do then see quite a bit of Cranky, and hey, it's great.
Yeah, very good. A very good artist. Has been around for a while in rhythm games in general. I'm not actually sure. Is Cranky one of the featured artists right now, or no?
Yeah, Cranky is a FA, one of the very earliest ones, I believe, as well, and that was such a big get. Cranky is rhythm game music royalty.
Yeah,
so long. It's amazing to get him on the team and allow some of his music to be featured in OSIMs. Now Bancho's trying. You can do it.
There is a place
Need some words of encouragement.
Time stands still.
Bancho's really trying right now.
Has
You
not
can do it.
begun.
If you really believe, Bancho,
A place of
you can do it.
but also of terrifying
They might have to consider just swapping someone else in if there's too much of a delay.
and the adventure begins.
See, LeBron James is in for Nitrom here, so are they just going to swap someone else out for Nitrom while he sorts his issue out?
It seems so. We've had a bit of a tough time apparently getting Nitrom in, and looks like LeBron James is going to be taking the spot instead. Very unfortunate for the Czech Republic on this pick. It is Germany's pick, though, so, you know, if it ends up being close, it's very sad, but I think this was always going to be a 3 Hard Rock roster for the Czech Republic, and just trying to take as good of a score as possible against Germany, who really have a fantastic roster for this sort of map. Whitecat Kriller on the low approach rate, Kriller with the hidden Whitecat on no mod is very scary in and of itself. Smarty and Neox on Hard Rock, as always, very, very scary on that mod. Of course, Orbi taking the hidden, and everybody else on the Hard Rock for Czech Republic, PogCZ, Mr. Nobody, and now LeBron James rather than Nitrom into this map.
But also of
No one wants to deal with the low BPM AR rate control on the Nomad. It's understandable, far easier to read, and with this map being very cut streamy, having an AR-10 for reading is quite useful.
If you are comfortable on the reading, though, like Whitecat is, very, very good low approach rate, no mod player for sure, then being able to take that no mod on a map like this that does get so much more mechanically difficult with the Hard Rock is a blessing for some players, and he should have a pretty easy time putting together a good score on a map like this. So far, though, only 1 for 1 in terms of the misses. Mr. Nobody and Neox both trading a miss back and forth with each other. Accuracy advantage really in favor of Germany, though. 200k score lead, basically all off the ACK, and now misses for both Orbi and LeBron James, and suddenly this went from close to not at all. Germany pulling quickly ahead with another miss from Mr. Nobody as well. Only PogCZ left to stand against the 3-way full combo and the big supporting combo from Neox.
voyage to a place where all
Yeah, looking so comfortable. So even Kriller, the Swiss Army player, can fill so many spots, 99% on this. We haven't seen many above 98 so far when it comes to that hidden on this map. You mentioned it, the high skill cap players can just stick players on these mods that other teams struggle to get anyone for. There go so many players though for Germany, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the whole team collapses here at the end, but they're already close enough to 3 million team score that they would probably beat most of the other teams who are left in the tournament anyway on this sort of a pick with that kind of score. Very, very solid stuff from Germany. Not quite enough in the tank for Czech Republic to compete, and honestly, even if they had Nitrom on that map, I don't think it would have mattered. That was one hell of a team score from Germany.
Yeah, super good. Really strong on that. I mean, just I mentioned how good they are, the old break, but it doesn't matter. 800k, 700ks across the board. That's a score. But PogCZ with that one miss as well. He's showing why he's feared. But at the moment, it's not enough. Man. Czech Republic's turn next. Nomad 1 did not work out. Where else can they go? Or do they stick to their guns? Oh, they're going for something left field. Ooh, I quite like this, actually.
Okay.
Brave.
Very.
I like it.
This map is polarizing, I think, for a lot of teams. You look at the teams who have already played this, and you have Taiwan, Indonesia, Hong Kong up above 3 million. In fact, 3.4 million, the lowest score among them for Hong Kong. And then you look at everybody else who has played this, and they're all below 2.8 million team score. So there's a 600,000 score gap between the top brass on this map and everyone else, which is a massive score gap in terms of which teams can and can't play this sort of map very well. And I think that makes it a very interesting pick for Czech Republic, because if you have a roster, if Czech Republic has a roster that can play it very well, if they can join those top brass teams on this sort of map, then they're set up very well for a sort of pick where Germany might just find lots of misses on this sort of map. It's very, very tricky, like you said, James.
It's like no team puts maps like this in tryouts. So it's a case of, it's such a curveball of a pick that they can throw off anyone. But surely Germany should be not too worried about this. But on a one-try basis, even maps like this, precision, linear streams on some prehistoric map, who's consistent on that? Unless you're a really old player.
This is the true power of data pooling. Having maps like this in a pool where you just have no idea who to predict. Unfortunately for Czech Republic, it does not seem like they will be joining the top brass on this map from the start here. Orbi and Nitrom having a lot of difficulties getting their combos to be consistent here at the start. But White Cat is going to trade on another one of those wiggle streams. These wiggles are very, very tricky. You cannot just cheese them like you would usually. There is spacing on them, and MNB and Nitrom find that out on some of these other patterns as well. It's just Pogus CZ left for the Czech Republic, though, on the only FC for them against 3 FCs for Smarty, Rising, and Kriller.
The accuracies are really good as well on Rising and Kriller, and I think that is a big tell. Pogus CZ holding the combo, but holding on a little bit. Mention it though, maps like this, a little bit of discomfort. You can just find a random miss from nowhere, but that score lead is already so large. Czech Republic are dropping their backing combos, so it's really not looking good already, even though Pogus CZ still trying to keep them in this. It's Kriller and Rising, they look so comfortable on this.
Yeah, Pogus CZ and Nesh P, very, very good player, has been this top performer for the Czech Republic for a while now, but just cannot seem to compete against the monolith of scores coming out from Germany right now. Rising does break the full combo, but I think the damage is done at this point, regardless of what score Pogus CZ puts up. This is an 800,000 score lead for Germany, and there is no shot at a comeback on this for Czech Republic. This is going to be the 4-0 start for Germany, and you have to think they'll probably be able to capitalize on their next pick. Germany match point with next pick against the Czech Republic.
Ending patterns here. And Kriller sealing that 99.3%, I think it was. Yeah, 99.3% FC. Is that top score of the weekend? It's got to be really close. You don't see many scores like that here. Kriller on amazing form right now.
He has been for a while. He's been popping off in tournaments now for quite some time. If you're familiar with the tournament scene, you know Kriller's name. You know just how good this guy is. But was one of the best performers in particularly the Course Ace Open Grand Finals very recently for his team, and a big part of the reason why they were able to take that win for the first time in the Course Ace Open. So no surprises to see him popping off here for Team Germany for the second year in a row now.
The Czech Republic team score was pretty good though, you gotta say. They got 2.6, 2.7. Pogus CZ with a great reverse choke, 1.1 million. MNB as well with a really nice recovery. But this is just one of those matchups, man. It's tough on Czech Republic. They're giving it a go. DT1 from Germany going into that high AR aim-centric mapping. We were talking about this being a possible one to close the gap between these two. But after No Mod 1, how we say that?
Yeah, well, one thing that gives me a little bit of hope for the Czech Republic on this sort of map is the fact that Germany is much less consistent on the DT1s if you look at qualifier results compared to No Mod 1. No Mod 1, they were the #1 seed. DT1, they were the number 9 seed. Still very good, mind you. But they had a little bit of tough time getting consistent scores. Their best score was 3.8 million. Their next best score was something like 3.3 million. So there is a bit of high variance there. That said, the Czech Republic, 3.8 and 3.3 million are still extremely good team scores. You're going to have to pop off to win this map against Germany and keep your winner's bracket hopes alive. But if Germany low rolls a little bit and the Czech Republic pops off, there is the potential for that break point. Slim chance, but it is there for the Czech Republic on this one.
Yeah, I still maintain that this sort of map is a good route back into this because it can be volatile if you just have a bad run on a couple of your players. Still no Villas though, he just must not be around. Oh no, he is, never mind. Ignore
There
me,
he is.
he's right there.
Well,
Ignore me.
they have him for this one. They've got him for this one.
Well, that's actually a big boon then. Really useful.
Yeah, one thing to note, Poggers in for this map was not in for either of their DT1 runs in qualifiers, so a little surprising to see him in that regard, but he's been performing so well. You want to have someone like that on the roster for basically any of your maps because he is a consistent rock for this team, and so far, the Czech Republic is looking pretty solid, Dooms. It is only misses for Shark so far on Germany. The accuracy lead is keeping the score close, but it is now on the Czech Republic side for, I think, the first time this match, actually.
Yeah, that mechanics now coming into the fore. They are doing what we know they can do. This roster is so good when it comes to this, and now they can possibly pull something together. There is a break, but they're still in a good spot. Ooh.
Alright, not so much anymore. LeBron James also finding a miss there alongside MMB. Shark will trade it back once more, but that is not the member they need to trade. They need one of these other full combos on the side of Germany to trade. If Czech Republic want to take this point, it's still very close. We are still within 150,000, 200,000 score, but there goes Villas as well. And once more, it is Neshpi versus the world for Czech Republic. Pogresizi, the only player left alive against the three-way full combo coming out of Germany. Whitecat, Neox, and Kriller. Once more, putting up the fantastic scores needed to shut down any chance of a break point and any chance of a single point coming through for the Czech Republic in this matchup. Germany very clearly coming prepared for this match and ready to go as they completely shut down the Czech Republic.
And that is a shame. They were looking really good early on. Just running out of steam though. Running out of consistency, and Germany will take no prisoners. What a team score again. Germany looking like the tournament champion possible team that we know they are. So good. That SS though, Neox, people doubted Neox. He's proven a few people wrong, I think.
Certainly some questions about Neox's return to this German roster, how good he would be after very low play count and after a long time away from the game, but clearly still has it here, pulling out very, very good scores in the round of 32, pulling out some good scores in the qualifiers as well. And Germany, no surprises, taking the victory over the Czech Republic. I know some people may have had 5-1 or something in their pick'ems, but at this point you have to come to expect this level of consistency from Germany after the way that they have played in this World Cup for the last 2 or 3 years in a row. They have been a fantastic fighting force against the overall tournament favorites in the United States for quite a while now, and you expect that to continue this year as well.
I mean, I still maintain the Czech Republic, their roster right now, is very competitive against many teams left in this tournament. And even though this match was very one-sided, I think next week, when the Czech Republic continue their campaign, I think they're going to have a good chance with some of the teams they might face. I still think they're going to have a solid tournament. And the way they played there, especially on some of those maps, and even on that gimmick DT2, there's a lot of promise there, I think.
Well, they'll need all the promise they can get next weekend, because they've got another tough opponent ahead of them in Taiwan in the losers bracket. So that is a tough opponent. That is a tough bracket for the Czech Republic. 30th seed does not net you a very good bracket, but if they played the way they did today against Germany in that matchup as well, I agree. They have a pretty good chance of, at the very least, taking some points, and if not taking some points, giving Taiwan a go for the money, a run for the money in that matchup. do have a couple of other things to mention while we're here. Before you go, if there are any of these other teams that you want to support, you may consider purchasing one of the team banners for the OS World Cup from the OS store. They're $2.50 in USD, and they support your favorite teams directly as well as the overall tournament. Plus, this year is the first year that you can directly donate to the OS World Cup prize pool. So make sure to do that if you do want to support the tournament overall and not one of your particular favorite teams.
As for the round of 32, though, still plenty more matches coming up and some very contested ones. But the next one is in 20 minutes between Russia and Sweden. Should be a barnstormer. We'll be back for that, so stay tuned for more OS World Cup round of 32 very soon.
When I feel down, I try not to forget and look around. It's a beautiful place. It's not always easy living in this world, but I know it's up to me, and I am never giving up. I swear I hold on. look around. Just look around. It's a beautiful place. Drop it.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the OS World Cup 2022 round of 32. Still plenty more to go. Next game we have here is the Russian Federation versus Sweden. Two teams we've had a lot of history in the OS World Cup, a lot of good success recently. I'm Doomsday, and joining me today is this one guy. What are you feeling about this one, man?
I am excited. I think it's going to be a very interesting match because we have a very new look Sweden roster this year. New captain, 6 new players against several new Russian players as well. So we're getting some updated rosters, and we had some good scores from these teams in qualifiers. And I think they're poised for a good matchup against each other.
I think on plenty of these maps, they do square up quite well if you look at previous scores. I know a lot of chatter around this Sweden team has been, a loss of some of their key players. Reedcat's not here, Andros is not here, but they still have a really good core. And they've still brought back plenty of their mainstay players that have brought them success. Sailor's back, Blue's back. Bringing in Norts is really cool as well. It's cool to see him get in here again. But the Russia team, in a similar boat. No Red Pixel, no Talala, who have been here for a long time, but they've replaced extremely well. This roster has one of the meanest speed rosters of any team here, and depending on how this goes, we can see that brought to bear later on.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the qualifier results kind of bears that out, right? Russia has historically been a strong tapping team, and they've only gotten better at it this year. They got second place on all 3 double time maps in qualifiers. They got top 10 on the Nomad 2. Their top end speed with guys like Apostol, like Chikany, is absolutely ridiculous. Like, they scale incredibly well. And I mean, the average gap between these two teams on the DTs and the qualifiers was something like 1.4 million points. So definitely a scary skill set if you are Sweden looking at this Russian team. But they bolstered with the new players on Sweden's roster. I think they bolstered their early round. And with this pool being a bit earlier than a bit easier than the qualifiers pool, it may, suit them a little more with perhaps a little less scaling, but pretty good early round. You mentioned Knots, Tony Reno, good early round player, Blue Scylla, as well as, just kind of some fill-in players for different skill sets. So I think while on paper, based on qualifiers results, Russia looks a lot stronger. When you step back a little bit in the pool and you add in a couple extra maps and skill sets, I think it gets a little bit closer than it might appear.
Yeah, I totally agree. Especially at this round as well. There isn't too much between these two, especially because, first game, the first few maps especially, you can see the odd underperformance here and there. We've seen some teams, even strong teams, have issues there. Depending on how that goes, this could swing this early round matchup as well. Here come the picks and bans then. Sweden going to be starting us off there.
Yeah, you gotta figure that Sweden is gonna ban one of the tapping focused maps, whether it's Nomad 2, Freemod 2, DT pick. It ends up being DT1, so actually an AIM DT. I'm a little surprised that they went that route over a faster map. And the very fast Hard Rock 2 ban from Russia, that was instant. That was, I think, their worst placement or second worst placement in qualifiers. They aren't as comfortable with the precision, so it doesn't surprise me too much.
Nah, I don't think they really have a good 4 for those. So I don't really blame them there. I don't think Sweden have a massively scary roster when it comes to that in this matchup, but it's definitely far more even. Plus the fact that Hard Rock 2 out of science, no one likes it. It hasn't been picked at all. It's been banned so much. We've got a few games left still to see it, maybe.
I know, I always feel bad, like, especially when a map is a custom, if it doesn't get picked at all in an entire round, especially in the first couple of rounds where there's 16 matches. Like, there's a lot of opportunities for it to get picked, and it's just not happening. And there is the very unsurprising Freemod 2 first pick from Russia. I don't think anybody's going to bat an eye at that one. That is the Nomad 5 replacement is now Freemod 2, and so Russia, known as a speed roster, going to just jump right in.
Right into some breakcore. 232 BPM. It's not extremely speedy, but it is definitely consistently intense. And we have seen players start to cough on the stamina, particularly the less speed inclined teams. Russia will have no problems with that, so they should be right at home with this. And the mod picks, I can't imagine finding a hidden or a hard rock player should be a problem for them. The question would be whether overmods come into it, because it is CS3. Throwing Hard Rock on that, the circle size is still very manageable. I believe it's a 3.8, so it's still very much manageable. Sweden, how will they play this? Because they've had some good combos on the DT picks and qualifiers, but the accuracy was lacking a bit. With it being lower AR, BPM, not too bad.
Yeah, I think you probably just overmod on both sides and go like an extra hard rock, right? You go maybe like one hidden, 2 hard rocks, or a hard rock and a hidden hard rock, and then Sweden, you just say, okay, we're overmodding hard rock, so the AC is going to be lower, and just kind of hope for the best. And I think when you're in the position that they're in, right, where you are the underdog on this type of skill set, it's not going to be as big of a concern. You want to just do as best you can, but know this is your opponent's first pick, and it's a skill set that you know that they really favor. And so you just want to go out and put up your best showing, knowing that what's going to be more important is your own first pick coming after this. And it looks like we're getting in, and it is that overmod hard rock. As we reload here, it looks like there's an overmod hard rock on the Russia side. No surprise there, as well as Sweden. Yeah, overmodding this has been so common, like you said.
Just Norts and Vacman Gamer rename there on the no mod. AR is quite low. It is quite dense for the hidden and the no mod players. AR 9.1 at this speed. There's an element of reading as well that does come into it for those players.
Yeah, it's surprisingly dense, especially with hidden, with that slightly lower approach rate than you might expect. Only 9.1 for a 232 BPM map. Does feel a little lower, but you do see the extra hard rocks coming in to kind of compensate for that. And an early break there from Trumpetino, but it is matched by Tester Pivka and Chickeny, so it's actually going to be Sweden taking the early lead on this as long as their combo can hold out with some slightly lower AC on Trumpetino holding them back a bit.
A little bit down there, but his teammates holding really well so far. The accuracy is pretty good here for the Sweden combos. 2 players struggling for combo on Team Russia here.
You see a couple of breaks from Tester and from Chickeny, but Knots did trade one of those out, so it's a 2v2 on the board, basically. Felrion and Scylla versus Vacman and Voprasov. Keeping this in touch. It's going to stay really, really close now. Those combos are very, very similar on all players. And like you said, when we were going into this map, right, it doesn't really let up. There's a little slower section in the middle. Scylla, I'm not sure, I should learn, gets buzz slidered. That's not where you want to get buzz slidered at all, right in the middle.
Oh no, that is rough there for Scylla. Just Felrion on that hard rock, holding it tight for Sweden. He's going to need more than that though, because giving Russia a lead on a speed pick, not really where you want to be.
Yeah, this is going to just look good for Russia at this point. Big combos have been finally recovered for Tester and for Chickeny, and of course Vacman and Voprasov both still holding the FCs. And there's a couple more breaks for Sweden. It's only halfway through. This is decently long. It feels long because it's so consistent. But Russia's going to start to run away with this now that we are going to get into the back half of the map after this break, and they have that much of a combo advantage.
Section here is quite tough just after the break. See if there's any chokes here.
Looking pretty good. The comfort level is clearly high for those players on the Russian side. 99.3 AC on Voprasov and Vacman with AC that we're just going to look the other way from for now. We will instead keep our eyes peeled elsewhere as the 600k lead for Russia. Not a lot that Sweden can do at this point. Voprasov does find a pretty late break there, but it's not going to affect the outcome by any means.
It was pretty competitive though. Even though it is one of their stronger picks here, Russia, very competitive. It shows that at this level, and with the versatility of Sweden, they can compete even on these trickier picks. But nevertheless, 3.2 million. Still a really good performance here for Russia.
Gamer.
Oh my god.
That's why I didn't want to mention it. But it happened. The SS comes out on Vacman. Nomad OD8, but still. That's still quite impressive, regardless. And
first map of the tournament. SS, yeah.
Yeah, that's not too shabby. That's pretty good.
Pretty good. On a 100% accuracy rating here is Vacman.
He should just not play another map. He could finish with the best accuracy of anyone in the entire round.
The power's in his hands now.
Unfortunately, he plays every single map for this team pretty much, so not going to be happening. He's going to be in for a lot of stuff based on what we've seen previously. But now we go to Sweden's first pick, and I want to say it's a 1. I just expect it to be a 1.
It's a 1 indeed. Paradigm 4210.
So Hidden was a little bit of a weak spot for Russia in the qualifiers. These teams were basically dead even on Hidden in that round, right? They were separated by like a total of 200,000 points on the 2 maps. So Sweden thinking if they have any route into this match, it might be with Hidden picks or aim picks. So I understand this one. I kind of like this pick for them.
Yeah, I do too. It's a sort of map that, with the way the patterns are and how consistent it is with its kind of awkward patterning, little things that can trip you up, even on the best of days, it's a good way to get back into it. And, Scylla in particular did really well on this slot in the qualifiers, and that map was particularly hard, I heard from a lot of players. So they have some players that are going to be rock solid on something like this, you'd feel.
Yeah, definitely. This was the Hidden one in qualifiers, as you said, was probably the hardest map in terms of scores that players were getting on it. Sweden going Knots, Blue, Tony Reno, and Scylla, which is 3 of the 4 that they had on Hidden in qualifiers. Tester, Chickeny, Vakman, and Vitya, which is similarly 3 of the 4 that Russia had on Hidden 1 in qualifiers. So you're going to get these teams as kind of the hidden rosters for both of these squads. We're going to get some streams and some awkward aim, and we'll see how the teams deal with it. Bit of a different feel than the Fremont 2 for sure, which is all about the tapping. This one a lot more about the aim. It does start out with an early break from Chickeny, who has been a player who has been on the rise over the last couple of years, but you do occasionally see him having issues with his consistency, so we'll see how he does over the rest of this map. Similar to Fremont 2, broke early on, but held the rest of the way. Tony Reno and Vitya do trade a couple more breaks, so it's 3 FCs to 2 now in favor of Sweden. Yep. Not a spot where you especially want to break when the other team is holding through. There goes Tony Reno again. So 2 versus 2, but that backing combo on Chickeny does pull the lead over, as well as Vitya recovering. It's going to start to feel okay here for Russia, as Tony Reno and Knots are continuing to struggle.
Seems like Chickeny is completely recovered, looking real good here as we reach the halfway point. Sweden really relying on Blue and Scylla, 2 key players for something like this. They really need them to perform.
And they are doing that so far. The problem is they're being matched, right? I mean, it's great to see. No. It was great to see until Blue and Scylla holding the double FC down against Tester and Vakman, but unfortunately, that was short-lived. And now 2 FCs without much backing combo for Russia, admittedly. Chickeny and Vitya back to struggling a little bit, but unfortunately, Knots and Blue not having much combo to try to make up this gap. Sweden is falling farther and farther behind. A couple FCs to start here for Mr. Vakman on 2 completely different maps. That would be quite impressive. Nope, we will not.
It would have been, yeah.
Would have been cool.
Man, Tester Pivka's still got it though. There's a bit of a lead here, and actually Sweden have some good combo going into this last quarter. Tony Reno recovering very well, but time is running short.
Yeah, this ending slows down a lot in that little slider section, and then a little break in between. Oh, there's a break from Tester. There's just not enough time left for this, I don't believe, right? And still a breaks at the end.
Yeah, definitely not now. It would have been really close with Skillet, but no.
now I want to do the math, right? Because that was right on the verge of being comebackable. This would have been incredibly close if he hadn't broken where he did. Because that's another, I don't know, 80k score that Scylla could have had. Wouldn't have mattered. Wouldn't have made up that whole gap, but it would have been very close. But it's gonna be a break point for Russia. Sweden's first pick not going the way they would have liked. Chickeny ends up with the couple of slider breaks S rank. And Tester with that top score coming in for Hidden and performing well on it. That's a fast pick.
I think they know exactly what they want. I mean, you know, it writes itself. Just go into that speed.
Russian speed players also speed at, you know, picking maps. It just kind of carries over that skill. This was this is such a good map for them. Like speed, stamina type of pick, 240 BPM.
Classic Senya DT.
Yeah. I was just talking about that yesterday in one of the matches. It feels like it's been a long time since Senya DT was, you know, the meta back a few years ago when every pool it felt had a Senya DT1 or maybe a Senya DT3. So a little return to that is nice to see. Always, their songs just always make for good DT maps, I feel.
It is. It's the sort of rhythms that blend itself really well to a consistent map to put, you know, bursts and streams to. That's exactly what this is. And, you know, Mo is a mapper that you see a lot when it comes to Senya. Big fan of Senya. And, yeah, 240 BPM, speed and stamina is the name of the game here. There's a little bit of aim to it too. Just a little bit, so it is there. But it is pretty much all about that tapping, and the lineup for Russia is exactly what you'd want for it.
They actually, you know, it's interesting, they don't have Chickony in for this, despite the fact that he was in for the DTs, all 3 DTs in qualifiers, but when you have a roster of Apostol, Din, Vakman, and Voprasov, I'm really not that worried either way.
Yeah, they can afford to swip and swap, really. They have the depth there.
This is, I believe, see, Trumpetino, Knots, Felrion, and Scylla is the same roster as they were running on the kind of DNB DT in qualifiers as well, so no surprise there. Apostol gonna break early on, but smashed by Trumpetino, and we stay even.
Not played expected break early on, but it is very early on.
We saw that happen to 1 or 2 of the players in the previous match. I think Neox from Germany, right, broke in the first 300 combo. Speed players, when there is a crumb of aim in their speed maps, unfortunately don't always have the best of time, but Trumpetino finding a second break means that Russia's going to get a little bit of a combo lead here as we reach past the 1/3 mark.
And the hack difference really isn't all that much between these big combos. The combo, of course, is going to matter so much, but the level of comfort looks pretty good for both sides.
Ooh. You mentioned Comfort and Apostol and Trumpetino both breaking on that little linear pattern, so maybe a little uncomfortable with that particular type of mapping. But yeah, everybody else looking pretty good until that break from Knots, unfortunately. And with a triple FC to now just 2 FCs, Russia's in a pretty decent spot coming into the last quarter of the map.
They really are now. Knots running out of a little bit of that tapping juice. It's still so good for the 2 FCs for Sweden, but Russia are going to run away with the lead like this. They are not going to have many problems unless they get struck of nerves or something. Still need to hold for a little bit longer.
It would take a full-scale collapse at this juncture, which, I mean, historically has happened here and there, but pretty rare, especially this early on from a team as good at a skill set as this. So, will we see a 4-0 score here? Is there time for another 200k from Russia? Put up a 4-0, and they do. That's up there with the USA score on this, which I think was 4.1 million and change as well. So we've seen some very, very good scores on this very straightforward, tapping-heavy DT3 pick, and Russia kind of running away with this one 3-0 quickly, and never felt like Sweden was really in this map once they found a couple of those early breaks. They did get a double FC, but unfortunately those backing scores behind them just not enough.
And 3.5 million is still a pretty good team score, all things considered. So, yeah, Sweden trying the best there, but against Russia, it's just not going to be enough, is it? But a good score from Sweden for sure.
Yeah, no shame in that. 3.5 mil. It just, despite getting that good a score, it felt like Russia was always in command, which speaks volumes to how good Russia is at tapping maps. And now we get the expected pick. I don't think they were going to let this one go by. We're Sweden. It's the Nomad 1 saying, we will pick some aim because we feel like we are comfortable on this type of map, and we feel like perhaps you are slightly less comfortable on this type of map. Also, banger.
Oh, the main point is the banger because it is an absolute tune.
For real.
Oh man, good job to the pool as well. Or the map. Whoever picked this song, good stuff. Oh, Nomad 1s are always a bit of a staring contest, right? You're just hoping to get the odd 1 or 2 less misses than your opponent, especially at this level. And especially with a map like this, where it is higher BPM, lower spacing than maybe you'd usually see in a Nomad 1. It's oftentimes a bit more comfortable when it's like this, with the lower spacing but the higher speed, because it's not particularly quick for the single tapping.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting sort of Nomad 1 song choice for that exact reason. You don't normally see higher than 210 BPM Nomad 1s, especially not, or at least not this early on in a tournament. Normally it's maybe 195, 200 BPM, slightly larger spacing to accommodate to keep the star rating where you want it. But with the lower spacing, higher BPM, like you said, I personally feel like it's often more comfortable to aim this sort of thing. And I'm not a good high BPM player. So, somebody who's actually OWC quality is going to maybe find it straight up easy. And we saw what happened, right, with a lower seed picking a Nomad 1 into a higher seed yesterday, USA versus Israel. USA got hard Nomad 1, right? You just find an unfortunately timed couple of breaks, and that's all it takes for a team to run away with a win. So Sweden, hoping for something similar where they put up a great score and Russia finds maybe an untimely miss or two, and the map is just over right like that.
Everything really says that this is a really good map for Sweden, and that it's going to be Russia that are looking to try and upset on this one a little bit. But we'll see if Nomad 1 special kicks in here.
It's always so scary. You get to halfway, 2/3 of the way through with some FCs and some big combo, and all of a sudden somebody just breaks on, that one aim section in the second key eye or after the second key eye, and it just flips the map on its head. But Tony Reno and Scylla, looking to get those early breaks out of the way, perhaps, the reverse choke method lowers your nerves if you're not on an FC, right? That's clearly what they're going for here.
Hey, it's a strat. It's the legit strat. The old UK captain always used to rely on it. Miss early, FC the rest.
That being said, when you've got a roster like Russia has here with Voprasov, Pester, Vakman, and Vitya, maybe underperformed a little on aim and qualifiers, but generally speaking are pretty solid on it nonetheless, despite that early break from Voprasov. Any break can be a bit damaging to your chances of winning, though Vakman finds a break as well, so now it's 2 FCs to 2.
Well then, yeah, Sweden recovering nicely. They're in the driving seat. Here comes the key eye.
You get that slightly increased spacing, slightly increased intensity in the song. Like you said, nothing really gets huge in terms of spacing. This isn't one of those late round Skyflame full screen jump Nomad 1s, but there is enough in it to make you think a little bit about where your cursor is on the screen. But everybody looking pretty comfortable. Obviously, the AC is going to stay quite high, but the combo is going to stay quite high, more importantly, for those FCs, and the recovered combos from Tony Reno and Scylla finally enough to take the lead back for Sweden. This is kind of the first lead they've had now on map number 4 of this match.
Here comes the solo, though. Hardest part of the map for sure, this.
Yeah, those slightly larger jumps and those couple of kick sliders can catch you out if you're not careful, and they do catch out Vakman. That's going to be a decent amount of combo advantage for Sweden. He was recovering to 400 or 500 combo. Now that is gone. If there's ever going to be a time for Sweden to try to make a runaway on this, happen, but that's a break from Blue. And now it's a little dangerous.
Yeah, it's scary now. Map winding down a little bit. 2 FCs to 1 in favor of Russia here.
got the 700 combo backing on Voprasov. You've got 900 and 1,000 on Tony Reno and Scylla respectively. So it's going to keep the combo pretty similar overall between the teams. Oh, a break from Vitya! That could be pretty big, but Tony Reno matches it. So now it's 1FC to 1, Tester Pivka and Turbob. Turbo B? Turbob? Anybody want to weigh in on that one?
Turbob?
Turbob?
Steaming away with that FC. I like Turbob, I'll go with it if someone corrects me.
That big backing combo from Scylla might be enough to hold on here into the ending, but Voprasov has a lot of combo to back up Tester. And Vacman at 470 is not to be ignored. Oh my goodness!
Oh,
Tester and
no.
Voprasov just ended any chance Russia had of winning this map unless Sweden fully falls apart in the ending. And, well, Turbo breaks, but they've still got a big combo on Scylla and on Blue. So I think it's okay. I think Sweden might have this one and get their first point on the board.
Yeah, I think they're good to go from there. Scylla has had a really good match so far. He's going to pull this one through and make sure that there's no doubt. Yeah, the Sweden No Mod 1. They worked the qualifiers, really good score there. And it's working here too.
That is going to give them a point on the board by 250k. They had the higher Nomad 1 score in qualifiers, and they have the higher score on the Nomad 1 where it matters in the match. They will avoid any chance of a clean sweep in this matchup. And if they can find any other aim in this pool, which there isn't a whole lot of, unfortunately for them, maybe this would give them an inroad to taking another couple points, something like a free mod 1 later on. But Russia, with the next pick, is going to go into tapping. We're going to see the incredibly rare Nomad 2. I believe this has only been picked one time so far in this round. This will be its second. It's a very tricky one.
Someone pick his map. Some Undead Corporation streams, 185 BPM. And yeah, it hasn't been very popular for one reason or another. It is a tricky map. I'd say it's possibly one of the harder maps in the pool. And with it being Nomad 2, which is a pick that many teams find comfortable, or one of their comfort picks in the right hands, people have been wanting to go for it. I think Russia are definitely one of the teams that would, though. So I'm not surprised about this.
You know, Russia is so strong at tapping maps in general, as we've said a lot. But this one is not really going to test your high-end speed or anything. It's only 185 BPM. This map is really more about the flow aim, which I suppose they have as well, because typically one comes with the other, but not 100% of the time. There's some very tricky flow patterns in this, though.
Yeah, a lot of the streams are very wiggly. They wind around a lot. Lots of directional changes. Lots of, some variable spacing as well. And there are occasional double jumps, especially near the end. There are a couple of little double jumps that can catch you out when you're in that full flow state of flow aim. So you got to be careful of that in this.
We'll see who can be the most careful. Apostol, Chickeny, Vacman, and Voprasov taking on Felrion, Knots, I'm just going to go with Turbob. It sounds silly when I'm saying it, but whatever. And Scylla has the fourth. Maybe I'll just call him Turbo. Cut out the middleman. Couple early breaks. Chickeny and Felrion both missing in that intro. But with this being over 3 minutes and pretty consistent difficulty, those combos will be recovered fast. Voprasov drops at the end of the stream, so that's down to 2 FCs now for Russia. Meanwhile, Sweden with 3 FCs and a near FC from Felrion will be able to take the lead. This is actually secretly an aim map. Did you know that?
Yeah, Nomad 2 is an aim map? News to me. Even though it seems like so many players are like, oh, this Nomad 2 is an aim map. Where's my stream? As they break on the one jump in them. Stream map.
So far, though, I mean, the only thing somebody's broken on was really the end of a stream. So I don't know. Get into kind of this middle third. Lower spacing on these streams, so should be mostly comfortable in that section. As it stands, everybody holds through. combos are going to start to get very big. The FC's up over 900 combo, even Chikuni and Felrion up over 850 combo apiece. Volkersoft back over 600. Things start to get really scary. Once you start to see combos over 1,000, those scores start to get bigger and bigger. The nerves may start to come into play as we get later and later into this map, with people still holding on.
Another break there from Vopro, but still 7 massive combos on the field. It's getting dicey now.
Oh, and Felrion breaks on the jumps! There it is! He missed on aim on a stream map. Not what you want to see, but it is still 3 full combo plays from Sweden against 2 and a near FC from Chikuni, so they will still hold on to that lead for now, but if Felrion continues to have trouble like that, they're going to start losing some of that advantage quickly.
Yeah, the thing with the stream map is, if you miss aim one stream and not off the whole thing, you lose so much score.
There goes Scylla. That is a big one, because that is an FC gone for Sweden, that now Russia has an unanswered combo, but Chikuni breaks as well as Felrion, so it's 2 versus 2, but Volkersoft with the big backing combo. Oh, there goes the postal, falls off the stream. Sweden are in position to steal a break point on a tapping map here. If they can just hold on a little longer through this ending, it's going to go back and forth, though.
Oh, Turbob's gone.
Bob's gone, the aim falls apart, Chikuni's gone as well. It's Backman versus Knots for the full combos, but the backing combo is there for Russia by just enough at this point, with Volkersoft on 900. And they're going to take this in the end by only a 50,000 point margin. That was far closer than you would have ever expected. Tapping map between these two teams to be Knots pulling through the full combo for Sweden, but unfortunately matched by Backman. And that backing combo from Volkersoft holding on for Russia, and they send it to match point at 4-1.
There's another FC on the board here for Backman. Good match so far, great act. Nort's coming in clutch though as well to make it really close. Well, yeah, that's not one you would have expected that to be so competitive. Russia do take it though, and with the next bit going to Sweden, you know, and the map pool maybe thinning a little bit at this point. Looking pretty good here for Russia.
Yeah, we're gonna start to get into some more niche maps with what's left. You've got, you know, Nomad Alt, Nomad Tech, Hard Rock Tech, Low AR Hidden, and a couple of free mods. And it's gonna be that Low AR Hidden. We are gonna see Hidden 2 coming in. So I have Aeon, Sweden saying, with what could be our last pick here, let's go for the AR8. Go into that Nissan Hidden 2, which is a pretty comfortable, as far as AR8 Hiddens go, pretty comfortable map.
It's more or less an aim map. It's more about linear aim and stream aim, this one. The actual reading side of it, in terms of overlaps and weird rhythms, is not really there, but snapping to these patterns on AR8 is quite a challenge, and the map is quite long. Quite a few long streams that have directional changes in them, which, you know, you got to make sure you don't over-aim those and whatnot on Hidden. So it is very much an aim map at heart. Sweden have historically been very good on low AR Hidden. They've had some good reading players, and they've still got some of that core here too. But Russia have that as well. I'm looking at Vitia there, Okinatori. He's been around a long time, very capable on these sorts of maps.
He was their top scorer on the Hidden 2 in qualifiers. We'll want to reprise that, and that one was, I think, harder than this pick. One where you can probably see a couple of FCs. I think we saw USA maybe, double or triple FC this yesterday. A couple of other teams putting up really good scores on this as well. But you got a roster of Tony Reno, Knots, Phelan, and Scylla. You should, as Sweden, be able to put up a really solid score. I think their score floor for this is quite high. It's just going to be a matter of whether they can reach the score ceiling that'll determine who ends up winning this. With it being relatively comfortable, it means that players should be performing pretty well as long as the nerves don't kick in too much from being down match point in the OS World Cup. It can never be understated.
Looks like Chikuni and Testapivka with the slow starts in terms of the accuracy, but it's recovering nicely. Just an early game issue there.
So far, so good for everyone except for Phelan. That was a very unfortunate miss. I'm not even sure, like a little bit of a miss-aim perhaps was all. Can happen on low AR so easily. Dooms, you're a proficient low AR player, probably know how to aim that stuff better than most. You think that was just a little under-aim?
I think it might have been, yeah. And when that happens, it can be easy to lose your way just for a moment. He did hold his act though, so he didn't lose too much from that.
Makes their way through that long stream, keeping the ACK and the combo alive. So the only real difference here is that 260 combo behind for Phelan.
The ending of this map has some pretty tough patterns once you get to that last quarter. It can make a lot of difference if there's a lot of combo on the field by then.
That's another break for Phelan. He, unfortunately, is kind of the only player making a negative difference in this map. It's unfortunate to see that happen, but when you have 7 FCs and one player is broken twice, not a good spot to be in for Sweden.
And 3 FCs at this point is really good, but Russia with the 4-way is insane. Honestly, an incredible performance so far, but this could make all the difference with so much combo on the field. This part right here.
In we go. Everybody gets through the stream. It's going to be Okinotori Vitya breaking right after in that little difficult triple section. If there was ever going to be a chance for Sweden to come back, that's going to kind of open the door a little bit, but they need another break, and it's Chickeny with the next break. This can come back now. Sweden has to hold through this ending, though. It's going to be very, very tight coming into the last moments of the map, and I just don't think there's enough time, but it's going to be ever so close in this ending. Oh, another break from Chickeny. Yeah, there is. It's going to go. With about 15 total combo, it flips over to Sweden, and they steal the hidden 2. They take their second point on the back of those late breaks from Okinotori and Chickeny, and the full combos, numerous. The harvest of full combos has been bountiful on this day. Triple FC
map. Both teams with really high scores on that, and Sweden popping off. What a team score. That's going to be hard to beat. Really hard to beat. I think Russia's going to be way up there as well. But the ending made all the difference.
Yeah, those are both amazing team scores. 3.6 million on that map is incredibly respectable score, right? 38,000 points, all that separates them. And, you know, it's interesting to look at this result because you had a triple FC and then a 547k for Sweden, and a double FC with an 800 with 2 slightly under 800k scores for Russia. So skill floor or score floor versus score ceiling, basically negligible. But that does mean that Russia has their own pick to try to close the match out. And they have 1 DT left. But this is an old map. This is not a speed map. This is not a tapping heavy map.
No, 1 DT map is not like the others here. Not at all. This is a very gimmicky map. In general, CS6, ancient Roman Empire DT pick. It's really weird. It's basically like a 216 BPM precision stream pick with wiggles and weird shapes and kick sliders too. It's old map DT. That's really the summation of this.
Always interesting to see this skill set represented in a DT pool where there's only 3 maps. You know, typically in the past we've seen kind of an aim, a speed, and a like stamina DT. But now we have an aim, a kind of hybrid speed stamina, and an old, which, you know, kind of in the past has only come in when there's been 4 DTs. So we toss in a skill set that a lot of people don't always see, especially if they're more early round focused. And say, here you go, guys. Have fun playing a map that's older than probably some people who are playing OS2. Which is a little scary to think about.
I've seen Welter come in here for Russia. New name here for the first match for them. Comes in for a lot of the Hard Rock picks as well, so the precision aspect will be quite useful, I imagine, for the CS6 pick.
Yeah, if you're good at precision, you know, with Hard Rock, he was in, like, for those in qualifiers, CS6, and it's only air 9.67. Definitely a solid person to be able to put into the roster. Vitya, Vakman, Chickeny, rounding things out for Russia. Blue Felleran, Turbob, and Scylla. Still laugh every time I say his name. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing with you. As the roster for Sweden. This is another map that has felt like a little tricky. There have been teams that have had a hard time on it that you would not necessarily expect to. And right away, a couple breaks from Welter, Vitya, Blue, Felrion, and Turbob, so we're down to 3 FCs and we're not even 150 combo in.
Immediately, you can see the strange style catching out a lot of players. It'll take time to bed into something like this. Seems as though Russia have the better of it early on.
Yeah, those continued breaks for Blue and Turbob really not helping the case for Sweden. Felrion and Scylla doing what they can, but against a double FC from Chickeny and Vakman, with Felrion breaking, not going to be the greatest of looks. And with this only being 2 minutes long, right, those misses start to be important a little earlier than they might in a longer pick. And with Turbob falling again, this is already going to start getting out of hand. The score is only 200k, but it's going to be growing fast in favor of Russia.
Recovered so well. Sweden's still struggling, whereas Russia have completely settled. There goes Ciccone though, so a bit closer, but it's still with them.
This would require breaks from probably 2 remaining players from Russia, and for Sweden to hold basically the entire back half of this map, as the lead is up over 400,000 points, and we're only just to the 2/3 mark. And a triple break. Blue, Turbob, Ciccone for Russia, but those are more damaging for Sweden. And with Felleran falling, I think we can say goodnight in this matchup. There's really not much coming back from that.
Welter came back into it after the early shakes, showing why he's in there. Vakman, who's had such a good game, holding the only FC for Team Russia. One of their shining lights in this match, and surely this tournament going forward.
The name change has worked wonders for him, I tell you. Goes from Gamer to Vakman, and all of a sudden puts up an incredible showing in qualifiers, puts up an incredible showing in this match, closes it out with the FC. Russia, 5-2 the victors. A couple of very close points did go over to the way of Sweden. That Nomad won that Hidden 2. Able to, you know, make a respectable showing of things. But Russia's depth and overall strength of roster ended up winning the day. And it felt like they were always in control of this match. And they show it with the 5-2 win as they move onward to round of 16. Next week, if I could find the challenge, I would say who they're going to be matching up with. While Sweden going to drop into losers.
It looks like Russia are going to be facing off against Indonesia next week in the winners bracket. And Sweden in the next round in the losers bracket is going to be against Finland.
Good Finland.
So one of their neighbours. So that should be a really cool match to watch. Some good chemistry there.
I think those should both be good matches. Russia against this year's Indonesia squad, the ever popular 7 versus 10 seed matchup. Those are almost always close. And it's fun to see the Scandinavia matchup. I think we've seen those once or twice in the past. We get another one here. But Russia looking strong. You like to see that roster performing well. They always seem to be ready for OWC. Year after year, coming back. They drop just a couple points in the early rounds at most, typically. And that happens again here today. Any final thoughts, Mr. Doomsday, on this match we just saw?
Russia are looking really good. Even on reading stuff and their speed stuff, they are very well rounded. I'm curious to see how they match up against some of the higher seeds, but on that basis, looking pretty good. And I think Sweden will do pretty good too, on the basis of some of their scores.
There you have it. Both these teams looking strong, looking ready to go into the winners round of 16 for Russia, into the losers round 1 for Sweden. Trying to see what kind of runs they can make in the coming weeks. That's going to be it for this one. It's going to be about a 50... Oh, go ahead.
I think there's a couple of things we want to talk about real quick.
Sure.
Of course, first of all, if you want to support the teams, you want to show your support for your teams, you can purchase OWC team banners for each of the teams you would like that are in the tournament. Help support the tournament. And if you want to support the tournament directly, you can now donate to the OWC prize pool to give the players even more to fight for. And also, I believe it's already been talked about in chat, but we have a B stream because the next matches we have 2 running concurrently. And on this stream, I believe we'll be bringing you Romania versus Mexico. But there is also Poland versus Turkey happening, which will be live on twitch.tv/OSU_live_2. You can see the link in chat there, so depending on which match you want to watch, both of them will be streamed. Poland versus Turkey on OSU Live_2. And there we go.
All right. The housekeeping, a little bit more complex this year with the second stream, but get some extra matches on stream that we would have missed in previous years without the B stream, so you love to see that. We'll get to see some of these strong rosters. Poland, of course, the 2 seed out of qualifiers. Romania, a very hyped up roster this year. Those will be occurring in about 15 minutes. So until then, we will have a short break. Get your snacks, get your drinks. Be back here, 18 UTC for the continuation of OWC 2022, round of 32. I've been this one guy. He's been Doomsday. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to OS World Cup 2022 round of 32 weekend. Our incredibly stacked day 2 of this week continues onward as we head into our next block of matches. It's going to be Romania versus Mexico here on the primary stream. This one guy joining me for this one is going to be none other than Mr. Dio. Welcome, Dio. Thoughts on Romania versus Mexico?
I think this is a relatively good matchup. You have some pretty solid players on Mexico once again this year. Wolfie is still on the roster. Hebel, notably, not on the roster this year, but they do have some pretty good replacements for him. Riot and Saint SFT in particular are very, very solid players for this team. And there's a couple of types of maps where Mexico can win some points against a very, very strong Romanian roster this year. Romania has been one of those teams that just keeps getting stronger and stronger, it feels like, as the years go on. The rest of their players start to catch up to Badu and Eternum in terms of the skill level in tournaments, and the team overall just keeps getting better because of that. So very interesting, very fun team to watch, Romania, and I hope we see some of that here in this round of 32 matchup. Mexico maybe giving them a run for their money on some types of maps, though.
Yeah, we discussed, before the stream started, Mexico, based on the resulting qualifiers, looks like a team that's going to be pretty solid at tapping maps. So things like your Nomad 2, your DT3, your Freemod 2 in this week's pool could be map styles that suit this Mexican roster pretty well, whereas Romania did okay, but not outstanding on those maps and qualifiers. Definitely a hyped roster coming into this year after getting that top 8 performance last year. I believe that was their best finish in OWC ever. So a lot to live up to for Romania as they bring in a couple of new players to try to shore up a couple of skill sets. And of course, the old guard sticking around, your normal core, guys like Badu, Eternum, Rolly, etc. Make for a roster that I'm very excited to see. Also, I do want to mention real quick, just so people are aware, we do have 2 matches going on at the same time right now. Turkey versus Poland can be found over at OsuLive_2 as the Twitch channel for that one, because I see a lot of people have been asking about that for a while now. But over here, of course, Romania and Mexico are going to be getting into the ban phase, with Mexico having the first ban. I would expect probably niche maps to be banned and avoided by Mexico, whereas Romania kind of has their pick.
Yeah, definitely Romania has a few maps that I think would make a lot of sense to ban out. Again, the Nomad 2, the DT3, DT1, Freemod 2 all make sense. Mexico, however, banning out this Freemod 3, I think is really smart from Mexico. You don't typically ban out a Freemod pick like that. You usually ban out either the Precision Hard Rock or the low AR hidden, and not, kind of the combination thereof in Freemod. But I think Romania is a team that's uniquely suited to do very, very well on a pick like that, because they have Badu, who is incredible on the low approach rate hidden, and then the rest of their squad is very, very good on that Precision Hard Rock. So I think that's a squad that is uniquely suited to take advantage of those low AR, high CS Freemod picks. And funny enough, they actually ban out the Hidden 2 here against Mexico. That's the one other map in qualifiers that Mexico really can challenge Romania on. Their top scores were very close, and their middle scores were very close. So if Mexico has a good run on that Hidden 2, Romania definitely can lose on it. And early stages, especially if Romania's bottom 2 scorers don't get better as those types of maps get easier, it's definitely a good ban for Romania. But it does leave up all of the speed and tapping maps for Mexico, which is something they should be pretty happy about.
Yeah, they have first pick, and they have their choices of, DT3, Nomad 2, Freemod 2. You ban a Freemod? But it's this AR8 CS5. That's more banning that particular type of map, but they're... Oh, okay. I just did like the head tilt. They're first picking Hidden 1.
Definitely a head scratcher a little bit, looking at the qualifier results at least. The one thing that I could think of is that Mexico has Pundice here. They did not have Pundice for qualifiers, so they only played with 7 players during the qualifiers run. And maybe Pundice being here changes how they evaluate this pool and what types of picks they want to go for. Specifically picking into this Hidden 1. And lo and behold, there's Pundice in the roster for Mexico on this map. Wolfie, Karu, and Saint, I think, all make sense for this team as well. Wolfie generally in on basically everything. Saint is a strong mechanics player, but didn't play either of the Hiddens. And Karu is a Hidden 1 trick. He only plays Hidden. So no surprises at all to see Karu in for Mexico on this one.
That's actually weird. You mentioned Saint. He played every map except for the Hiddens in qualifiers. Yeah. And he's in for a first pick Hidden 1 in the bracket stage against Romania that's going to run Satono Diamond, Eternum, Lucrece, who I always say Lucrece, even though it's Lucrece. My brain just will not turn off that mispronunciation. I apologize. And Raze. No Badu for the Hidden One, which is obviously, hidden aim player. That's kind of his thing. So a little surprising to see that as well. So both teams doing some interesting things with their rosters on this first pick, but it is Mexico's selection, and we're going to get into it, and we're going to see how that plays out. I don't really know what to make of this with the rosters being what they are for this pick.
Yeah, it's definitely a little interesting to see Badu out on this one. I think largely because this map a little bit bursty from what I've seen. A little bit bursty and streamy in this map. Obviously, Badu not a fan of those types of maps, and the Hidden One in qualifiers was much less so, much more focused on very, very awkward patterns and a very high reading cap on that sort of map, which is something that Badu is extremely good on. And so far, this roster looks pretty good for Romania in spite of missing Badu, Pundis, and Saint with some early misses for Mexico. But Wolfie and Karu, really the players I think to look out for on this. Karu in particular, again, every single score on Karu's profile has Hidden on. So this is a player who is on this roster solely to play these Hidden maps.
Call him the Will Cookie of Mexico?
Basically.
Well, unfortunately for Karu and Wolfie, they have only 2 FCs against the 4 of Romania, so we'll see how long those can hold up. I think we said, Romania adding a couple new players to their roster this year to try to make themselves a little stronger in areas that were kind of weaknesses last year. Raze is one of those players, and coming in on this Hidden One and looking pretty good here in the first third as Pundis finds a couple of breaks. He does trade it, but it's still 3 FCs to 2, and that's a bit of a lead. It's enough for Romania to take the 100k lead, especially with a triple reset from Mexico.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. True to the profile, Karu has stuck around with the full combo for Mexico. Very good accuracy as well, 99.7 AC, only being beaten out by Lucrece right now. But that is a 3, now 2, okay, now one-way FC for Romania. Lucrece and Stone of Diamond both break, but Karu trades it. And at this point, there is essentially 0 combo on Mexico. Still an FC on Eternum for Romania. That is the last player I expected to still have a full combo right now. But Eternum is doing it for Romania. And that is exactly what you want to see if you are rooting for Romania on a pick like this. The Hidden One Gambit for Mexico here not working out the way they would have wanted it to on the first pick.
I feel like Eternum is that guy who kind of shows up in OWC, and regardless of what his solo scores have looked like over the last year, he always seems to show up and play well in World Cups. And this first pick is kind of an example of that happening once again here, as the misses come kind of all over the place. Lucrece, Saint, Karu, and there goes Pundis as well. Really no combo anywhere, but Eternum and Stone of Diamond as well as Raze. Gonna bring this one home pretty comfortably for Romania. I scratched my head at this pick coming out first from Mexico, and it looks like that was with good reason, as they're just not having a very good time, and Romania is going to take this by 6, maybe 700 or more thousand points.
Yeah, clearly the inclusion of Pundis on the roster not doing enough for them there. Pundis having a lot of trouble with this pick early on, whether it's the nerves or something else, doesn't really matter. It is not going to be a good enough score coming out from Mexico as a team to offset the full combo from Eternum and an average about 500k from everybody else on the roster. Lucrece with the lowest score, still above 400k for them. So very, very solid stuff from Romania overall as a team, and of course the pop-off score from Eternum. And Mexico, yeah, not having the time they would have liked with that pick. It's a 2 miss from Karu with 98 accuracy, high 98 accuracy. So you can kind of see what they're going for there, saying, yeah, we have a couple players who we think are really good enough at this map to make the difference, but it just doesn't end up working out for them. And hopefully, based on what we have seen of these two teams so far, we see Mexico start to switch into picking some of those tapping focus maps, because that really is what the scores that we've got from these two teams so far suggest about how this match should go.
Yeah, given the qualifier results and performances, it's very surprising to have seen Mexico go for that as a first pick. I don't... obviously they know more than we do, right? They have their team sheet, we don't. Yep. But on paper, this looks like a very peculiar first pick. And now Romania really just has their pick of whatever they want as their first map. They can go aim, they can go tech, they can go precision, they can go speed, whatever they could possibly want. And it's going to be No Mod 4, so we are going to see that tech selection for Romania. I think this is a pretty logical pick when you've got people on your team like Badoo, known for tech, Eternum playing well and typically good at these maps as well. Romania did really well in tech and qualifiers, and Mexico didn't do so well. A lot of different maps would have made sense here, and this is definitely one of that on that list.
Yeah, put it this way, there is a 700,000 score gap between Mexico's best score on the tech map in qualifiers and Romania's worst score on the tech map in qualifiers. That gap becomes a full million when you compare Romania's best to Mexico's worst. So by all metrics, this should be a very, very good pick for Romania. And just looking at the players, these are very good tech players. Nanoya, Eternum, Badoo specifically, all extremely good on it. But Raze as well, full comboed the tech map twice in qualifiers. So very, very solid performances from Raze on this No Mod 4 pick from qualifiers. Obviously a different map here with Mole, but that's what we have to compare to right now, is a map that they played last weekend that's similar but a different map overall. And based on how they did on that map, Nanoya, Badoo, and Raze looking to be the players to watch out for here, as Badoo and Raze in particular put up extremely solid scores both times they played this map.
And this is just a Romania roster that feels really well constructed for early round tech. I mean, you get to late round and all of a sudden you're seeing, real lazy 220 BPM cut streams, which a player like Badoo is not going to be as comfortable with. But when you're in this early round, low BPM, Jazag, XL and decel streams with a lot more slider aim, that's something that Badoo especially and the rest of his team are going to be looking much more comfortable and much more confident on. For the part of Mexico, I don't really know what to expect on this particular map, but as you said, based on the qualifier results, not looking like the best type of map slot for their team this year.
Yeah, Mexico this year really feels like a team that is more comfortable on mechanics-based picks, and they have an okay roster for these types of tech maps. Their scores were by no means bad, but they were around their overall seeding, or a little bit worse than their overall seeding. So definitely not a strength for this team, as we see Saint and Pundas both find a couple of breaks early. Eternum and Nanoya are going to trade it. Satono Diamond there, Nanoya up in the top left. Riot, however, also going to match on the side of Mexico, and that is 3 breaks to 2 in Romania's favor. 2 FCs left up for them on Badoo and Raze. Those two extremely consistent members on the tech map. Once again, consistency winning out for Romania here. Camberos with the full combo for the side of Mexico, potentially able to pull something off here in the back half of the map if we see misses from Badoo and Raze, but that's a big if, given how good these players have been so far and throughout multiple community tournaments in the case of Badoo.
Yeah, Badoo especially, known as one of the best tournament tech players out there since, 2017. The guy has been doing this for a very long time. His consistency on his maps might be unmatched by anyone outside of some very specific niche speed players. There are very few people who are as good at the things they're good at as Badoo is good at the things he is good at, and this is one of those skills. As you mentioned, though, Camberos is still holding on to that FC for Mexico's side, and they are building up some combo on Riot and Saint. So there's the room to try to match if some breaks happen on the Romanian side, but it just doesn't look like that's going to be occurring with Badoo and Raze looking so comfortable.
Yeah, a little bit worse accuracy on Raze compared to Camberos, but it just doesn't matter when they are able to hit sliders like this consistently. Those sliders have claimed the lives of so many full combos throughout the weekend. It's going to claim Raze and Camberos as well, but Badoo holding on to the full combo for Romania, gonna do his damnedest to make sure that this stays on their side no matter what. 700,000 score lead for Romania. And guess what? That's just as big a lead as they had in the qualifiers. Romania replicating the same type of advantage there as in the round of 32.
Yep, you like it when those statistics bear out round over round.
I definitely do.
It's really nice that the amount of statistical rigor that we require here in OWC is seemingly larger than you might have expected otherwise. Yeah. It's a respectable score from Mexico, but yeah, Romania just as a roster far better. And now, as we quickly see the next pick coming in from Mexico, we're going to see them picking a skill set that I expected them to go into previously. It is going to be DT3. It's going to be the Senya DT, a little speedier, a little more tapping heavy. We're going to be saying goodbye to Badoo from the lobby quite quickly on this, and we'll get into something that Mexico was much stronger on in that qualifiers round a week ago.
Yeah, I think this pick makes a lot of sense from Mexico. They had some very, very good scores on the speed maps. These are still maps, though, where Romania can contest, and that's the difference in seeding right there, is that even on Mexico's good maps, Romania definitely still has a shot at contesting them. But if Mexico plays to their skill cap, if this roster of Riot, Wolfie, Halipers, and Pundais can play to the skill cap that they are capable of, they should be able to win out against Romania most of the time here, as their best score largely dependent on a full combo from Riot. Definitely looking at him and Wolfie to make the difference here. Haliper's a little bit of a fill player, Pundais a little bit of a fill player on these types of maps, but Riot and Wolfie in particular, very, very strong on these types of things, so definitely looking to the carry players on Mexico to pop off on this one and make that difference. Whereas for Romania, you're really looking at Eternum, top scored the DT3 both times in qualifiers for them, which is the most similar map that we have to this DT3 as well. And the rest of the roster really around that 400k, 500k mark for Romania. So if Romania can get a little bit of a higher score overall on 3 or 4 members, there's definitely a chance they take this as a breakpoint as well.
You know, the room for improvement is definitely there from Romania based on what we saw in qualifiers. Like, they could do much better on this type of map. I think you get Pundais coming in to replace the bottom score, which was Saint in qualifiers for Mexico. So we'll see if Pundais's score floor is going to be higher. But the early break from Riot not going to help things get started here in the first few hundred combo. Pundais with the early miss as well. And Romania, they're going to be exultant about those breaks, because that's going to allow them to jump out to a bit of an early lead here, as they are still maintaining 3 full combos and 1 large backing score.
Exultant. That's a new one for me. That's a new one, man. That's a new one here. I don't know if I've ever been exultant during a play in O2, but I suppose Romania is right now. They're looking pretty happy with the overall score here. The consistency, again, coming out for Romania. Satono Diamond, otherwise known as Nanoya, Eternum and Lucrece, all on the full combos right now. Ruli on the reverse choke, down about 100 combo from an FC. And it's only Wolfie left with an FC for Mexico. You know, they really are dependent on those 2 star players for them, Riot and Wolfie, to pop off on this. But with Halipers and Pundais struggling a little bit on this map to keep up with the high scores from Romania, it might not even matter if Riot had the full combo right now, because this score lead is just blowing up in the favor of Romania at the moment.
Yeah, this lead would still be 500k even if Riot was FCing. Halipers at 92 AC, Pundais breaking pretty constantly, and at 94 AC himself. This is just not the performance that Mexico needed out of their kind of supporting roster to help out Riot and Wolfie in trying to keep this one close. And even then, when you're facing a Romania team that has a triple FC and what might as well be a 4-way with Rolly only 100 combo behind, there just never would have been much that Mexico could do here. This is an incredibly good team score from the side of Romania.
And I don't know whether the map was just too hard for Romania, whether they get outscaled by the time you get DT3s like the one we saw in qualifiers, or whether they were just shaky and not super warm during their qualifiers run. But that is 4.5 million team score on that DT3, second only to Taiwan through the round of 32 on this play for Romania. Incredibly good performance for them. 3-way full combo, almost the 4-way with Rolly on the reverse choke. And yeah, like you said, there was just no chance for Mexico on that map. Even if Riot and Wolfie full combo, they need essentially a 4-way to beat that score.
Yep, that was... It was a pick that on paper made so much sense for Mexico, right? Based on the available information. But unfortunately, once you get into a match, available information only goes so far. And when you go into a pool that's just a little bit easier than qualifiers like this round of 32 pool is, and you get a team that's as high of a skill ceiling as Romania, their skill cap is definitely up there. And, on early rounds, that can translate into big scores. And so a very clean victory. That's a couple break points now, and their own pick to come is going to be the Precision DT. We're going to go DT2. It's the 2009 AR8 CS6 double time pick. This is about as far removed from the DT we just saw as you could possibly get while still remaining in a double time pool.
I love this pick for Romania. This is like such a Romania map, right? I don't know of many other maps in this pool that are as good for a Romania roster like this as this map is. What is Romania good at? They have some very, very good precision players. They have some very good precision hard rock players. They have some very, very good ult players on their team. And those players tend to be largely the same. There's a very large overlap between those two groups. So what do you get when you pool a Wiggle Alt 2009 CS6 map in DT? You get an incredibly good pick for certain types of teams like Romania who are already good at both of those skill sets in general. And this becomes an incredible power pick for those types of teams. I brought it up in one of the previous matches, but there's a very big separation between sort of your teams that are good at this map and your teams that cannot really play this map. And there's not much in between. Because looking at some of the scores from earlier today, you've got like Taiwan, Indonesia, Hong Kong up at 3.9, 3.5, and 3.4 million. And then there's a 700,000 score gap between Hong Kong and the next best team on the map. So this is kind of one of those maps where you can play it or you can't, and Romania is a team that can absolutely smash it.
Yeah, some of these polarizing types of picks, you know, when you get a roster that's good at multiple skill set niches, well, this is the type of map that they are thrilled to see in a pool, and it's the sort of thing that they're going to pick and feel very confident in. You know that something is a good pick for a team when it's a Badoo DT, because the types of maps that Badoo DTs are not the types of maps that normal human beings DT. And when you have the rest of the roster being as good at this as they are, even with these early breaks coming kind of all over the place, yeah, I unfortunately don't see much hope for Mexico in this one unless something really crazy happens with these wiggles and some of the grid snapping being as tricky as it is on top of the CS6 requiring so much precision. And boy, it feels like nobody's consistent with the beginning of this map, huh?
No, really, it's that's why there's such a big difference between the best scores on this and the worst scores, because it's so hard to be consistent at something like this that you very rarely find a team that is. And both of these teams, honestly, out to a pretty good start. Hest and Lucrece are going to find a couple more misses for Romania. The accuracy is going to keep things on Romania's side for now. Mexico's accuracy overall rather poor, but the combo game is strong with Mexico right now. 2 FCs to match with Riot and Karu against Eternum and Badoo. But Pundes as well on a reverse choke at the moment. Karu is going to drop one of those FCs though for Mexico, and that is big. Good supporting combo on Lucrece, and Pundes as well dropping once again on the FC, so it's just Riot left alone once more. The star player for Mexico, El Cuquizi Mexicano, left alone here with the only full combo for Mexico, but Lucrece on the supporting combo for Badoo with 99.4% accuracy on Badoo. Really speaks to just how deep the skill can go for Romania on this, because by all metrics, this is an underperformance for Romania on this type of map. But Badoo still able to match Riot is a big deal here when the rest of the team falters like they do right now.
And what's really important here is that accuracy difference as well. You mentioned Badoo being up at 99.4 AC. Riot, who's the opposing FC, was below 97 until just a moment ago. And with that lead only being like 60k, the score gap between those couple of players just on accuracy alone is actually helping Romania maintain this very narrow lead. And for as good as a pick this sounded like for Romania, it's staying far closer than you would have expected into the ending here. It's going to be just enough with a double break from Saint and Pundes at the end. But this was a lot closer than you really would have liked it to be if you're Team Romania. They do manage to escape, but man, only 64,000 points in it. That was a great performance from Riot and really better than expected from the rest of the Mexican roster.
Yeah, very close in comparison, I think, to what we expected on that map, as it really was all dependent on Badoo completing out the reverse choke, one missing with that high accuracy to stave off the advance from Riot, who has been a star player for Mexico for as long as I can remember, honestly, in the World Cup. But just unfortunately, not enough backing score to finish out the breakpoint there. And now match point 4-0 for Romania is Mexico's pick next, but they have a big hill to climb up if they want to stand atop this round of 32 and stay in the winner's bracket.
They're gonna make that last stand at the site of Nomad 2. We talked about tapping maps seeming like they might be Mexico's best shot in this matchup. Pretty solid tapping roster. Hopefully very solid flow aim roster, because this map is incredibly flow aim heavy. It's not going to be so, testing on your speed, but it's going to test a little bit of your stamina and a lot of your flow aim. And Mexico is betting on those skill sets for themselves to try to get a point in this match. We'll see how that goes for them against a Romanian roster that has really good aim, and as evidenced by DT3, should be pretty solid on the tapping picks as well. Turnham, Lucrece, not sure who the other two will end up being. Satono Diamond or Nanoya possibly coming in. Kihest was in for this in the qualifiers.
Yeah, I have to assume it's either Kihest or Roly. Those are really the only other two that make sense here for them. Definitely going to be Eternum and... Definitely going to be Eternum, Nanoya, Lucrece, Kihest, and Roly all make sense as substitutes for the last two. As for Mexico, Cambaros, Wolfie, Riot, and Saint SFT were their roster in the qualifiers. It looks like Pundus is going to be in instead of Wolfie for this map, and I can only assume that they are missing Wolfie with this kind of a substitution, given that Wolfie full comboed on their winning run in the qualifiers for Mexico. I don't know if we have seen Wolfie so far in this match. I'm going to search the MP link. We do actually see Wolfie here. So Wolfie is here, and they are going with Pundus instead. So Wolfie clearly just not comfortable with this map for whatever reason, subbing in Pundus instead for the side of Mexico. We'll see how that substitute works out for them, as the rest of the roster was very solid on this style of map during the qualifiers. And before we get into this map, which it looks like we are just about ready to go, Poland is currently also up in their match against Turkey, 3-0 at the moment, and currently playing Hard Rock 2 for the first time this weekend.
Yo.
We finally see it get big.
Let's go.
Quick update there on the B stream. If you are interested in watching that match, !Alter has the second channel, twitch.tv/OCLive_2. And for now, we should be just about ready to get into what could be the last map in this matchup. Romania and Mexico here facing off on Nomad 2. Mexico fighting for their winner's bracket life down match points.
And a very tricky map in front of them. We've seen a couple of FCs. We've also seen some not so great plays on this one. That flow aim can catch people out. There's also been people getting caught out on a couple of the actual aim patterns, a couple of jump patterns in this map that can strike without warning. Very interested to see how Pundus does on this. Wolfie was, I believe, their top scorer on DT3, their only player over 1 million points, and he's been replaced by, guessing, Pundus. I mean, that seems like the kind of one-for-one replacement here. So very surprising to see that change being made. We'll see how Pundus does. Not been having the greatest of matches, but if he were ever going to turn it around, this would definitely be the time, as they are down that match point against a Romanian squad that traditionally has been at least decent on a lot of Nomad 2s, but does have a bit of volatility to them.
Yeah, they owe a lot of how good they are on those Nomad 2s to Eternum. Did find an SS on the Nomad 2 during qualifiers. I remember last year found an SS during match on a Nomad 2 in the US World Cup. I don't remember exactly what round it was, but Eternum has always been incredibly consistent and very, very good. Also has a very high skill cap on these Nomad 2s, so he is a driving force behind this team's strength on these sorts of maps. But the rest of the roster very much can start to keep up with him, especially in early stages like this. The Grayson Howlfleb, actually, the last member here. Howlfleb only played a couple of DT maps during the qualifiers, and so is in for the first time in this match on Nomad 2 to try to close it out here. Does find a break as I talk about him, but it is traded by Riot, so no major changes in the scoreline for either team. An early break for Nanoya, the only reason why the score is on the side of Mexico at the moment. Howlfleb does not find another break, but not going to change too much here.
Yeah, this is going to stay at this juncture fairly even until we see another break from one of those players with these huge combos. Those FC is starting to stack up the combo 900 to, to come to 1,000 pretty soon. And it gets kind of scary. This middle third into the last part of this map, the flow aim gets turned up to 11, and you see a break from Camberos. That's going to help out Romania. If Howlpleb trades it, but that's not the score that matters. It is Eternum, Lucris, and Satono Diamond, Nanoya, that are the ones that matter. And there's Eternum with the break. We talked about him a lot as being great at these Nomad 2s, and unfortunately he is going to fall. And the lead goes back over to Mexico for the time being until Riot and Pundex both miss and send it back Romania's way.
All on Saint here. All on Saint for Mexico. The only score left alive, a reverse choke for Saint SFT against the FC from Lucris, and another reverse choke for Satono Diamond. And there goes Saint, and there goes Mexico out of the winner's bracket, and Romania into the round of 16. That is going to seal it up. No chance of a comeback here, as there's no combo for Mexico to use to take advantage of any misses from Romania anyway. And Satono Diamond and Lucris are continuing to pop off here in the second half of the map. No troubles whatsoever closing it out for Romania at the end of the day. 400k plus against Mexico in a clean 5-0 sweep.
This is shred to the shreddening from Romania. We saw them put up an amazing score on DT3, and we're going to see them put up a very solid score on Nomad 2 as well to close this on out. I think this was a very likely outcome of this match. It just appeared on paper like Romania, especially with this pool being how it is set up, was always going to be favored in this one. And the 5-0 comes out despite the best efforts of Team Mexico, just really never able to gain any sort of foothold on most of these picks. And Romania took full advantage with some very good performances from multiple members of their team. Eternum, great match from him. Nanoya, Badu, really just solid top to bottom team performance.
Yeah, very, very solid overall match for Team Romania. Not much else to say, as they didn't really give us all that much to talk about. It was a very quick match and a very clean match from Romania. The closest map really was that double time to 64k, the margin of victory on that one, but other than that, it never really looked close in this matchup. Romania in control from start to finish, from Mexico's first pick to their last, and there's not much, it seemed like, that Mexico could have done to win that match. It seemed like on paper the tapping maps could have gone their way, but that DT3 1.6 million team score advantage for Romania, and the Nomad 2 780k advantage by the end of the map, just completely outperforming the expectations on those sorts of maps for Romania. And maybe a little bit of nerves, maybe a little bit of shakes for Mexico, but they will find themselves a second chance down in the losers bracket.
Yeah, they dropped down to face off against Thailand, who were beaten 5-1 by Australia. Australia, which of course will be Romania's opponent. Mexico, I think, has a winnable matchup there in losers, and we get an incredible round of 16 winners match. Australia versus Romania, 6 versus 11 seed. That one should be very, very hype, so definitely we'll be looking out for that one next weekend. And I believe Poland has finished off Turkey, so both these matches finishing in very quick fashion, half an hour for both. A couple of 5-0 sweeps in our couple getting toward the last matches of the day. And that's going to give us a little bit of a break with these being so fast. We've got about half an hour before a couple of incredible matchups start. Norway versus the United Kingdom is coming up in 25 minutes on the hour. And then half past the hour, which will be on the B stream, you'll have Brazil versus Italy. And those are two matchups that I think are going to be very, very competitive affairs.
Yeah, these are competitors for match of the weekend in several regards. Norway versus UK, especially interesting because of the big changes to the UK's roster this year, as well as the impact it has on the bracket for both of these teams. I think that's a losers or a round of 32 match with relatively high stakes compared to usual, given how it impacts the bracket for both of those teams later on in the tournament. And Brazil versus Italy, I think, is just going to be a very close match. Seed 15 versus seed 18, so second closest matchup on paper by the qualifier seedings. and with two teams that have very different specialties in terms of how their rosters are composed. So incredibly good matchups. Again, Norway versus UK on this stream, and Brazil versus Italy on the B stream, twitch.tv/osulive_2.
Yes. And so we are going to take a bit of a break here, 25 minutes. In the interim, make sure you stop by the Osu store, pick up your banners for your profile to support both the tournament and your favorite team. And of course, stop by and you can donate this year directly to help fund out the prize pool. Give you a couple things to do in the time period between these matches and our last few matches of the week. For now, thank you all for watching. Congratulations to Romania and Poland on their sweeps. And we'll see you guys back here in about 25 minutes for the last couple of matches of the weekend. For Dio, I've been this one guy, and we will see you on the other side of the break.
Ships of an alien source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
As far as the eye can see, a plague on the surface, a disgusting swarm in the skies. With a crash of thunder, a new demon appears. Unfurling its rotten wings, it lets out a petrifying scream.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to OS World Cup 2022 round of 32 weekend. We are heading into our last couple matches of the day, but they're the last and very definitely not the least, as we have an incredibly hype, incredibly close matchup between Norway and the United Kingdom coming up right now. I am this one guy. Joining me for this one is going to be Chillier Pear. Welcome in, Mr. Pear. What are you thinking about Norway versus UK today?
Oh, what a first match to cast of this tournament this year. This is a match I've been excited about ever since I saw the qualifiers results from this year. I was looking at this Norway-UK match, and we're looking at a UK with a lot of new blood this year. Some returning players obviously coming back on the roster, some very strong returning players coming back, and a couple of new players here that I think are going to have a lot to prove today. Likewise with Norway, we've seen some pretty decent roster switches here, as well as the addition of players like Nindrake, captained by Yokespai, of course, for Norway, UK captained by Listia, both captains that know exactly what they're doing in these early stage matches, so I'm expecting some very smart picks and bans to start us off.
We're looking like we're getting in the lobby pretty quickly, so we're going to get to find out those picks and bans pretty fast. There is so little separating these teams, it feels like. I mean, yeah, they're 13 and 20 seed, but with the skill sets that they're both able to encompass, it feels like almost every map is a toss-up, and we do quickly get a Nomad 3 UK ban, a Hard Rock 2 Norway ban, which are not always map styles you see banned out in a matchup like this. Norway afraid of UK's precision, guys like Kingling coming up. UK maybe afraid of, just the alt map consistency on Team Norway. Very interested to see where they head into the picks now, with that leaving up a lot of the mechanics stuff, all the speed, which we've talked about. Both these teams pretty solid on the tapping mechanics. All the aim is up too, which really doesn't feel like it favors directly either of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, the only real advantage I could maybe conceive of between these two teams would be maybe a little bit of an aim advantage for the UK, just with players like Plasma being on the roster. But even then, on these early stages, I think all of these players are just so capable in what they, with their tournament experience and their overall map experience, that I'm not expecting them to have too much trouble on some of this. Norway, a country I think we kind of attribute a lot to the gimmick skill sets, the alts, the tech, the hidden. And I think that they've picked up a lot of good mechanics this year as well, not just on having players like Nineric on the roster, but GN is kind of a slept-on stream player sometime, and Yokespie can pretty much play anything at these early stage matches. Likewise with the UK, I think that, while we talk about this roster being very different from previous years and having so many major changes, this is still a very, very mechanically and consistently capable roster. They are going to be able to put up really good scores on some of these early maps, as well as, mechanics like we've been mentioning. We're going to go to Fremod first for Norway. I guess they're casting their bets on the overall mod consistency for their players, which is definitely something I would gamble on if I was Norway.
I think this is something that they're going to be pretty solid on, that slightly awkward aim and the requirement of having a hidden and a hard rock on a map like this one, where it's not the most comfortable, either way. Like, either mod can play it and it's not terrible, but either mod can play it and it's not amazingly great. It's not anti-mod, but it's not, super friendly one way or another, like something like the Fremod 2, where it's kind of hard rock favored. Something like this with that awkward aim that comes into play a little bit more is a nice sort of Fremod pick to start things off on. Norway, obviously, not going to have any issues with hidden. You've got Yokespie in. He can just slap hidden on anything and be fine. So we'll see how the teams match up. Players talking about overmod in the lobby, so I'm curious to see what we get. You've got GN, Yokespie, Nielsen, Jompa Tormen, and Nindrake in for Norway. Majora Blue Rouge, the new player allowed to play on the UK team this year, and Listia in as the hidden player. That's a lot of mods, Chillier. That's a lot of mods.
Man, we normally see some overmodding on these aim-oriented free mod picks, but, if you know Alden maps and you've seen this map this weekend, this is pretty awkward in terms of what this map requires here. Obviously, the circle size, not too crazy for those hard rock players, but I imagine the hidden players are going to have a lot of maybe trouble with some of these beginning patterns if you're not comfortable. If you are the UK, though, Listia is certainly somebody you want on that hidden only for your mod players right now. Very, very capable at these awkward style, kind of slightly lower AR hidden picks. AR 9, not too low, but low enough that it's uncomfortable for a lot of players here. Obviously, Yokespie and GN you mentioned before. Nineric and Jompa Tormen bringing up the hard rock, a little bit more comfortable on the higher AR, but Nindrake finds a bit of an overaim on the sliders, along with Blue and Rouge to start it off. Norway going to have an advantage at the start.
A little 3-2 FC margin for Norway. This is a 3-minute long map, so it's, not going to make anything too crazy early on, especially the break coming in from Mr. GN. So it's Yokes and Jompa with the 2-way FC against Majora and Listia as Rouge falls again. There goes Jompa Torment and Nindrake, though, and now it's a double FC to just a single FC. Make that an even 1 FC to 1. Backing combo on Blue should help, and there was Majora as well. Did you expect everybody to break this frequently on this map? Because I know I didn't.
With overmodding, I would say I expected it a little bit more. There's those really, kind of dense, sharp-angled triples thrown out throughout the beginning of this map. And if you're not super comfortable with your mod on those, there is a pretty high likelihood that you're going to find at least one break on them. Unfortunately for the players on the UK, they seem to be finding a lot of those breaks towards the beginning here, as Norway recovered a little bit better from their initial sets of them. So you've got a pretty early combo and score lead for Norway halfway through the map right now. Yokespie, the big difference maker right now, the only FC remaining in the lobby, playing absolutely stunningly for his first map here. 99% hack on the hidden.
Yolkspie is like on the low key as he drops a bunch of hundreds that don't really affect anything. Yolkspie is on the low key, like one of the best early stage players out there. The guy is just able to full combo about any map you throw his way in an early pool where the star rating is not incredibly high and he's not outscaled on skill sets that he's not comfortable with. So as we get a little bit of a freeze here, we will see what happens on the other side of this. It's a 200,000 point lead for Norway, and hopefully not a DC there for GN. Unfortunately, it does mean our audio and our hit sounds are going to be gone since it's in that first slot. But
I'm waiting for the ref to say something. Yeah.
Well, it's far too late for any sort of abort or restart at this point. So we're going to just have to see what happens the rest of the way. For now, it's Norway still holding on to the lead. There are some breaks coming out. Majora with the miss. Yolkspie still holding on to that FC, I think is probably good enough for Norway.
Yeah, this is going to be... I mean, here's the question. Is this winnable for Norway, even if we just take GN's 306k? I think it is.
Yes. That would be the second time today that would happen, because
the score is actually still going in their favor.
Yeah, this happened in the Germany match as well. They had a player DC on one of their maps, and they won it 3v4. Yolkspie does break at the end on that really awkward stream, but it's still a win for Norway with GN's 306k at a minimum. So that point is going to be going in their favor regardless of what actually is happening behind the scenes with GN, I believe. I don't think there's any way for this to change.
I'll take a quick screenshot of the results really quick before it disappears, just in case, so we have it. But as of right now, it looks like in terms of total score, even without GN, it looks like that is going to be a win for Norway, kind of on the back of Yolkspie for the most part, but Jompa Tormen actually with a very good backing score on the Hard Rock, 746k, almost one miss with 99.14. Blue trying to do whatever he could for the UK there, putting up their highest score of 623k, only two misses on the hidden Hard Rock, another very impressive play. So we've got some really good scores coming out of both teams here. It's just, you've got Yolkspie on these early stage aim maps with hidden, gets a little awkward there in terms of the jump patterning, and that's exactly what he's good at, and there's a reason Norway opened up with that as their first pick. I'm interested to see what the United Kingdom goes for to respond to that. I guarantee they have a few things up their sleeves here to get some points on the board early. I'm expecting maybe a Fremod 2 from them at some point during this match. I think they have a lot of really good players for that. Blue, for one, Majore, Malteser. I think Listia has been doing a great job working on the speed lately as well, so they have a lot of capable players. Mahmood, I believe, as well, would be pretty good at a map like that. I'm not sure what the mod capabilities are there, but definitely maybe a good... no mod? I'm speculating.
Yeah, it's always hard to predict on the free mods in week one because you don't have any previous free mod data. With there not being any free mod maps in the qualifiers stage, there's a little less to work on. Most other kind of slots, you can usually make an educated guess at how a team will do, but you're kind of trying to combine like the hidden 2 and the Hard Rock 2 of the previous, the qualifier stage to make any sort of guess on, an Air 8 CS5 free mod. So it makes it a little more difficult. It looks like... I don't know if we ever got an abort or if the map ever actually ended. Okay, the map eventually ended, so we can move on.
We did get the score logged.
Yeah,
they actually won by 55k
without any score from GN. So that means they would have won by like even just taking his score at the time of the DC, it would be 350k. So yeah, all good there. One other skill set I might think of if I'm the UK is that speed. I know we've talked about Norway improving their speed, but I would be, the Fremod 2 DT3 kind of angle.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I think the UK should kind of open right out of the gates with some faster picks. I think Norway has a lot of good players potentially for that style of map, but if you look at the UK, if you know this roster, I mean, again, I'm looking at a lot of players on this team that are good at DT, period, even speed in general. Malteser, Majore, Mahmood, Plasma, Blue, Listia, Rudge, there's really... Kingling even, unironically, like, this entire roster is pretty freaking good at fast maps. And it looks like they are going to go for the DT3, like you said.
I like this pick for them. Going the Senya DT. Going to be very tapping focused early pick here, and when you've got Malteser and Majora on a team, I mean, that's two of the best speed players for this round you're going to find on the same team together. Now, granted, Norway, they have Nindrake and whoever they decide to put in for this, but that is a pretty strong UK roster for this type of map. Looks like we're seeing probably Major Malteser, Rouge, and Listia, as you mentioned, improving the speed skill set. Melver, Yompa, Tormund, Nindrake, and is it Yokespie? Not quite.
This map is pretty bursty, so I guess there is a chance that Yokespie is probably just gambling on being able to kind of chad his way through the bursts and then hit the aim. Because this map does have a decent amount of jumps in it that could be missed, as Malteser is kind of little maybe outwardly worried about right now, missing on the jumps here. I think that's a reason Listia is a good pick for this on the UK as well. A very good aim player, and you know, if you've improved your speed and your aim is still at the same skill level, this is the kind of the perfect pick for any player that fills that slot right now, which is why I think Majori and Rouge are going to be massive players for the UK on this one. I'm expecting big scores from the two of them here. Likewise with Yompa, Tormund, and Nindrake, I think we're looking for some solid scores here. It looks like players stuck on waiting still a little bit, potentially. Maybe some kind of carried over Bancho issues from the previous pick will maybe switch people back over to the tournament server, get everything all set up here, hopefully not ruining people's warm-ups too much with the pauses. You know how that works pretty quickly sometimes.
Yeah, players can be a little temperamental about their warm-ups. I don't really blame them, especially as you're going into a tapping-focused map. Yeah, yeah. I don't really blame anyone for wanting to stay warmed up, especially when you're going from, you know, kind of an aim map to a tapping map. That's definitely not the place you want to lose your warm-up.
That's where I want Yokespie to leave.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on at this point. We're having, looks like, a little bit of some server issues.
Yeah, Listia potentially having some Bancho issues. Apparently messages not going through. Anthony W potentially coming in for Norway here for Yokespie? Is that why they said Yokespie leave? I don't know what's happening right now.
I don't know. We're gonna wait and see. We got maybe another minute or two here. Do you want to talk about, while we're waiting, the implications of this match? We talked about this a little bit before for people who were here, Dio and myself, about the bracket implications of this, despite it being such an early match. The winner of this goes on to face Canada, which is probably a death knell, as Canada looks incredibly strong this year and looked very good this week. The loser of this is going to drop down to face off against Chile, and then would have one of several teams. If the team that wins this and presumably goes on to lose to Canada ends up in the losers bracket against the winner of Sweden versus Finland, which to me feels like a slightly easier route than having to play against one of the possible teams that you'd end up against, which could be something like Russia or Indonesia in losers round 2. It's rare that we see a round of 32 match have like really important bracket implications for teams, but if you're a team that's trying to get back into the top of the top of the results table, or if you're a team that's trying to kind of ascend to that stage for the first time, it can really matter to win your first round match in a very contested battle like this one.
Oh, did we get Bancho working? Please? I saw a lot of players saying that they couldn't ready. Oh, Listia's messages are finally coming through. Saw a quick blip of chat there. Rouge and Listia were having trouble readying up before the start came out, so there is a chance that we actually don't get them in here because if they had.
That's not right. What's going on here?
Scriptchan. All right, so for those of you that don't know, yeah, for those of you that don't know, Scriptchan pulls from Bancho, like the match results to post in the match feed in the chat, which is why you're seeing Norway 2-0 against the UK right now, despite them not playing through the pick, because it basically just took whatever scores that it grabbed, which if you're the UK playing 2 versus 4 at the start of the map, not gonna work out too far in your favor. So, score is still 1-0. There is absolutely nothing. So this is pretty bad. Unironically, we've had some Bancho issues in the past. Like this is pretty bad. Like this has surpassed most Bancho issues we've ever had here. So we're gonna try and get everything all settled up right now. Okay, according to our referee extraordinaire and fellow organizer Leo FLT, Bancho actually canceled the match. It was not aborted. So the ref didn't actually do anything. The match was canceled. So some pretty sizable issues here. So yeah, that is true. Aborted matches don't submit scores. Okay. So everyone is going to promptly get removed and then added back. Rouge is going to be restarting their game to get everything all settled here. I think, I don't know. We're just gonna sit here and vibe to the song.
We're gonna hang out and wait. Luckily, we're on a pretty good song here. Reminder: we have Brazil versus Italy coming up in about 12 minutes, so it looks like that one will end up probably being on the second stream because this match is obviously having these issues that is making it take a little longer than we would have liked for it to. So apologies for that, of course. And that'll be the last match of the weekend, so it'll be followed up by the round of 16 map pool showcase sometime thereafter. And we've got a lot of good matchups set for next weekend already, so we've got, just these last couple that are trying to fill in those last few spots. The winner of this one, as mentioned, goes on to face Canada. Winners over Chile in that 5-0 sweep. Loser drops down to, of course, then face Chile. So we've got some interesting matches that'll be coming from this one. And finally, it does appear, at long last, that we will be able to get going. So it's going to be Melver Penguinzi, Nindrake, and Anthony W. versus Majora, Malteser, Rouge, and Listia on the side of the UK. This is the UK's first pick, and it looks like it's going to go off at long last without further issue.
Yeah, we talked a little bit before when they were being like, oh yeah, lagging a little bit, losing warm-up. A couple minutes later, we're finally getting into the DT map here. Hopefully it didn't have too much of an effect. For the UK right now, it doesn't look like it did. We've got 3 double S's in Listia with, 100 towards the beginning of the map here. Some of these sliders are pretty dangerous, looking for maybe some potential misses here. Doesn't look like it. Oh! That's a break from Listia right at the end of it.
Yeah, I feel that the most common misses on this map are actually on the aim rather than on, the bursts or the streams, just because the players that are in for this are typically going to be the speed players, so their handicap is going to be on the aim. Anthony W, a couple misses for Norway's side, so that means combo lead going back over to UK. 3 FCs against 3, but Listia with the 250 combo, that's about 170 combo advantage over Anthony W to bring this lead back to the UK with.
That was a double miss from Anthony W too, so he's got some drop DAC on top of the initial miss here. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Norway, especially on the accuracies right now. It's really Penguinzi and Nindrake trying to do whatever they can here. Melver at the 96, and there goes Penguinzi and Anthony W on the same pattern. That's an even bigger advantage for the UK, I say, as they find a double break on... What?
So you've got Majora still holding the FC. You've got Listia holding a decent backing combo. Meanwhile, it's double FC for the side of Norway.
No! Sorry.
There goes Majora as well. Okay. Melver and Nindrake are double FCing against no FCs now for the United Kingdom. Doesn't really matter what happens anywhere else. If Melver and Nindrake hold, there is basically nothing that United Kingdom can do at this juncture in this pick. Nindrake is doing things that are illegal in about 47 countries on this pick.
All except Norway.
Yep, that's the only place where that is allowed. Norway a little more lax, I suppose, on their capping regulations. Their government more okay with that sort of thing happening in an OWC match than maybe most other nations.
How is this man so good at this skill set? What am I watching right now? This is so impressive. Just every time you see double S.
Speed players spawn into the world and they just do stuff. I don't really get it, but it feels like that's what happens, and that is going to be an SS from Nindrake on the side of Norway. It is a matching full combo from Melver, albeit with slightly worse accuracy, to say the least. But it was more than enough from those two players, combined with the solid backing scores from Penguinzy and Anti-W. That's a break point for Norway over the United Kingdom on the speed map. Matura and Malteser, despite being highly touted speed players, actually are both outscored by Listia. I don't know that those words were ever expected to come out of my mouth. Malteser with a 1 slider break 2-100 play for himself, and 2-0 with a break point to Norway. Not the way I would have expected a match like this to start in previous years, but this is a new Norway that are much better at this skill set than they've ever been before.
Yeah, I mentioned I was excited to see what Norway could do this year with their newfound talent and mechanics here. The UK, unironically, not bad scores there. That's a 3 million plus team score. That's pretty impressive, considering the scores we've seen this weekend across maps here. It's just unfortunate when you see a constant slider breaks and misses on these patterns, this kind of linear aim in that DT map. And, if you've got a player like Nindrake who's super confident at that type of thing, it's really not going to give you a lot of wiggle room there. Jompa Torment apparently is not in the lobby, but is in the lobby. Very cool. Next up, it's going to be Norway's pick here. Interested to see what they go for here. They opened up with that free mod. I don't imagine they would go for free mod again. They could see them potentially go for the Cranky map here, unless they want to start to tap into that hidden pool right now, which, while it seems like a good idea, you don't want to count the UK out on hidden maps. I think we've made that mistake in previous years, and I think the UK always ends up performing a little bit better on those maps than we kind of outscore it. So we will see what the UK is able to do on Norway's next pick here. Norway gonna try and go up 3-0 potentially at the start of the match with an impressive breakpoint team score here. It is going to be the free mod 3 from Norway. They are going double free mod.
I was thinking if it was going to be another free mod, it would actually be free mod 2 after we just saw them win on that speed pick in the DT pool.
Yeah, I guess maybe the bursty aim.
Yeah, but they're instead going to go free mod 3, so they're going to go, what we kind of refer to as the anti-mod. It's the circle size 5, approach rate 8. Somewhat awkward aim, low BPM free mod. I do like this map as a pick. I don't know that it especially favors either of these teams, but I mean, hey, Yokespie, CS5, Air8 hidden, GN reading player, and then they probably just have people to fill in for the precision. I don't know who necessarily that might be. I think UK wins out on the precision aspect of this, but I think Norway wins out on the reading aspect of this, which makes it a very interesting stylistic matchup overall between the two teams.
I think Jompa Torment, funny enough, actually the only player in the lobby for Norway right now. I think Jompa Torment is going to be a surprisingly big player on this if they are in. I think most of the maps we've seen them play so far, they've had exceptional performance, and Yokespie, likewise, you kind of expect Yokespie to be in for the kind of like the aimy hidden styled picks like this, so I'd be surprised to not see him playing this for Norway. On the side of the UK, I think we're going to see something similar to what we saw in Free Mod 1. I think we're going to see Listia on the hidden. I think Kingling is going to consume this map on hidden hard rock or hidden on hard, like genuinely, this is just what he's good at.
He's such a good precision player.
And then I think Plasma is just going to go off on this because I don't, we haven't seen a Plasma yet in this this match, but with all the talk about Plasma's aim and what I've seen from Plasma so far, that's going to be pretty sizable difference for the UK on this one. Looking for that last player on Norway right now. Yokespie going to get thrown back to the server right now. We're also going to check in, so we do have another match running simultaneously with this one. We do have Brazil versus Italy running on the B stream, so going to have to go with that.
Yeah, that one's going to be getting underway in just a minute. Maybe update that depending on how long this one takes as we go to keep you guys in track of how the score is looking over in that battle. I believe they are getting going just in a minute or two here. The teams are starting to get into the lobby. And it looks like Yokespie has made it in, and I believe we should be about set here. So it is as expected. You've got GN Marcus, Jompa Torment, and Yokespie. Listia, Mahmood, Plasma, and Kingling. Chile are kind of covering the skill sets and the expectations for those players. And I don't know. I think we're maybe having a little bit more server problems here. With it being free mod, players have to select their own mods. Of course, that can't be chosen by the referee for them. So Yokespy having the issues that he's having might require another kind of kick rejoin situation here. We'll see what happens. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties, some server problems going on. Busy Sunday afternoon here, Sunday evening on the server. But we'll get into map number 3 of this match hopefully shortly enough. Norway with that early breakpoint on a seemingly UK favored speedy DT pick. But Norway take the breakpoint, so they go 2-0 up. UK trying to avoid falling 3-0 behind early on in this one. Would be kind of surprising in this sort of matchup to see that happen, but given how strong this Norway team looks, not the craziest thing that's ever happened. Alright. And yeah, I don't know. Server problems here.
I absolutely love this.
Not actually sure what the story is right at the moment. I don't know what kind of the reasoning is or the background is on what's occurring at this point in time.
Yeah, I'm honestly not entirely sure either. Yokespy is gonna restart his game. All right, so Yokespy has been switched back over to the tournament server.
But he still is showing as being in the lobby. And now he's gone.
Okay. This is impeccable.
It is the year 2022, and these issues are still this pervasive. This might be the worst I've seen over the past several years of OWC. We've been fortunate enough to avoid too many major issues. Obviously, there was the incident in Winners Final last year on the tiebreaker with Fancy Lad. And what was the UK? It was the UK, right? Against... Who were they playing? Was it Taiwan or Hong Kong, maybe? There were some bad show issues. Other than that, though,
yeah, I have no
we have
idea.
not run into too many problems. And luckily, if you're going to look at a bright side, right, at least these issues are happening in between the picks. It's not somebody DCing during a map that's affecting the outcome. It is affecting like players' warm-up and such, but that affects everyone equally. Whereas, if somebody DCs and it causes an issue, that affects one team to the, detriment of their outcome. So look on the silver lining here is that this is just going to be affecting everyone in the lobby. But fortunately, it looks like we are set to go. So GN and Yokespy are going to be on Hidden for Norway over modding here, as Marcus and Jompa both on Hard Rock. Meanwhile, it is Hidden on Listia only, with Plasma Nomad and Mahmood and Kingling on the Hard Rock. So a couple 6.5s for both teams, couple AR8 Hiddens for Norway, one AR8 Hidden for the UK. And in we go. Map number 3, pick number 2 for Norway. UK looking for a breakpoint to try to avoid going down 3-0 to start this match off.
I think if there was any opportunity for the UK to take a breakpoint, it's most likely this map here. We do see some very early misses out of Norway to start this off right now. And, kind of my line of thinking right now is you almost guarantee an insanely highly score or FC from Kingling on this. Listia is very comfortable on this AR8 style Hidden, so much so that, she should be able to match any score from someone on Norway. And as Norway drops the last of their FCs, it's already the UK with 3 full combos to 0. So, kind of prevailing for them. Kingling on the 99.77%. Kind of what he does.
Yeah, Kingling known as one of the best Hard Rock AC precision players in the game. This is his playground. He's very solid with the finger control on these low BPM maps as well. And it's a triple FC against a 0 FC. Listia, Plasma, and Kingling all holding full combo with pretty reasonable accuracy. 98, 98, 99. Meanwhile, you've got GN down at 96, Jompa Tormund down at 95. Norway kind of flopping here on their own pick. Listia does find a break right before that spinner, though. That's going to equalize things out just a little bit. It is still very UK favored, though.
Yeah, a couple extra breaks here at the ending for Listia aren't going to matter as much. Still almost 500,000 score on the Hidden right now, well outscoring a player like Jompa Tormund, who's unfortunately finding a lot of overaims on these kind of circular patterns with the Hard Rock here. Marcus and Yokespy have tried to build up some combos at the end here, but it really doesn't matter what the UK does at this point. Plasma and Kingling coming out and doing exactly what they needed to do here. Mahmood recovering on the Hard Rock right now. A little bit of uncertainty in that cursor movement, but it does not matter. Plasma on the null mod aim, and Kingling on the Hard Rock doing exactly what we expected them to do, and that is a seriously UK advantage breakpoint back against Norway here. So this match is pretty much back on track.
Yeah, that puts it right back level. UK back in pick order now with the breakpoint back quickly. And that is one of the best scores with Hard Rock you're going to see on that out of Kingling, by the way. 99.2 AC on 148 BPM. CS 6.5 Hard Rock is absolutely remarkable. And I mean, yes, it's what he's known for, but to be known for it in solo versus being able to go into a tournament match and put out that kind of performance are two very different things. So really, really impressive stuff from him.
Yeah, I'd love to see that from them. You know, we talked a lot about the UK. Got to give some props to Yokespie on Norway on that one. One miss, 2 100s on the hidden to put up 99.65%, 750k. The top score on their team, just barely above Marcus on the Hard Rock. So you did have some good 700+ thousand scores on them. You know, kind of just the other half of the team really making the difference for both sides here. Mahmoud and Listia outscoring GN and Yompa Torman on both accounts there. UK going to immediately go back in for the Nomad 2. They know they're strong on these flow aim stream picks here. This is a good position for them to try and tie this up.
Yeah, they go back into some tapping. We saw what happened the last time they picked a tapping heavy map though, right? Their first pick was that DT3, and Norway said, we're not having any of that, lads. We're going to take that one right away from you. This one though, a little bit less focused on the speed and the stamina aspect, a little more focused on the flow aim. These streams are quite difficult, very uncomfortable in a lot of cases to play. So it kind of brings into a different aspect of the tapping skill set, I suppose, is the way to put it. And UK hoping that that is a little more to their advantage, and they avoid some of those unfortunate misses that they had on DT3.
Yeah, some little slip-ups. I think the aim recovered a decent bit on that last pick. You know, we saw some more comfortable play from the UK there, maybe getting into the swing of things. And, maybe they say they lost a bit of warm-up, and I think, you might have with that pause there, but it does give you some time to kind of cool down from any potential nerves you might have at the beginning of the match. And unironically, I think the pause at the beginning may have hurt Norway a little bit more than it did hurt the UK. I think they had a lot of momentum on their side, and, they probably lost some of it. So, really go to.
Yeah, it's rough when you're ahead and you want to kind of barge forward with that momentum, and you get prevented from doing that by factors outside of your control. But these are all experienced tournament players, so should be able to deal with, kind of the mental strain of playing a match that isn't going exactly how you wanted it to, or, in either a playing sense or a kind of technical difficulties sense. And we're going to go into Nomad 2 and see how things get started here for these teams on a very flow aim heavy pick.
Well, unfortunate misses from a few of our UK friends here. Blue, Malteser, and Kingling all with some pretty early breaks. Blue's going to do the most damage for them at 95% accuracy. Kingling and Malteser are going to be doing pretty okay for themselves after the beginning here. So we're really just looking for a potential response from Norway on this one so that the UK doesn't give up their pick. It's going to be Anthony W finally trading out Blue from the UK. It's going to stay pretty close, though. Blue's going to have to combo through quite a bit of this in order to make that difference happen here. Some of these streams get pretty spaced in the second half here. Fairly difficult Nomad 2 for this week with some of the density changes here. Going to be a little bit of an easier section right now. Closer streams.
Yeah, the spacing decreases a little bit in that section. We're just oh my Penguinsy.
Oh,
he under-aimed. He was at the very top of that circle. That was about a pixel missed. You hate to see it. That is so
jittery.
That is so huge for the United Kingdom, though. With the FC on Majora and the huge combos on Kingling and Malteser, as well as Blue building back up against now 2 FCs and 1 half backing combo. And we get into some of these very difficult streams, some awkward kind of overlapping, arcing streams that can be very difficult for players. He holds through and makes it through those quick little buzz sliders.
Pretty good job from the remaining players.
There's another break from Penguinzy. A little nerves, like you said, maybe a bit shaky.
Yeah, he's got some jitters on that cursor. You know, I know Penguinzy is very comfortable at this BPM, so it has to just be the aim requirement of this map really making the difference. Blue has had a great recovery. Kingling is going to find a miss towards the ending here, which is going to give Norway a little bit of a shot back into this, but GN trades it. That might have been all their advantage gone now. Majori and Malteser are just going to run through the rest of this map. 99.85% FC on Majori right now, by the way. 99.76 on Nineric. Oh my.
That's a triple reset from Norway, so that's going to slam the door shut right in their faces. Majora with the FC. It's being matched by Nineric, by the way, who has the most ridiculous accuracy I've seen on this pick. Malteser as well. Slightly behind the FCs, but he's up there in the accuracy at 99%. So you've got some amazing plays going on in this one. Malteser is breaking into the end, as does Nineric on that stream. Majora hit that, the only one in the lobby. And that's going to be the UK tying things up. It's 2-2. Majora putting forth an amazing score on that map. That ending is so hard to be consistent on, and he just hit it like it was nothing.
Yeah, that was pretty impressive for Majori there. Nindrake with the slider break towards the ending. Unfortunate. Very, very, very good accuracy. That guy gets 3 fairies on the 99.59 here, because that is better accuracy than Majori without the slider breaks there. But a 99.69, you've got to give props to Majori. Going to be making the difference for the UK on their own pick there. Malteser, 828k. Next closest being the mid to high 500Ks from Kingling and Blue. Great supporting scores, outscoring Penguinzy and Anthony W. and matching whatever GN put up there. So the UK, just a better team performance on the Nomad 2 there. I think that's kind of what they were expecting a little bit. I think they picked that knowing that it was going to be something they had more players for. Speaking of convenient picks and more players for, just to give you a little bit of insight, we do have 2 matches ongoing now because we have overlapped with 1930. Brazil versus Italy, currently up on the B stream. Feel free to check that out if you want to have both streams open at the same time, or you want to just watch one or the other. Brazil did just win their first pick of the match to go up 1-0. It is Italy's pick now. So feel free to stick around here and watch the other one, or go over there. Do whatever you want. Watch one of the matches. They're both very cool.
Yeah, like we're not
biased. I think they're very cool.
We can't tell you what to do. Just watch one of the matches because there's good Osu being played. There's many circles being clicked by many very good players.
Exclamation B stream in chat will give you a link to the second stream over on Osu Live 2. So feel free to slap that command in chat. You'll see it in the title as well. Feel free to check them on.
Multi-Twitch / Osu Live / Osu Live _2.
Yes.
Watch both matches at the same time. That would be pretty sick.
We'd love to see it.
Make sure you're not missing a minute of the action. As over here, we go into an unsurprising pick for Norway. It's going to be the Hidden 2. Low AR Hidden. A very comfy low AR Hidden map as far as HD2s go. Pretty straightforward. Got some aim, got some streams. Not a lot of overlaps, not a lot of big reading requirement to it. So this is one that most anyone will be able to be comfortable with. But Yokespie GN, obviously very scary. Listia, always a threat on the low AR picks. And we'll see how the rest of the players end up doing as well.
Plasma should be pretty good on this as well. Put up that FC on the CS5 AR8 free mod earlier. Blue, also fairly proficient in the AR8 skill sets. I think he's very often required or regarded as a kind of, like a mechanical player. Still very, very good at these lower AR picks, as well as Kingling. Again, Hard Rock players kind of not attributed to the lower AR sometimes, but these are all very seasoned tournament players, so they should have a good time with this. I guess my only wild card for Norway right now would potentially be Anthony W, just because of some of the performance on previous picks here, but We haven't really had anything like this AR8 pick in this match so far, so we'll see if maybe a bit of a recovery there from Norway. They surely know how good they are on a pick like this, and Anthony W is a very high-skilled player, so maybe getting some of those early match jitters out of the way. Going to have a confident performance on this one. I expect a pretty close score difference on this one.
We've seen this map come down to the last moments a couple times before. We saw that happen in Russia versus Sweden, notably a little bit ago. So possibly, once again, able to have that outcome. When a team has Yokespy and GN, of course, you're expecting great things out of them on a map like this one. But the UK players, no slouches either, as you discussed. So we will go into this and just let the chips fall where they may, because I think a lot of people in this lobby are going to be quite solid.
Well, looking kind of okay for both sides at the beginning, with the exception of a little break from Kingling there. Still has the accuracy to back it up right now. These streams are really going to be the difference maker here. Any chain miss on those is actually going to pretty much put a close to this map for either team here. So much potential lost score. Everyone seems to be hitting them though. Yokespy
just dropped he just dropped like 10 hundreds in a row on that stream. That's not helpful. Drops all the way down to 95 back. And despite the 200 combo lead for Norway, UK briefly taking the lead thanks to the accuracy gap. All 4 players on that side over 99. Meanwhile, Yokespy 96, Melver 96 as well. Melver again dropping a ton of hundreds, and there's a break from Anthony W. That's actually really, really bad for Norway. Not only did they lose an FC, they also lost a lot of accuracy.
Well, I guess in the end, combo will make the difference here. We're halfway through. It's 3 FCs and 1 pretty well recovered break from Kingling up against 3 FCs and Anthony W's more recent break. But the accuracy there is going to give Anthony W a little bit of an advantage in the latter half of the map if they're able to recover this combo. We'll see what happens. We've got a couple other pretty difficult streams towards the ending here. It maintains kind of a similar patterning to the beginning, but as the nerves kick in and we have a bit of a spike, we'll see what happens here. Right after this kind of square section, there really is a lot of opportunity for some misses. It has to come from the side of the UK if Norway wants a chance of winning this, though.
UK looking pretty comfortable still. Solid accuracy on Listia. Blue and Plasma dropping a little bit. But, like you said, once we get through this stream, it's where things are going to get much more intense. These single into triple patterns and then some more streams provide opportunities to break. And it's Yokespy that falls, drops more accuracy, breaks his combo, and that's really going to be all she wrote, I think, for Norway in this pick. But it's a break from Listia, Blue, and Plasma. Oh my god. There's an FC still on GN and on Melver. They've got a couple 100,000 points to make up, but there go GN and Anthony W. This is all close. It would have been really easy for Norway to come back there if either of those players had held, but now they need Melver and it's too late. It just doesn't matter anymore.
They needed GN to hold that FC into the ending. Even then, actually, I don't think it would have been enough. GN with only about another 100,000 potential score on the board there alongside Melver with the break, and that would have pretty much been right on the dot if so, but the UK held on just long enough as a team. The early, the kind of middle miss from Anthony W, you really do hate to see those because of the score difference that you get pretty much cut in half to mid 500 to 600k there. Yokespy with some pretty unfortunate drops on the streams as well. Melver and GN just not able to pick up the pieces against a confident overall roster from the UK, and that's kind of a trend we've seen of the last 2 or 3 picks from the UK, just slightly better as an overall roster against Norway right now, and I think that is probably going to contribute to them most likely winning a pick like this. I think, if they're picking something like Fremod 2 after going through DT3 and having, maybe a slightly subpar performance compared to what Norway had, I think they're ready to take the mod advantage on this, which is what it seemed like they've been trying to do on the remainder of the free mods.
No, this is an overmod type of map, right? It's CS3 Air 9.1, which makes it really quite dense when you consider that it's 230 BPM. So this is a map where you just say, I'm going hard rock because it makes it, CS 3.8, 3.9, AR10, which is just not uncomfortable for anybody in this lobby. So as long as you can play the BPM, you can just throw on hard rock overmod, get some extra score out of it, and feel like you're probably in a pretty good place to put out a good score. As long as, it's more about just being comfortable with the base map style of, breakcore quints triples in 310 straight. Like, there is no real point at which this map lets up. But UK looked good on that Nomad 2. They looked reasonable despite losing the DT3. And so they're just saying, we're going to stay in this tapping skill set. And we're going to see how it goes.
My only concern for this map, and I think, I'm not as concerned as I would have been earlier, but the UK was a little uncertain of their aim on the DT3, even on some of their better speed players. And I think that they've looked better at the aim for their previous picks ever since, or for their, the picks afterwards, up until this one, which is why I would give them the benefit of the doubt that they would be able to win a map like this. But I do still think it is a pretty big gamble against Nindrake, who has been doing really well on these burst aim maps here. Jompa Tormen looked good earlier, as well as Penguinzy kind of champions this skill set for Norway in a lot of cases. Maybe some nerves with standing on the Hard Rock. The Hard Rock doesn't make too much of a difference here on the CS3, so I imagine we'll be seeing mostly Hard Rock over Hidden favored. It looks like 3 Hard Rocks for Norway, and then the 1 Hidden Nindrake on the Hidden Hard Rock, and then we got the 2 Nomads on the UK. Malteser and Rudge going to be trying to put up some more guaranteed combos. Understandable on the CS3. This should be pretty comfortable. Remove the aim requirement by going Nomad, and then have Majore, who is probably your best aim speed player on Hard Rock. This is pretty much the best mod lineup you can have for the UK.
Yeah, that being said, I am still a little surprised to see them not overmod it, though. Almost everybody I've seen has gone an extra Hard Rock on this, if not a couple extra Hard Rocks, in the way that Norway is here, just because it's so comfy with Hard Rock on due to the map settings. But UK saying, we're just going to go tried and true. We trust Malteser on the slightly lower approach rate. We trust Rouge on the slightly lower approach rate with these big circles. And so far, so good. It's literally just mod advantage that's giving Norway a little bit of a lead. Accuracy staying quite high despite all the HR. That is a break from Majora, though.
Understandable on the Hard Rock. It does get pretty difficult on some of these sliders with the Hard Rock, but if I'm the UK, I would rather take a break on my Hard Rock player than on someone else. And there goes Nindrake to trade on the Hidden Hard Rock as well. And that's exactly what I'm talking about here. You're really counting on a break from the Hard Rock players on the other team. So if Norway finds any slip-ups on their 2 other players, aside from Melver, who's going to break, that's going to throw it over to the UK here after these, after this kind of little section here. I don't know what
this little middle filler section.
This section, yeah.
I don't know what to call this. It's weird. But UK is in a pretty good spot now. They're going to bring the lead back over with the Triple FC still intact against the Double FC. Penguinzy and Jompa Tormen both looking quite solid. And Melver and Nindrake having no trouble bringing the combo back up. But that break from Penguinzy is huge. Now they only have 1 FC left to try to combat 3 full combos from the United Kingdom, who are now in a spot where they can really run away with this in the back half of the map.
Yeah, I don't want to doom the Norway to losing already, but Majora is the only one to find breaks on the UK so far. Listia, Malteser, Rudge, all exceptionally comfortable on this. Malteser taking a bit of a jab at Majora in the smoke, but it really is just Jompa Tormen on the FC for Norway right now. Pretty good accuracy for Nindrake and Melver, unfortunately. This is just far too strong, and there goes Melver as well there again. So Rudge is going to trade 1 out. Malteser and Listia going to be pretty much bringing this one home here. You've got a 250,000 plus score gap going to be created into the last quarter here. Listia finding a break as well. They're giving some opportunities to Norway, but all that needs to happen really. Yeah, there we go.
That was all that needed to happen for the UK. Was right there. Was one of those combos breaking for Norway.
Malteser just needed to hold, and they had it.
And this is showing kind of why it can be good to put a player on the Nomad on these free mod picks. If it's something that they're comfortable with and they can bring home a solid AC FC, you will take that like all day, every day, and twice on Sundays.
1000%. There it is. Malteser going to be bringing home the full combo for UK. Malteser, I don't think we talked about it enough after OWC last year, but Malteser was, I would dare I say, the best player on the UK last year on most picks. He carried quite a few maps in the later stages for them, and I think this year, coming a little bit more comfortable on these early stages, really going through on the consistency early stage here and making the difference on these opening picks here. A little bit of uncomfortable scores here. Melver maybe not too confident on that hidden, but somebody had to take it, unfortunately, and it was Melver for that one. Listia, great supporting score alongside Malteser for that entire map. That's a very difficult map to play with hidden. And Jompa Torman, again, one miss. Not a player that we had seen before in most tournaments or the World Cups. Jompa Torman has been doing a fantastic job of holding their own in these kind of high-profile World Cup matches. So I'm excited for future stages with Norway to see how they continue to hold up.
Yeah, in case anybody didn't know, of course, Jompa Torman is a rename of Newelson, who has been around for Norway for a while. I do need to toss that in case people were unaware. That is a player that has been around on their World Cup teams. Norway, as a side note, really impressive. They have kept 7 of the same players from last year's 8-player roster. They only swapped out one person, which is something that not every team does. Most of the time you see, 3 to 4 player changes just in general. But Norway keeping this roster, keeping their synergy together, it's pretty cool to see. But down 4 straight points, UK from 2-0 down, now up 4-2. Norway, possibly their last pick here in this match, are going to go into the hidden one. Paradigm 4210, the Moth Flake collab. A kind of standard hidden one pick, really. It's a little uncomfortable aim in some streams, just under 190 BPM. AR 9.4, so it takes a little bit of the density out of the equation. But this is one that, if you are comfortable on hidden, is a really nice pick, I think.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, obviously it is Norway's last chance to get a point on the board here. United Kingdom is at match point, so Norway needs both of these next picks in order to force a tiebreaker here. Very uncomfortable spot for them right now. The UK has looked exceptional in most of these picks, winning by over 200,000 points. In some cases, 500,000 points on these picks after the first few here. So a little bit of uncertainty from Norway potentially on these later picks here, but for their sakes, let's hope that they're able to maybe get one more on the board here and make this as close of a match as we think it can go. Quick update before we get into the map. Brazil-Italy currently at 3-0 in favor of Brazil, winning a break point already. So if you are not watching that match, flip back and forth a bit. Take a look at them. It's going to be good luck, have fun's MP start 5 from the ref. And we go into Norway's last pick of the match, guaranteed last pick. Let's see if they're able to pick up hidden 1 after maybe a little bit of a blunder on the hidden 2.
Well, they're considerably different maps, of course. This one takes Yolkspie out. A little streamy, perhaps. Maybe a little less comfortable on this type of map than he was on the lower AR at a slightly slower BPM. Obviously did still have trouble on that streams in that one anyway.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I would trust Nindrake.
I trust Nindrake probably about anyone else from that roster so far in this match. He's been playing incredibly well. NCWG and Melver are going to see what they can do. Again, though, UK, a solid hidden roster, right? Listia's been looking solid on hidden the whole time. Blue has had a couple of, unfortunate breaks, but has looked generally pretty good. And of course, Rouge and Plasma looking great on the low AR, and the reading components of stuff. And Rouge has just been a solid all-around player. So I think these are 2 really good rosters for this type of map, but it's Nindrake and GN finding the early breaks for Norway. And boy, they might be waving that white flag a little sooner than we would like to see from their side if they can't build some combo back up or find some breaks from UK.
And really not where you want to see breaks from Norway. This beginning part of the map is not the hard section here. And, I think unfortunately for Norway, hidden is one of their stronger mod pools usually. Round of 32 this week took a pretty aimy route on both of them. And, while that doesn't necessarily negatively affect Norway, it very positively influences the scores on the UK, having players like Listia and Plasma. Oh, but as I say that, Listia trades another break with Blues here.
And Melver had broken just before, so it's not the end of the world for the UK there. They do still have the FCs on Rouge and on Plasma.
It's going to be closer, though.
NCW has the FC still. Well, I was about to say Nindrake and GN were matching one of the FCs together, but not anymore as that break comes out from Nindrake. Melver follows up, and there goes Anthony W as well. This is all falling apart for Norway as there goes GN's combo as well. And now it is just a slow, agonizing walk to the finish for Norway. There is very little left that they can do to change the outcome here. They are going to need a complete meltdown from the UK side if they want to have any hope in this pick.
I just don't see that happening. I'm sorry. Plasma is literally Faker on every aim map he has ever touched. If he makes it through this pattern, it's over. If they make it through this pattern, it's over. Yeah, that might actually be it. Yeah, there's two FCs to none.
There's 2 FCs to none, a third of the way still to go, but 400k lead. Rujin and Listia do both break, but there goes Melver as well. If Plasma and Blue both missed, like, literally 5 seconds ago,
yeah, there goes Nindrake
but
again.
unfortunately, Nindrake, Melver falling, and CWGN just don't have the combo. GN breaks for good measure. And United Kingdom in what is going to be on paper an upset, but for those who have watched these teams and know what they're capable of, this was a match that could have gone really either way. I don't think either team was the favorite or the underdog.
Plasma shaking a bit on these sliders.
Yeah.
Oh, he hit the space tree. Yeah.
Plasma is just going to bring home the FC for good measure here, because why not? Why not?
Oh my god, he actually did it. He's actually... Alright, I'm not saying anything. Some good scores at the ending here from Anthony W on the 600 combo from Norway, and Blue with a 900 combo recovery from that early break, but there is Plasma. What more can you ask for from the AIM star from the UK? I expect big things out of Plasma this year. With these AIM scores and how comfortable they look, you know, I think consistency is a big teller in early stages, but that's going to be big for later. A valiant effort from Norway in this round of 32 matchup. A good 2-0 start here versus the UK, but unfortunately, it is going to be a 2-5 scoreline. UK takes it. They move on to the round of 16 in the winner's bracket to face off against none other than our 4th-seeded Canada.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough matchup for the UK, to say the least. Canada looking incredibly strong this year, as they have for the past several years. But UK showing in this match that in these early pools, despite all the new players, despite all the changes they made, they are still a force to be reckoned with. So we're going to be looking out for that one. That's going to be a solid matchup next week. And of course, Norway falls down to losers bracket round 1. That means they'll take on the loser against Canada, which was Chile. I think that's a match that this Norway squad should be able to win. I think they looked solid enough. But those will be next week. That sets up all but one of our matches, as we do have the Brazil versus Italy finishing up. It's 3-1 currently in favor of Brazil. They're up a break point. Italy gets their first pick of the match on a Nomad 1 just ending. So we'll see what ends up happening with that one. That's over on the B stream. Exclamation mark B stream in chat. I think we're going to host them and go over to that for the last few minutes of that one.
Are we able to host right now? Can we host, or should we just send everyone over? Everyone go to the B stream.
Yeah, go to the B stream. We're gonna link that in chat. Get over there. Watch the next few points of that. We'll see how long that one goes. Can Italy make a comeback, or can Brazil close it out? Well, Gordos Live _2 to find out. And while you're on your way, of course, be sure to stop by the OC site, pick up your banners to support your favorite teams and to support the tournament, as well as, you know, head over to donate link, donate to the tournament. Again, support the tournament, support the prize pool, support everything.
Collective now we have. That's very cool. We've got a pretty good. I think we're up quite a bit on the prize pool right now. Every single donation you make to the Open Collective goes directly to the player prize pool and helping us, you know, reward these players for their valiant efforts every single year with a little bit more than we usually do. So feel free. Open Collective, like T1G said, shill some banners, support your favorite teams. We do it every year. You know who you love, and you're going to buy a banner to support them because that shows how much you love that team. Make sure to come back here after Brazil versus Italy for our round of 16 showcase as well. But for now, go to the B stream immediately.
Oh, get out of here. Join the raid.
Get out of
here. Fun.
Yeah, join the raid. Get out of here.
We've been Chillier and T1G. They're going to be Dio and Doland over on that B stream. See what happens.
Yeah, we'll see you guys back here for the showcase in a bit.
finer, the finest. And I'd rather die first, start giving fake fuck, silly time on my energy. Born with the knowledge of a horde of a land, they're gonna have a hard time to define the finest. And I'd rather die first, start giving fake fuck, silly time on my energy. Born with the raw, 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 silly time on my energy.
Hello everyone, welcome back. All the matches have completed, and it is now time for the round of 16 map pool showcase. We've assembled the boys together. It's me, Azer, and yet again, today we've got Dada and Sayo.
Hi.
Yo, yo, yo.
You're gonna say hi the same way every week. Is that your thing?
I don't know.
Well, so we did a few funny things in the round of 32 pool, and I think most of them were received pretty well. I think the old DT2 ended up being liked quite a lot, which is good. I don't know if we really have anything on that scale for this pool. I think this is probably our most standard pool. Not much weird stuff in this one.
There's a little bit.
Yeah, there's a little bit, but it's all map based. It's not really slot based in a sense.
Alright, well, with that being said, you know what, let's just get straight in. So let's actually just take a look at Nomad 1 by mapper that you'll all enjoy. It's a Jonathan LFJ Nomad 1. I'm invincible. And while this is a little bit of a conventional Nomad 1, the way you aim this one... Oh, also, I guess it has a video. That's cool that it's enabled on the showcase. That was not planned at all.
It's news to me also.
Anyway, yeah, this is a little bit more of a conventional Nomad 1, but it has these, like, triples that you kind of need to aim in a very particular way. So I think in a way it still has a little bit of spice, but it kind of plays like a really old school, like 2014, like, I don't even know, like a Guy map or something. I don't know if you guys get that feeling as well while playing this.
The Guy wouldn't be the first one that I'd mentioned, but yeah, it does feel a lot more older style than some of the modern Nomad ones you've seen.
Yeah, the AR is also quite low. It's like 9.3. Normally it's seen like maybe 9.5 for a Nomad 1. So this Nomad 1's... The aim's a little bit bigger than last stage, and it's also a little bit more dense in AR.
Yeah, I believe for all you very slow people out there, this is 192 BPM.
Oh, this thing!
And we have like a stream section on the Nomad 1. So if you cannot stream 192 BPM and you are a Nomad 1 player and you're expecting Nomad 1 to be cool and neat, I strongly urge you to reconsider the slots you're specialized in.
I can play this without any issue, which automatically qualifies like every OWC player as being able to play this with no issue. So
every OWC player, wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Yeah, the stream section is like not even a stream really. It's like 16 notes. Like if you were to compare that to like a DT map, you wouldn't really call it this. I really call that a burst more than anything. So yeah, not too long of a stream section on this one. It kind of just has to be there in this map because that's what the song does. So
yeah, it's just that one section. It's way better than just doing 24 repeats back to back.
I do agree. Also, something we mentioned a little bit was the triples having like a little bit of a weird flow to them. There's also like a pattern that repeats a couple times, just like a double into like a perfectly stacked 1-1 behind it. That always tripped me up when I was playtesting this. Like personally, that might be something to watch out for during match. But it's a conventional Nomad 1 with a decent amount of unconventional elements, like added to it, I guess.
yeah, it has a lot of control in it. Yeah, we're calling them triples, but they're like doubles after you're holding down on the slider in, so it plays like a triple. And I think there's like maybe one pattern that kind of overlaps, but that's like 5 seconds into the map. So if you play the map more than once, you should remember that it's there.
Just retry it. You can't retry it, that'd be sick.
Oh, we should add that, honestly. It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, if you miss on the first 10 seconds, you can request an abort. That will never be abused ever.
Yeah.
There's a bit of an aim spike here. I mean, it's still around a 16, so it's not major, but there's, I guess, a little bit of a difficulty step up for this section. I think this kind of also highlights the type of aim that I'm talking about. There's almost like full screen jumps, but then you have to like slow down your aim a lot to be able to hit those doubles. There's kind of like a nice aim contrast that happens there. So that's most of the aim control that we're talking about.
What we need to remember on this map, like just leave these notes for your team. This map is not a sharp aim jump map. It's more like a 2016 style farm map where it's like the angles are like 60 degrees or like 50 degrees, like sort of that wideness, but they're still very, very comfortable usually.
All right, we're bringing out the classics with this one. It's definitely been mapped before, but here we go.
How do you pronounce his name again?
Let's go with Oceanus.
Okeanos.
Wait, it's Okeanos. There's literally a vocal sample in this song, right? That says Okeanos.
Sure.
I think. Am I crazy? Like,
you're not
crazy. I would not know. I would not know. I'm reading the text, and the text says Oceanus. Therefore, I'm gonna say Oceanus.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
Anyway, it's a custom map by Mount.
Yeah, so this map is different from the Rena 32. The Rena 32 Nomad 2 is kind of like more dense in the like the flow aim style. This one's more like tends to send your cursor flying, and the streams are shorter, so it's also not as stamina based. So it's more of like a stream flow test.
Yeah, this is a lot more of an aim map than perhaps a stamina map, and I know last week we had a couple of people who were like a little bit struggling with the stamina, or at least like that felt that Nomad 2 was like a very big stamina test as well as a flow aim test. This one is a little bit more just on the flow aim side, I think. Like there's enough breaks, like in between the streams to actually restore your stamina. So if you struggle with very, very, very long streams, this might be a map that will interest you. A thing that we saw as well is that people kind of struggled a little bit on stuff like the Hard Rock 1 and qualifiers, where the streams were a little bit like this, where they're very twisty, they're very they don't have constant speed, they excel and decel at not a constant rate necessarily, but like according to the song's pitch and intensity. So yeah, we're not expecting this to be that easy. We're expecting this to be a little bit more of an interesting Nomad 2.
Yeah, I mean, last round necessarily wasn't free at all as a Nomad 2, and this round certainly follows suit in that. This is not free for Nomad 2 either. The flow aim gets a little spaced sometimes.
Yeah, this is definitely a big emphasis on stream aim. Not much stamina, like, at all to be found in this. I think the longest stream is that one right there, I think.
Probably, I don't know. We're kind of
everything
a broken
else
record
is
at this point.
super short, so a bit of a tone shift, which is okay, because seemingly I don't think a lot of people like the last Nomad 2, considering it was banned in, like, I don't even, like 12 out of the 16 matches or something.
Yeah, I wonder what the ban pick rate is, like, combined. I wonder if it's, like, involved. It was either picked or banned in a lot of matches, I think.
It's contested in 13 matches or 14 matches out of the 16.
Yeah,
I
really
didn't get a chance to check the stats yet, but yeah, it's been a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of flow aim.
And we know you like flow aim. We know you love flow aim.
Yeah, but in order to counteract all that flow aim, kind of just decided to have a Nomad 3 that has none of that. But here's Nomad 3, Dance in the Game by Pedal. and this has no flow aim. Enjoy.
It kind of the way the snap aim works in this is that it kind of flows. They're like stationary wiggles. If I had to put a term to it.
No, Sayo, this is an aim map. Clearly.
Anyway, yeah, the Petal did a really interesting type of I guess I wouldn't say concept or gimmick. It's just the style of the map is very slider heavy and kind of super overlappy, but the way it plays is really fun. And there's a couple of like a lot of finger control rhythms in here that might trip you up sometimes, and pretty much tons of 1-4 snap angles. Like the map is just covered with them.
Also, fun small detail. This map is key sounded. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I
was
didn't actually.
Those Petal themselves.
Yeah.
Also, originally, as I mentioned in the Round of 32 showcase, this was originally a Round of 32 map that we deemed a little bit too hard, and you probably like see why as we're commentating this. Like, this is not trivial in any capacity, so really just moving into round of 16 just felt right. One thing to note is after every Ki, there's a little bit of a kick slider section with, I believe, a 1-3 rhythm. So that's readable enough, but it did catch a couple people off guard on the first playtest. So you might want to watch out for that when you're like playing the pool in the lobby with your friends or your teammates, or both.
Honestly,
this is not a sight read map.
When playing this map, I kind of got the vibe that there's like a specific type of Nomad 3 that has this type of aim, and for some reason we only see those in really late stages. Like finals or grand finals usually will have a Nomad 3 that's got like really fast, like snappy aim like this. And none of the early round picks were ever like that, and I don't think there was ever really a reason for that. So I personally think it's really cool to finally have a more accessible map like that. It gives me the same vibe when playing this as I would get playing those maps in question. So.
Definitely a lot more tricky than your average Nomad 3.
I would tend to agree. What else can we really talk about this map? It was interesting because
okay.
Yeah, it used to be the 32 map. It used to be
lower AR.
Yeah, it used to be a little bit lower AR.
You can see how dense it could be with low AR. There's a lot of overlaps going on in here.
Oh,
so.
change this to AR 9. Oh.
I don't know.
Nuts.
That pattern there with the 1-3 might be a little hard. That's the one Dado was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that one is extended at the end of the last Ki.
It's at the very end, and it makes a lot of sense to play. So yeah, it feels pretty intuitive, very fun. Hope you enjoy it. And now moving on to the Nomad 4. It is a map by Chaoslitz. Definitely not new to making OWC Nomad 4s. Here is Veselix.
This is more of an aim map than I think the last rounds in a sense, but there's still a lot of like space bursts, so it also tests, I guess, your flow at the same time.
Yeah, like I think last round we kind of gathered from just the overall scores and also just the feeling that Nomad 4 was particularly like a little bit harder than perhaps the rest of the pool. Just as a natural result of like what happened with the Nomad 4 in that particular pool, where we shifted it around a couple of slots. We had to struggle to find a replacement, but we tried to find a fun replacement as opposed to like your standard round of 32, free Nomad 4 kind of replacement. This one, I'd say it's like it's like a half a step harder, if that. But it's very interesting. This is Chaoslitz's, I believe, like return to OWC after, I want to say, playing for however many years in a row. So yeah, it's a fun little map, fun little slider map. It's a little bit on the shorter side, just like the last pool. And
Compared to the last map, compared to Mole, I think the misses are a little bit more fair on this one. Because Mole had a lot of, like, I wouldn't say RNG tech elements, but definitely, like, the slider streams and some fast reverses or super long slider shapes that you kind of have to follow. This is more, tech aim based, right? A lot more, space cut streams and wide angles.
That map has a lot of, like, random, like, snap aim to different, like, transitions. I think that's most of the misses that we've seen.
Also, something to note is that this has a lot of density in rhythm. Like, this is a 1-4 heavy map. So if you're perhaps someone who struggles with that aspect of tech, you might want to sit this one out.
Alright, let's take a look at Hiddens. Here's a map that maybe you know. This is a ranked map. And it's so good. This is one of the first maps I think we slotted in when we were looking for like good ranked maps of recent times to put in here. This is so much fun to play. It fits perfectly.
Now, before anything else, while it's still fresh in your memory, remember that this map starts in with like a little bit of a jump scare. It starts in with a 1-2 jump section and not in like a, oh, you're being slowly eased into it. No, it just starts off just hit it or die. It's not the worst if you miss, but
yeah, you do get slapped in the face with a bunch of 1-2 jump spam.
Let's kind of get right into it. There's also, I guess, like the only like downfall that this map potentially has, just in terms of balance, is that there's this fairly lengthy like break section in the middle where honestly most of it is kind of free. I guess that's the only thing really that you could like fault this pick for in terms of like everything else that's surrounding that. It's really enjoyable. Even for like non-hidden players, all in testing, like basically everyone really enjoyed this.
Yeah, that's fun. It's like one of these maps where it feels like you're playing like 1.5 maps at times, but also like when you're playing the hard sections of it, it just flows by very, very quickly. Like it's very enjoyable. The song is phenomenal. The map is phenomenal. I don't know what else really to say. This just felt really fun to play. It felt really appropriate to the pool, and playtesters really liked it. It's just a fun little map.
Yeah, no real reading involved with this hidden pick. It's just pretty much just aim. Big aim, and strange linear angles or wide angles here and there.
Yeah, you get to have a little break here and just listen to some singing, I guess.
You get to adjust your mouse if you're a mouse player, which is my favorite part of this map, is that even as a mouse player and as a 4-minute 30 map, I don't get to mouse drift out of Tokyo in a map this long.
Surely no one misses on that slow part though, right?
That's not possible.
Surely
not possible.
Let's not bring that
up. Let's not bring that to fruition. That slow part is like, you know, the map's 1400 combo, but that slow part was like 250 of that combo. Despite taking up like a quarter of the map, this map gets very dense at the beginning and not pretty much the ending of the map. So, the free combo isn't that much free score.
Also, if you miss like immediately after the slow part, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of the only downfall. Like from like a balance perspective, it's just you kind of get pressured to keep your combo from that slow section. It's for all intents and purposes free. So yeah, don't miss, I guess.
And towards the end of the map, you get these long slider shapes, I guess, and you kind of kicks up the aim style in a different sense than what you played at the beginning of the map.
Also, this looks really scary, but it plays extremely well.
The only part that you have to watch out for is the longer sliders that have reverses on them, because you might not be 100% expecting them. They aren't a thing that really happened before in the map, where it was like that fast of a slider. But yeah, Also, like, if you're considering objective length of the map is like 2.5 minutes long. The slow parts are the other 2 minutes, really, or like map's 3 minutes long. The 1 minute 30 of slow part,
I do think
including
this,
the outro.
this pool as a whole, I think, is a lot shorter than the last two, which is good. That's been
It
a pretty
is.
common complaint. So,
It is, but we haven't gotten to much of the shorter part of it yet.
well, let's get into one right now. Here's a short map sitting into Hidden 2. This is actually an old tourney custom for the Taiwanese tournament OTST by Flask, which I think is also playing in the tournament. So, but
Yes.
again, similar to the one last week, this one is just such a good map. Kind of just felt wrong not to use it. It's so much fun. It fits perfectly as well. So, another. I mean, technically it's a custom, but it wasn't made for the World Cup. It was made for another tournament. But here it is.
Despite being called Taiko time, we are still in OSU Standard World Cup, so just a little bit of clarification there. This map is it's interesting because it's like a completely different tone from the last Hidden Chu. Last Hidden Chu had a lot of like snappy aim, a couple of streams that really like shifted direction, kind of tripped people off. This one is a lot more of like a, weirdly enough, like a slider and like interactions after sliders kind of map. Like you see a lot of like kick sliders or like stuff after sliders, like 1-4 after sliders, and it gets pretty tricky to read after a while because you just see so much on your screen.
I don't have to pay attention to the, I guess, yeah, this is a slider end rhythm type of map, but that kind of makes sense because some of those slider ends are incorporated into some of the rhythms, and this is kind of like a rhythm test in your Hidden 2, your rhythm reading.
Yeah, also something to note is that this map is quite short, and the end of the map is like both a little bit spooky in terms of finger control, but it's also a little bit spooky in terms of aim. You will see it in very shortly, where you just randomly go from very like slider end kind of flow aimy, snappy, small rhythm or small aim to like a big full screen like finale kind of like pattern.
Okay, so one of the, like, I guess like non-player complaints that we get in OWC all the time is, I don't know what any of these customs are. We want some more iconic maps. So here's an iconic map, baby. Let's play Cheat Reel.
Cheat Reel, baby. Yeah, this is we threw this in like months ago, and it stood the test of time.
This moved around a bit, but I don't know. It just ends up fitting super well at Reddit 16. It's actually not that hard. This, I think, if you played back when this map was like relevant, I guess this was really, really hard at the time. But playing it today, it's really not. This is really, really comfortable. Like, there's not a single object in here that's hard to hit. It's mostly just difficult through length. And this should be, I think, the last. Yeah, this is the last 4-minute map in the pool. So here's your last of the long maps as well. It's very consistency based.
It's for a good cause, guys. It's 4 minutes and 20 and like 12 seconds for a good cause.
All right, how do we fill 4 minutes on Cheat Reel?
I know how. Here, debate how people will miss on this map.
They'll probably through nerves, like missing a bunch in like the first 300 combo, and then just catching up, and then ending with like 550k. I don't know. The aim is really big, but really comfortable. You just have to stay focused. That's the
There's
idea.
also everyone's favorite guy, which is the guy that holds 99.6 throughout the whole map, and then misses once in the middle and gets 630k.
Yeah, that's
that
me.
guy is always. Yeah, no, that was literally you in test play lobbies.
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be many players, unfortunately. I mean, this middle part here, I guess if you can even call it that, like this whole section, I think, this drags on for so long. It truly is a consistency test in like the purest sense. You can miss on any single object here.
Yeah, also like a preemptive warning, we are still like 2 minutes away from this, but the last pattern on this map, the very last pattern before the map stops. So let me teach you something about editors and stacking. So, after, I believe, I don't know exactly what year, but the stacking feature in the editor wasn't always a thing. You used to just like have to play the map to see how the stacks actually like interacted with your map, and this made some really funny things like go through. There's a map by Angel Honey, which is like if you play it with Hard Rock, the stacked stream starts halfway, like flipping through your like the upper bound of your monitor. Like, it's halfway off screen, like, legitimately off screen. This one is a different kind of funny interaction. It's not as bad as Owen's by Angel Honey, but it's also very funny. Because, with Hard Rock, stuff gets flipped around, but stacks continue the same way. So, you'll see in the last battle in this map, I think to the right, there's like a circle, and then a very suspiciously spaced like stacked stream right after it. That is like a one-shoe gap.
It's at the very, very end.
That's a one-shoe gap. It doesn't look like a one-shoe gap, but it's only like buggy like that because with Hard Rock, the stacked stream got flipped, and the way the stack interacted with it is to like go up, which is like the same direction as the circle, the previous circle came from. So the spacing's like very, very low. It's almost overlapping with the circle before. We'll see it right here.
Yeah, right at the end of this pattern.
It's basically like a Matrix's double time Hard Rock play on Prince of Darkness, but the stacks at the end get broken.
Oh man, it's the only unfortunate thing about this map really kind of just breaks. And now for something very new. I don't know if we've had a song like this in OWC ever, and I'm all for it. This is such a weird one. I don't even know how you describe this kind of music. I think Brazilians will be happy about this one.
It's a random Brazilian like carnival samba sample from like 2003. I had no idea this even existed until Piroshki just brought it up randomly, and then I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, compared to the last round Hard Rock 2, which didn't have too much nuance to it, this map is just a blast to play. I can't really describe how fun it actually is to play. You just tell because of the patterning how much control you need to play this, and it's the BPM is quite low at 135. Yeah, so if you're a precision game guy, this is your pick.
This is like a very it's weirdly text streamy. Like there's a couple of weird interactions with like stack doubles and streams. There's a couple of like 1-4 slider patterns by the second half, which are a little bit on the tougher side. But also like this is a complete tonal shift from round 32. And let's just pretend we're geniuses and we adjusted this map literally yesterday. Because that was one of the things we noticed was Hard Rock 2 in the round 32 pool was not picked because it was too generic or too normal. And let's hope this fixes it, unless we've accidentally overcompensated in the opposite way.
I don't think so.
It's so weird to balance a pick like this because most of the time, if you have players that are able to play this like absurdly low BPM at AR10 and have enough like control to play it. I don't know, it might be too niche of a thing, so we had to like kind of compromise a little bit. It's supposed to be precision pick, but the CS is a bit lower with Hard Rock. I think it's 6.1. We had to nerf a lot of patterns so that this basically just has no like major aim or anything. This should have like it's just flow aim only. There's no jump aim in this whatsoever. Yeah, we have to make some compromise to keep the map engaging. I think it's pretty successful. This is a lot of fun to play.
Somewhere out there, there will be this unnerfed version, and you will see that it really just like it was like a finals map, and it was never like in consideration to get changed because like the other maps aren't easy. So we had to really adjust this one, but I think we ended up like ironing out a lot of the more unfair patterns and just leaving the soul of the map relatively intact.
Hiroshiki had this submitted, right, like a few months ago. Like, it's actually submitted on the website, but it's obviously not the same version.
Yeah. Alright. Probably the map you'll hear, the song you'll hear the most next week. Here is Ghost Assassin by Ice Tray as the DT1 pick here.
Yeah, so Ice Tray was mad. You guys didn't pick his Hard Rock 2 last weekend, so he picked the slot that gets usually contested the most in round of 16 to pull.
Yeah, if you think your team won't play this, oh, don't worry, the team you're playing probably will.
Yeah. I think this is, I guess, DT1 that perfected in its slot, in a sense. I think the aim is comfortable, the bursts are also comfortable, but it has the bursts, right? So that's an element there as well. The aim is a little bit more well perceived than the last stages, where it kind of was awkwardly placed sometimes, some of the hit circles. This one is way more evenly spaced.
It's interesting, like, we had this exact same style of song in qualifiers, and we had a completely different approach to it. Like, that map was a lot more focused on the overlying drum beat of the song, of the drum and bass. Just like trying to map as much 1/4 as possible as the song has supported it. This one is a completely different approach to DNB, where it's just taking the overall like more obvious beat and trying to make a jumpier map out of it.
I sure
the
hope
4v1 replay. I didn't even notice. Oh, Fangs is just that good. He can get 4 million points.
Yeah, no, Fangsy's solo carrying. Why didn't you guys put him on the team at USA? Like, this guy can clearly just like 1v9, despite there only being 7 other players.
I could have sworn this was Score V1 or Score V2 when the scoreboard showed up. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yo, wait a minute, it's in the... Oh, maybe, is this another replay? It's in the locals on the... anyway, I don't really know.
Yeah, I think it's
going on
might be,
with
it's probably set in like a multi-lobby.
Happened.
Yeah, this is a Score V2 replay. It's just converted to Score V1. Something messed up in the replay code. Not sure what happened.
So it is possible.
Huh. Well, anyway, good replay.
Yep,
good
Score
map.
V2. There we go.
Had to nerf them a lot. Lost like 8 million points. Anyway, here's because the bangers just had to keep going. You're getting a satellite Senya DT.
A normal DT2. There you go, guys.
Yeah, no, we heard all of the speed players furiously molding on Mapple feedback, so we contacted Satellite. We're like, hey, you love Senya. Senya is retiring either soon or has already retired. Please do a little favor for us and map one of your, like, 1 out of, like, a million Senya maps you've already mapped. But, like,
yeah, by the way, yeah, just to clarify this, so this is a custom, by the way. It's not... Satellite has apparently already mapped this like 8 years ago or something. It's not that map. This is a fresh custom for OWC, just to clarify. They just happen to have already mapped this.
Yeah, no, if there's a Mayumi Morinaga or Senya or Yuhei Satellite song that, like, exists, Satellite will have mapped it, like, maybe 90% of the time. So...
Should we go through the story behind this map in particular?
Oh, yeah,
like,
sure.
Yes, like, this is... So we had the Mo map, right, in round of 32, right? And then we needed a round of 32 DT2. So let's get Satellite. And of course Satellite would also, of course, pick Senya to map, right? And so we have 2 Senya maps in round of 32. That cannot happen. So we had
and,
to
no,
give
and
this
both
a
the
few
mappers
nerfs
wanted
for
to map
buffs.
Senia, like they were very adamant about it. And
So we had to buff this a lot just to get this up to par with round of 16, just a little bit.
yeah, knowing their history, they're like one of the, or they're each like one of the like 4 big Senia mappers, so it makes sense that they want to map Senia. And they just happen to be in the same pool and happen to do exactly what we thought they would, and it happened to cause a problem. So
And that's why we had Dada had that DT2, which basically was this map, but it just wasn't Senya. Anyways, yeah.
and then I killed it.
That's the story.
Yeah. God forgive me for I have sinned.
Also, very rare Click X replay.
Oh, is Ninja Fish like a Click X main?
Yeah, sure is.
Crazy.
I never knew. What the heck? That guy is crazy.
Well, let's wrap up this DT pool now with, again, a fairly standard DT pool, probably your most standard that you're going to see. This is also going to be a pretty straightforward bursty map by Aiden, or whatever their name is on the website now, Kurashina Asuka, I guess.
Aiden BH123.
This map is basically just all bursts. Yeah. DT1 has some bursts, but this is much heavier focus on burst strain.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, we had sort of the pushback last week. Like, not everyone liked ET2, and people were like, why did you put in the qualifiers DT2 and DT3 being like very tapping heavy, and then you just like changed that like immediately. And to that I say, well, things change.
Also, because the DT pool is normal, it also will feel, I think, a little bit easier than the rest of the pools, I guess. Or, sorry, rest of the maps in this pool, I should say. For, yeah, you're gonna get the standard buff. I don't know where I was going with that. Anyways,
Yeah, no, yeah,
you're gonna feel
because
better
the-
on these DT maps.
Because the maps aren't as wacky, you won't need to practice them as much, and you will be more consistent on them. But that is perhaps in sacrifice of a little bit of pool balance. So, yeah, this map is a little weird in the sense that it kind of shares a little bit of the BPM with DT1, but it does feel like a different map.
Yeah.
So we hope that will be enough to differentiate them. This is a lot more focused on the bursts, as you can see.
Yeah, the map is
And-
completely different. It has similar elements, but it's completely different.
You can kind of understand at a glance, though, like looking at it, the BPM is really similar, and DT1 had like 2 or 3 bursts of 5 notes or whatever. But yeah, no, once you actually play them, it just does not feel the same whatsoever.
Also, it's a Messiah song. I don't think we mentioned it like at all in this map of showcase, but the chat sure got it. So
All right, let's move on to free mod now.
the
Good old,
hardest map in the game.
The hardest map in the game, by far. This is one hell of a pick, guys. I'm telling you.
Yeah, this is another ranked map here by Lucent. Good old MC Sniper. So you want to talk about how hard this map is?
Yeah, so the aim on this map is quite difficult on Hard Rock. Very easy with hidden, apparently. No, I'm kidding.
I think you're just very good at hard rock, except for aim, which makes you notice things like this.
Yeah, so this is your aim map, I guess, of the pool. And there's a lot of aim maps, but this in particular is AR9 Nomad, and so you're gonna have some density on hidden. And on Hard Rock, the jumps are going to be really spaced and really awkwardly placed. I guess you're going to feel the awkwardness on hidden too. But yeah, just an awkward aim map here in the free mod 1.
I don't think you're going to see any sort of overmodding on this. There's a significant difficulty step up, whatever mod you add on this. Even on hidden, this is quite difficult.
I think we will see overmods on this, but like weirdly enough, towards the supposed harder side. Like maybe we'll have a couple of teams who aren't willing to do like a 220 BPM Mayor 9 map for like 3 people, so they will just overmod Hard Rock and try to make it just a quarterfinals Hard Rock 1 essentially. But something you might notice as well is that the map is basically like 75% of the way mapped through to vocals. So you will see a couple of weirder snaps and a couple of transitional, like not transitional, but like in the middle of the pattern, the snaps will change a little bit. Like you can either read them on the fly, they're not that hard, or you can try and just listen to the song. I strongly advise you to listen to the song because it's very cool, very nice. It's a different style of song than what we usually see in OWC. That's for sure.
Or an aim map. The aim in this is much harder. Like if you were to play this on Hard Rock, it's much harder than Hard Rock 1 Cheat Reel.
It's weird because Cheat Reel has some streams, or at least like some 1-4. I believe this has literally 0.
Yeah, I think with Hard Rock, this is easily the hardest aim map in the pool. Kind of fills in for Cheat Reel, I guess, because it does not have very challenging aim. But there's another map that might actually contest that. This star rating is really funny, by the way. Let's take a look at Freemod 2, which again is a speed map in OWC. So here's Future Downloader by Chemo. And yeah, I think with Hard Rock, this is, I think it's uploaded now. Maybe we can go actually check, but I think this is like over 7.5 stars or
this something. This is a bit of a stinker on Hard Rock. I wasn't able to get the replay on Hard Rock because
there's just no way you overmod this on Hard Rock.
Yeah, this is lower BPM than last stage, but the I think the general requirement of just being comfortable in general at a high BPM is a step up from last stage.
7.56 with Hard Rock, so
yeah.
Star rating is a social construct, but sometimes the social constructs are built for a reason.
I would say this is absolutely the hardest pick in the pool on
For
Hard
sure.
Rock.
Oh, no, like, period.
Like your Hard Rock player is not gonna have a good time on this.
No, if you're no modding or hiddening, this is like not that bad, I think. There's a couple of weirder parts. There are a couple of weirder parts, but the map doesn't feel as hard as the Hard Rock. It's just that we've kind of not cared about free mod difficulty balancing. We will later on, like a little bit later on, but for now, everything is still feasible, I think, for players in the tournament. So,
these, I don't know about those patterns. The slider spam there.
Yeah, that 1-4 pattern required a few iterations, but I think it's the best it can get while still just like being mapped in an interesting way, right? So they're very hard on Hard Rock. Like we're probably gonna see lots of breaks on those.
I think the reference I gave Chemo for this is just like we're trying to iterate on what part of that, like how it should feel like, and we just kind of went like just make this big black, dude. It kind of works. It's a pretty short section anyway, so
just make it the best map in the game. Why, like, it's not that hard.
It's a cool dynamic, right? Because you're gonna have your no-mod player hopefully just be the like 100% FC player, like not 100%, but the guy you want on this map is the most consistent player. And then you have your hidden player probably, hopefully, can play this BPM, and then your Hard Rock player is either really good at this or is gonna eat a lot of misses on this. So your Hard Rock player does have a lot of impact on this if he can play it really well.
you are not overmodding any sort of Hard Rock on this. There's no way. It makes the map ridiculously hard. Someone's gonna have to do it though. So I think you have some interesting decisions. Like if you have like one player that's particularly good at this, do you put them on Hard Rock and just try to have them tank and see how well they can do, or do you give them like a guaranteed FC on no mod? You know, like I think there's some interesting decisions to be made.
Yeah, something we've seen less and less in recent OWCs is the sacrifice player for free mods, where they just tank basically the hardest mod and are just exclusively in the lobby for that. Like free mods have been kind of balanced for like such a long while that that kind of thing has like disappeared. Used to be a little bit more prevalent back when you just needed a certain amount of mods.
Yeah.
But now,
Yeah, as pointed out also, that map is AR 9.7, so it's really comfy even with the hard rock. You should not feel pressured to overmod this. I think that might have been the case with the previous pick because the AR was so low. Let's move on though. One more map to go. Free Mod 3 got a little bit of an anti-mod pick here, I suppose, kinda. This is also a ranked map, and this is also such a good map, we kind of just had to use it. Map has essentially zero aim whatsoever. This is going to be the most comfortable pick of all time, no matter what mods you pick on this, but it's still going to be quite difficult. The BPM is low. AR9 base, so it's not too low. And I think most notably for like some players, there's a significant chunk of 1/6 bursts in this. And that's probably the only like real like mechanical challenge in this map. Everything else is just control.
so compared to the overwhelming mechanical challenge of the last map, and like the almost guarantee we won't see overmods in that one, this one is kind of like balanced the exact opposite way. Like we want people to try and experiment with more mods on this map because this is kind of like it's weirdly like not as easy as it seems, but it's also like this style of map, if you know you can FC it, you very rarely miss on it. Like, it's a very consistent low spacing flowing. It has a couple of frame control elements, but if you're comfortable with them, then you will rarely miss. So we kind of want to see how people will try and like figure out the meta mods on this. Like, will we see consistent overmods? Will we see like overwhelming overmods, like a double HDHR and like true hidden, or maybe even something like a triple HDHR to a hidden?
I think
the
running HDHR on this is kind of tricky because if you're playing this no mod, this map is honestly very free.
Yeah, it's 5.8 stars.
The easiest map in the pool. So making that conscious decision of running HDHR for that potential bonus score, but like having a real chance to miss now, I think is an interesting decision to make. Depends on like how greedy you are, I guess. Maybe you'll have to like adjust based on, you know, like what the other team is doing. I don't know, I'm hoping there's some decent strategy there.
It's a strange map to have in the pool. Just because the FC factor is like so high. We're gonna see a lot of FCs on this, of course. So for the top teams, you might not see this picked, and if it does get picked, you're gonna see a huge mod war. Because if everyone FCs the map, then the people with the more mods will have more scores, so they will win the map. So we'll either see a bunch of overmods, or not very many people picking this map, or you see the lower seeded teams taking this against the higher seeded teams, and praying for a 4-way and praying for the higher seeded team to miss. So
yeah, that was kind of our target for this as well. Like this is like known to be an easier map. This is something that we know already. It's a conscious decision. Kind of hoping it's a comfort pick for, like you said, like those lower teams. Sometimes you just want something that's easier to play, less mechanical challenge, have a better chance of winning. So here's a good pick for that.
Also, it's just like a good map.
Oh, absolutely.
Like,
I mean, the name says LMT. That's like redundant.
Yeah.
we don't need to say it's a good map.
I wish LMT would have my babies.
we had 2 LMT maps in free mod this stage at some point.
Yeah. Okay, so this is actually going to be our only non-custom tiebreaker, I think. We were digging around for specifically this artist because they were recently announced as a featured artist, and we're like, maybe we should use one of their songs. You know, recent featured artist, pretty good. And as it turns out, there kind of just happens to be a perfect tiebreaker of the exact song we wanted to use. So here it is. Let's start playing it. This was made for another tourney earlier this year, The Beautiful Cure by Jonathan LFJ. Again, another LFJ map. I think this is, what, Coffee Hispanic? Again, it's always Coffee Hispanic, isn't it?
It's basically always Coffee Hispanic. There's the 2 others that aren't, like Taiko Time was one of them. We'll see another one eventually.
Yeah, and also this is a ranked map as well, so you may have already played this.
You may have already played this. In fact, let me look at the leaderboard on it.
It's like we wanted to have pretty much this map exactly, so it's just an odd coincidence that this exact song before this artist was featured was already mapped, and now they're featured with this exact song as well.
Okay,
so, I mean, at that point, why make something else when we have something perfectly usable here, right? So
I'll tell you the top 4, and you'll tell me the order in which they're in. You'll try to guess. So the top 4 is, in no particular order, Vivalium, Chocomint, Shield, and Pikapone. Which order do you think they're in?
Pikapone, Chocomint, Shield, Vivalium.
That's cheating. You're cheating! You're cheating! No!
I would have guessed something completely else.
That actually better than Fugazi.
Is that true? Did I get it?
Sayo got it 100% correct.
Oh damn!
I thought I would have taken like the Shield and Marvelian bait. I thought that could have been like a Hard Rock FC or something.
This is actually quite hard with Hard Rock. Anyways, this is BPM 219, but rejoice, there is very little like long streams. I don't think there's a single long stream in this actually.
There are none at all. I'm gonna cite my my speed balancing method. I can play this, therefore it is not speed.
That's real. And when Alex pulls a 300 BPM completely stacked stream up next round that he plays with Tap X, you will know why.
So this is a step up from the last tiebreaker. I think in terms of rounds, like the last tiebreaker felt, I guess, easy compared to the pool. I would agree with that. I felt like the map was kind of easy, but you just find misses somewhere. I think this is, in a similar sense, the same type of nerd control map. It's just harder and it's higher BPM.
I'd say that, like, looking at some matches that did go to tiebreaker, like Singapore versus Japan, or I believe the other match was China versus Ukraine, like, that tiebreaker wasn't particularly easy in match.
Yeah, we thought it was too easy in testing, and they still found a lot of misses on there, so...
It's really easy to break on some of the more awkward patterns. But this one is a lot more normal. There's a couple of tricky parts, but...
It has a funny finger control part. Just one funny one.
Okay, so as this map goes on, because it is a 6-minute map, it's fairly bulky for a tiebreaker. This is going to be the last pool that we release that uses the small format. So after this week, in quarters, you're going to start seeing an extra map in every single pool. So you're going to start seeing Nomad 5s, which is this week, or this OWC intended to be more of a gimmick pool, just as a reminder. You're going to start seeing an extra hidden Hard Rock, DT, and free mod as well. So I think from the next pool onwards, you'll start being able to see more of like the, I guess you can call it like customization that we're trying to do. So, and there's also going to be a pretty significant difficulty step up to the next pool. This is the last of your easy maps that you're going to see. We kind of looked at like the difficulty curve of each round in OWC and like how many teams are playing. Because if you look at it this way, in round of 32 and round of 16, all 32 teams are playing on those pools. But once you hit quarters, you've weeded out a very, very significant amount of those teams already. And you're kind of already just playing with the top teams of the tournament. So we specifically wanted to have a pretty significant difficulty increased for the next pool. So if you like harder pools, you should look forward to that if you're going to make it to quarterfinals.
If you like harder pools, win.
True.
Any more comments for the last minute of that?
Their camping almost SS the map.
Yeah, he has 3x under or something, right?
Well, he has 4 now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Intercamping, for caster cursing you 3 days after. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's
Yeah.
the weather? How's the weather?
Snowing here in Calgary.
Wow, you're in Calgary.
Yeah, really?
I
Yeah.
could not be in a more different place.
That's a wing slider that might catch some people off
Funny
unexpectedly.
Algo-itis reference.
Is that foreshadowing?
Yeah, no, the Grand Finals Tiebreaker is Algo-itis 2023 version. Sorry I just leaked it. I'll now be banned from ever commentating for showcases again.
We do have we are gonna start having some fun surprises next week though. Definitely gonna want to catch the showcases. And every week thereafter as well, some good stuff in the pools for everyone to enjoy. But that's gonna be it for round of 16. Pool is complete. Again, all 32 teams are going to be playing on this pool. They're going to be playing one match, either in winners or lowers. So, yeah. Any comments?
I like Osu.
Have a good time, I hope.
Yeah,
I hope so too. A lot of the maps are really fun, honestly.
Yeah, no, I like this pool for a fun perspective. I think it's a slightly less balanced than the last one, but I think the changes we made are interesting and it will provide a fresh gameplay experience. Also, as always, if you are a player in this tournament, feel free to head over to the map pool feedback channel on the OWC Discord and leave your feedback on the pool. Your feedback is appreciated and will and has changed pools before, so if you notice anything that you think is wrong or inappropriate or just like balance concerns or map concerns, please do head on over there and poke us and yell at us. We are more than happy to reply and potentially change things in the future.
Yeah. Well, I think that about wraps it up. Thanks for watching OWC this weekend. We'll be back next Saturday with some round of 16 matches. Hope to see you there. Take care.
Yep.